Conference on Millets for Achieving Nutritional and Economic Security. We are at the APJ Abdul Kalam Auditorium, National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, Kundli. And this conference is supported by Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. I am Swati Sharma Singh. Our dignitaries have taken their seats on the dais. I would like to acknowledge the presence of each one of them. We have with us our chief guest, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. Our guest of honor, Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, Chairman, PPVFRA and Foreman Secretary, DARE and DGEICAR. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We have with us Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, Shri Preetpal Singh Ji. Put your hands together. Welcome, sir. We have with us on stage Director, NIFTEM Kundli, Dr. Harinder S. Oberoi. And Dean Postgraduate Studies, NIFTEM Kundli, Dr. Anupama Singh. It is indeed a very, very special occasion. We are all celebrating the International Year of Millets. That's what is 2023. And we will be learning a lot about millets and their nutritional value and their superfood features. But first things first, and that is going to be welcoming our dignitaries with a millet bouquet. Yes, we have seen flower bouquets. This is a special millet flower bouquet for all our dignitaries, for which I would first request Dr. Harinder S. Oberoi, sir, to present the bouquet to our chief guest, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood. Along with a memento and shawl. Thank you so much, sir. This is a token of our gratitude that you took out the time and graced this occasion. And a potted plant. And for the next welcome, I would like to request our guest of honor, Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, sir, to kindly accept this bouquet. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. And we would also like to welcome Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, Shri Preetpal Singh Ji. Thank you very much, sir. The aim of the International Year of Millets, the aim of this conference, the aim of every conference that has been happening this year, the year that has been before, around millets and all the buzz that we hear, the aim is to make it a people's movement. The aim is to make India a global hub of millets. And that is quite a goal, am I right? And so, in the path of this goal, I think we could use some divine help. And that is also a tradition of our Bharat, that whenever we start something which is a great goal, we start it auspiciously, remembering the divine powers and taking their blessings. And therefore, I would be requesting all our dignitaries to step forward for the lamp lighting, which will be accompanied by a Saraswati Vandana by the students of NIFTEM.
जय जय हे भगवती चरणों प्रणमामि त्वमसि शरण्या त्रिभुवनधन्या सुरमुनिवन्दिते शरणा त्वमसि शरण्या त्रिभुवनधन्या सुरमुनिवन्दिते शरणा नवरस मधुरा कविता मुखरा नवरस मधुरा कविता मुखरा स्मित रुचि रुचिरा वर्णना जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारती तव चरणों प्रणमामि सीना भव मानसहंसि कुंदधुरेण शशिधवले आसीना भव मानसहंसि कुंदधुरेण शशिधवले हर जनिता कुरु बोधि विकासं हर जनिता कुरु बोधि विकासं सिद्ध पंकज तनु विमले जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारती तव चरणों प्रणमामि प्रणमामहं 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 प्रणमामहम्
One can feel the purification of the atmosphere with rituals like these. To join us in this conference, in this international conference, it means we have national delegates, international delegates, we have our scientists, our researchers, industry professionals, faculty, as well as students here with us. We have delegates joining us from all across the world, including Nigeria, Kenya, Serbia, Thailand, America, Nepal, South Africa, Uganda, Colombia, Indonesia, UK, Ireland, Canada. That is a truly, truly international conference. And to officially welcome each one of our guests, I would now like to invite our director, NIFTEM Kundli, Dr. Harinder S. Oberoi. Kindly welcome Dr. Harinder S. Oberoi.
Very good morning and namaskar. Esteemed dignitaries and delegates on the dais and off the dais. It's a real honor and pleasure for us to to have the company of Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood ji here. I mean, NIFTEM feels blessed and honored. Chief guest. Sir, I on behalf of NIFTEM, as well as behalf of the organizing committee of this conference, and all the delegates, extend a very hearty welcome to this conference. And believe me, like I just met him once, I went to his office, I said, we are organizing an international conference, and that's on millets, and I request you to grace the occasion, chief guest. And without blinking an eye, he said, yes, I'll come. Though it's not my subject, but I'm sure I'll be there. So thank you very much, sir. I mean, it's a great honor for all of us here. I'm sure that with the constant support and patronage, not only NIFTEM, but the entire food processing sector will see an upsurge. So we welcome you here again, sir. And it's an honor and privilege for me to welcome Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, Chairman PBVFRA, former Secretary there and DG ICAR, and one of the most admired teachers in the entire group. Though I never got the opportunity to be a student, but many of my ARS batchmates were students and are students, and they all talk very high about him. Not only an accomplished teacher, he's a very globally renowned scientist also, well-known molecular biologist, and I think at NIFTEM we wouldn't have asked for more. Having the topmost scientist in the country, who is a PhD to the Government of India, and having the topmost molecular biologists in the country, plant molecular biologists in the country. So this is like, we are really blessed. I'm sure this day will be written in golden letters in the history of this institute. We welcome you, sir. I have also taken the pleasure to welcome my colleague from the ministry, Sri Preetpal Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, who is a very dynamic officer that we have in the ministry, is leading a lot of projects, developmental activities in the ministry, and you can see there are a lot of schemes of MOFP, the PM FME, PM KSY. So these are people who manage this. Welcome Sri Preetpal Singh to this conference. Welcome my colleague, Dr. Kumar Singh, Dean Postgraduate Studies. It's an honor for me to welcome our esteemed guests, international participants who come from different parts of the country, different parts of the world. As been told that we've got international participants from 12 different countries. We welcome you all here, and that was a very short notice. And it's a real honor to be welcoming about 35 vice chancellors and directors of nationally reputed universities and institutes. It's a rare occasion. Normally you see these vice chancellors and directors congregating at the VC conference. But having them here at a very short notice shows that their interest in academics and research and how to take this millet area forward. Thank you very much for visiting this occasion. We welcome all of you here. I would also like to welcome the Honorable His Excellency Dr. H.J. Gobi, Governor of Argentina, who will be joining us anytime now, and also Her Excellency Deputy High Commissioner of Kenya, Ms. Elena Olo, they are on the way. We might see them coming into the auditorium anytime. We would also like to welcome the different secretaries, additional secretaries, joint secretaries, directors, and other government officers who are there with us, who will be there with us during the course of this conference. And also the national participants. In all, we have about 400 registered participants, 120 speakers, invited speakers. And besides that, we have side events like the exhibition, then we have the millet recipe competition, we have cookery shows, Nukkad Natak, and an academic meet also, where there will be a brainstorming session, and we'll discuss about the issues related to production, processing, valorization, popularization, and consumption of millet and millet-based products. And I also welcome all the students of NIFTEM as well as the students who have come from other universities to grace this occasion. I welcome our colleagues from the press who are here to cover this occasion. And it's an honor for me to share with you that we have an esteemed guest of the industry. Any technology institute cannot work without having a strong connection to the industry. So we have a good sizable presence of industry here. We have senior executives from HUL, Tata Consumer Products, ITC, True Element, joining us here for this conference. We also have representatives from MSME, startups, who are there with us or who will be joining us during the course of the conference. I'm also glad to share with you that we have representation from the industry associations. Like we have the presence of CII, FICCI, SOCHAM here. Welcome all our guests from these industry associations. And really glad to share with you that FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, has hosted our conference on the website. So it's available on the website and we are going live. You can see, you can watch all the programs live on YouTube. And then we have our online participants who are joining us from different parts of the world. So they've already registered and they are enjoying this conference, though not physically present with us, but through the online mode. So I once again welcome one and all to you, to this conference, and hope that we're going to have very intense celebrations, and we look forward to very good outcomes coming through this conference, so that we can take them forward, and we have assured that we're going to post these outcomes on the website also. This conference is largely going to be learned. And we're going to enjoy, getting something back in terms of knowledge sharing, in terms of enjoying, in terms of watching exhibitions and going around the campus. So I wish all our delegates very safe stay here and hope that we're going to really enjoy this conference. So once again, welcome all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm hospitality. Indeed, as you made that point there about being enriched with these experiences, I'm sure we have a lot to look forward to, a lot to learn, a lot of great insights are waiting ahead. Jwar upma, bajre ki khichdi, kangni ke laddu. These are, yes, indeed, recipes that we have personally relished at some point. But they also deserve a special mention because they have been added to the menu of the Parliament of India. So that's where millets are going. Millets are going places, and we will be talking on every topic that is covering the millets and their nutritional value and much more. And therefore, to give us the overview of the conference, I would like to now invite Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, Shri Preetpal Singh.
Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, Dr. Lochan Mahapatra, Chairman, PP, BFRA and former Secretary, DARE and ICAR, Dr. Harinder S. Oberoi, Director, NIFTEM Kundi, scientists and experts working in the field of agriculture and food processing from different parts of the world, from FSSAI, NGOs, various other regulatory bodies, from FPOs, young friends from startup industry, NIFTEM students, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to announce that Government of India is in the forefront of celebrating International Year of Millets, making it a people's movement and positioning India as a global millet production hub. The International Year of Millet 2023 is celebrated to popularize millets throughout the globe and inspire all stakeholders involved in production, processing, value addition, marketing and distribution. During the course of conference, a lot of things will be discussed, but of course, by now, I would believe that we all are aware that millets have a lot of nutritional benefits, they are environment friendly, and they also contribute towards the food security. There are several other challenges that need to be addressed, from cultivation to consumption, including but not limited to improving the quality of produce, consumer education, streamlining supply, establishing processing and value-added capacities, branding, packaging, marketing and distribution. This conference being organized by NIFTEM Kundi aims to join hands with institutes throughout India and abroad linked with millets millet production and value addition. We would be having researchers, industry, growers, exporters, policymakers, consultants, and entrepreneurs, FPOs, students, food professionals. They are going to be here and they would be developing strategies and brainstorming on various aspects related to millets. This conference is going to be multifaceted. I'm told that it's going to comprise of 9 technical sessions, 1 academic meet with renowned dignitaries, vice chancellors and directors. Technical sessions are going to include discussion on various topics such as pre-harvest intervention, innovation, post-harvest management, emerging technologies for valorization of millets, marketing strategies, branding, millets as a part of lifestyle and a part of lifestyle management. This millet production is also going to showcase features such as hackathon, recipe competition, videos of various success stories, cookery shows and chef talks. We are also going to have B2B meets and oral poster presentation. This conference is holistically designed to benefit the entire range of stakeholders. I wish to congratulate Team NIFTEM along with its chairman for planning this event and delivering a thoughtful promotion of millets in India. We would look forward to the outcomes of this conference, and I hope that the output will help the ministry in having a better perspective, knowing where the pain points are, and to come out with better policies. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us an overview and setting the context for the conference. Friends, a conference like this is not possible without the support of multiple people. And there is one special highlight amongst all the support that we have received, which is in-kind sponsor Prefity. You all must have seen the registration kits, and these registration kits will be given in customized bags. These bags are very, very special because they are handmade by people with disability, and an NGO has made their association with Perfetti and with waste material. Yes. So there will be a lot of great highlights during these 3 days. Dozens of topics will be covered by several speakers, and for now we have our next guest, who is our guest of honor for the address. Please welcome Chairman PPVFRA and former Secretary DARE and DGICAR, Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra.
Very good morning to everybody present here. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, Sri Pritpal Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, Dr. Harindra Oberoi, worthy Director of this prestigious institute, NIFTEM, Dr. Anupama Singh, many dignitaries of the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellors, Directors of various institutes, invited guests, dignitaries, delegates who are attending this international conference on millets from various countries, and particularly the scientists and research scholars from various institutions and universities of the country, very specifically those from this prestigious institution, the representatives of industry, the non-government organizations, and other institutions of the country who are participating, the representatives of press and media, a very hearty welcome to all of you on my own personal behalf. Congratulations to the Director of NIFTEM, Dr. Oberoi, for this wonderful international conference on millets. Also profuse thanks to the Ministry, to the Department of Food Processing Industries for supporting and enabling organization of this international conference. A very welcome step at the right time. In fact, when we were discussing before 2018 in the department, the Ministry of Agriculture, how do we mainstream the millets given their importance? The decision first was taken that we should have a national year of millets. And that is where it should start. And 2018 was declared as the National Year of Millets. And subsequently, many high-level discussions happened. And it was decided that we should be moving the proposal in the United Nations and the Food and Agriculture Organization that should be International Year of Millets. So through this proposal of Government of India at the UN level, it was accepted, and today we are celebrating this International Year of Millets 2023. The Government of India's proposal was supported by more than 70 countries to celebrate this. We all know millets are important. Millets are useful for people and also for planet. Several positives, and that's what after thorough deliberations we realized that the millets have not received that much attention as they deserve. And that's the reason there has been a very significant decline in production vis-a-vis the area decline. Imagine in 1950-51, in 1950s rather, the area was around 35 million hectares in India. And today it has come down to about 14-15 million hectares. Why? Because consumption drives production. Because consumption declined, so also production. If there is a pressing need and there is a growing demand in the market by the consumers, by the industries, for instance food processing industries, so obviously there will be pressing need for producing more. So area decline would not happen. Also the profits. The farmers grow crops where they have more profits. There are takers for the produce in the market. If both are missing, so obviously the production would decline. That is what exactly happened. And for instance, the small millets, which are very rich in nutrients, the area declined to the tune of 90%. Which includes finger millet, for instance. So, finger millet itself, the area decline was to the tune of 50%. So, the small millet, finger millet, the pearl millet, sorghum, every crop in the millet category had the area decline. And that's the reason why we had production also stagnating, not really very significantly declining, because there was very significant yield increase over the years. You know, while deliberating on this group of crops, we did realize, and everybody realized in the policy making space, that there is an urgent need to promote them. For instance, the water footprint, if you see, with regard to the food items that we consume, rice requires about 2,000 to 5,000 liters of water to produce 1 kg. While in case of millets, the water footprint is so less, about 650 to about 1100 liters per kg of millets. So that is a very, very significant reduced water requirement of millets. In the context of global climate change, in the context of irregularity in rainfall, and we see over years, millets and their cultivation assumes greater significance. So in that context, millets are so important. So for this planet, as we see under climate change regime, millets are so essential. Millets are essential and important for people. If you take the example with regard to the fiber content, the fiber content of millets, if you take average, about 10 to 11 milligram per 100 gram. Just contrast this with rice and wheat flour or rice flour. It's about less than 3 milligram per 100 gram. What a significant difference with regard to fiber. And if we wish to have weight management and better health, so obviously millet should be a choice, better choice than wheat and rice. The consumption decline that we had because of Green Revolution and the push for more cultivation and consumption of rice and wheat led to not only consumption decline, also production decline. So obviously that was not a positive state, and that's the reason why greater emphasis on millets. And similarly, if you consider glycemic index average, if you see, of the millets, it hovers around 52, 53, 54. That's the kind of glycemic index with regard to millets. But you see this and contrast this with rice and wheat, about 30-35% less the glycemic index in millets as compared to rice and wheat. And that's what is required for increasing diabetic population of this country. And you can just continue counting on the health benefits of millets. The calcium content in figure millet, for instance, I will not really go on and listing, one by one those. I will take a lot of time. So, in summary, millets are important for each one of us. And that's the reason why we are celebrating International Year of Millets. The consumption globally, there are many countries who participated in international conference in March, which was held under the aegis of Ministry of Agriculture in New Delhi. And each one of them commented. There are many countries in Africa, they say, we consume maize, and maize 3 times. Breakfast maize, lunch maize, and then dinner maize. And in India, there are many states where rice is consumed even 4 times in various forms. So there is a need to really shift in our consumption. And there's a need to really have that kind of products. Processing technologies are essential to have that kind of products. And this is the institute best suited for developing technologies and integrating those with the right kind of processing and having the right kind of products which can be delicious and which can be nutritious, both combined. And that is what is essentially required. And this conference certainly would provide that opportunity for all those who are participating and use this platform to deliberate on developing that kind of processing technologies and also integrating that to have that kind of products in the market through appropriate entrepreneurship, so that the production is linked to the consumers, producer is linked to the consumers, and the whole value chain is developed. And value chain is essential to promote production and also promote consumption. And that is what is actually the essence of promotion of millets in this International Year of Millets 2023. And I believe very strongly this platform provided by the International Conference on Millets will have opportunity for each one of us who are participating to learn, go back more enriched with regard to knowledge, and also go back, as it was pointed out, based on the themes and some sub-themes of the conference, go back, in fact, with a greater number of partnerships, collaborative efforts to promote millets in India, and also showcase that to the global community and build global partnership for more of trade happening. Very little trade at this point in time. India exports not even 2 lakh tons of millets at the global level, less than 2 lakh tons. So I believe there is plenty of opportunity to have the global markets actually captured in the process. So this is the right time for us to come together to deliberate. And thanks to the organizers for facilitating this. And while International Year of Millet was being planned at a very high level, we used to deliberate that how many organizations would be actually getting involved to have this kind of opportunities provided to researchers and to industry and to entrepreneurs and new innovators, particularly the youngsters, to come in and chip in and contribute. And that's what is really happening. And that is so satisfying to see. And we are here to listen to our chief guest. Without taking more time, I thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Oberoi, for giving me this opportunity to be here. I'm sure we will have a very fruitful deliberations and a very successful program. I wish the program grand success. Thank you very much. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed such a pleasure hearing our guest of honor, Chairman, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority, Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, sir. I think there were so many takeaways. I hope everyone here were taking notes, because I sure was. We got to learn about the National Year of Millets. We got to hear the catchphrase, which is millets are essential. We learned about the fiber content, and also I think another catchphrase there, delicious and nutritious. So thank you so much, sir, for all those takeaways. It is now time, friends, for some audio-visual presentations to be played here for you. And these are coming from FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. The first video that we are about to play is an exclusively curated message which is sent for this very conference, for our ICMAINS conference. We will be playing a part of it now in the inaugural, and the rest of it will be played later in the day. So let's hear it. This is a message from the Secretariat of International Year of Millets.
Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor for me to address you today on this occasion of the International Conference on Millets for Achieving Nutritional and Economic Security. My name is Makiko Taguchi, and I'm an agricultural officer with the Food and Agriculture
Kindly pardon the technicality. We will be playing the video.
Of the United Nations, and on behalf of the Secretariat of the International Year of Millets, I would like to give you an overview of the International Year.
So meanwhile, I have a
Many of you
question.
may
We
not
have so
know
many
how
students
the
here,
International
so
Year
I think I can take this
So,
moment and
International
throw
Year
some
of
quiz
Millets,
questions at everybody. What are the macronutrients in food? You can prompt wherever you are sitting, just macronutrients. What are the macronutrients? Come on guys, just prompt it. Yes, go ahead. A little louder, it's okay. Carbohydrate, I heard carbohydrate. Let your voice reach me. Yeah, come on. Proteins, fats, carbohydrates, and what are the micronutrients? Calcium, yes. Do I hear zinc, magnesium? Yes. Yes, phosphorus, yes. So everything, all the micronutrients, all the macronutrients, and our millets are loaded with them, and they have more of it than wheat and rice. So we can still eat our wheat and rice, but it's also high time we get our millet on our food plate. Now we are ready for the audiovisual presentation. Let's hear the message all the way from the Secretariat of International Year of Millets.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor for me to address you today on this occasion of the International Conference on Millets for Achieving Nutritional and Economic Security. My name is Makiko Taguchi, and I'm an agricultural officer with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And on behalf of the Secretariat of the International Year of Millets, I would like to give you an overview of the International Year. Many of you may not know how international years are actually declared. So in the case of International Year of Millets, it was the Republic of India, of course, that had suggested the idea to, through the FAO governing bodies. And then in the end, it was endorsed by the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. So international years are not just for FAO, but it's an event that is celebrated by all nations of the United Nations. The objective of the International Year of Millets is to raise awareness and to direct policy attention to the nutritional and health benefits of millets and their suitability for cultivation under adverse and changing climate conditions. This picture is from our opening ceremony that took place in December last year. In the picture, you see Minister Karan Vagir from India, of course, alongside our Director General Chu Dong-yu and the Director General of ICRISAT, Dr. Hughes, and our Deputy Director General, Beth Bechtel.
And that was the first audiovisual. So our audiovisuals was ready, so I could not address the right answer. So first, for all the right answers that everyone gave for the macro and the micronutrients, please put your hands together. Yes. Well done. And I think even in this audiovisual, we learned something more about how Bharat endorsed the International Year of Millets. And I think as a Bharatvasi, it is something to be really, really proud of. I'm sure we all feel that pride. And this is a year that not only the whole of India is celebrating, but the whole of the world is celebrating along with us. Meanwhile, what would the millets say? So if millets could talk, what would they say? I guess that question is about to be answered in our next audiovisual. Let's have a look.
I may be small, but I am strong. I grow where others cannot. I thrive in harsh and dry conditions, providing food when other harvests fail. I nurture soils and ecosystems and boost biodiversity. I am nutritious and delicious, and highly diverse in types and flavors. Rooted in ancient cultures and traditions, I am a powerful source of innovation. I want to share my benefits widely with all people and the planet. But I cannot do it alone. So, bring me back to your table. I am millets.
So that's the message from millets. And how sweet of them, you know, they're asking for some help here, right? They want to help the world. They want to make the world a healthier place. But yeah, they need a little cooperation, a little help from our side. So a little nudge we all need to bring the millets back to our food plates. And what do the international representatives think about millets? That's what we are about to hear in the next audio visual.
Millets are future food.
Millets are healthy innovation.
Millets are food sovereignty.
Millets are both sustainable and an opportunity for the environment.
Millets are super grain.
Millets are small but have a big value with a high potential for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life.
Yes, you can clap your hands. Let's welcome millets into our lives as the heroes that millets can be. Recently, we have all faced a big health crisis as a world together, and therefore I think the importance of being healthy has taken more priority than it ever did. And so many great things we got to hear from our international representatives. Future food, food sovereignty, super grain, better nutrition, better life, better environment. So then, what are we waiting for? I think it's not even a question of why millets, it's a question of why not, right? So I'm sure all these questions have already been answered. It's time now to move on to our next highlight of the inaugural. This is going to be release of a book first. Friends, this book that we are about to release is full of information on millets. It is titled Millet Marvels, a Sustainable Food Renaissance. I would like to invite Dr. Komal Chauhan to join us on stage for the release of this book. This book has been edited by Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi and Dr. Komal Chauhan. It is a tribute to the International Year of Millets. I request dignitaries to kindly release this book, and I request everybody attending to kindly welcome it with a round of applause. Millet Marvels, a sustainable food renaissance. We in continuity have 2 more releases to go. So, the next release is an e-release of a souvenir. This will be happening with a click of a button. And this is a compilation of all the abstracts that we have received from the conference participants across India and abroad. That is the e-release of the souvenir. And now we have one more e-release coming your way. This is a campus magazine and this special issue is on millets. Abhivyakti magazine millets issue e-release. With a click of a button. Thank you, and that were the book releases and the e-releases. And now the most awaited moment of any inaugural, which is hearing our chief guest. I would like to invite on stage Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, and our chief guest, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood.
Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, Professor Trilochan Mahapatra, Dr. Harinder Oberoi, Shri Preetpal Singh Ji, and Dr. Anupama Singh, dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed happy to be a part of this morning's inaugural session of this international conference on millets for achieving nutritional and economic security. This is not my area of expertise. I am a physicist by training. But when Dr. Oberoi came to invite me, I agreed because I wanted to communicate the support and commitment of Office of PSA and the government to the cause of millets. And this is absolutely a wonderful moment for all of us to push the boundaries of millet beyond what we have now. This conference has also come at a time when G20 final declaration has just been accepted unanimously by all the countries, and it has been hailed as a landmark in the journey of G20 efforts. Now, the reason I mentioned G20 is because I now recall only a few days back when Honorable President gave the final dinner to the G20 delegates, and I was privileged to be there. Actually, the entire menu was millet based. And also more than 220 events which took place during G20 presidency. In all the events, millet was an integral part of the menu. So that really communicated to the international community that India holds millet not just to declare the year of millet of 2023, but we really mean when we say that millet should be adopted in our daily life. So this is not something which has ended, will end with 2023, but it has to remain a part of our life for years to come. So as was mentioned repeatedly that 2023 became the year of millet, sponsored, rather proposed by Government of India under the leadership of our Prime Minister, because he wanted to make International Year of Millet as a people's movement, alongside positioning India as a global hub for millets. And I can see that it is already having the desired effect as it was envisaged. Now, raising awareness to create millet mindfulness, if we can call it, is an important part of this movement, not only for institutions, but also each one of us, each one in public life, and each one in private life. Though we institutional encouragements have to be given to millets by way of support, by way of procurement, pricing, all that government support, but we have also to make sure that individuals like us, we make health conscious and planet friendly choices by making millet as a part of our meal. Now, when I was to speak for a few minutes, I always get a bit nervous if it is not my area of expertise. So I was just on the weekend, I was just Googling what people have been talking about millets and what books are there. And it had an interesting read that millets are really having a historical significance in our culture. Now, these millets have provided nourishment to generations not only in our continent but in other continents also. So I found in this the Sunday Googling effort which I was doing, the millets have been mentioned in some of the Yajurveda texts, identifying the foxtail millets which was called Pringya, and barnyard millet which was called Anova in Sanskrit, and black finger millet Shamka, they were mentioned in Yajurveda text, indicating that millet consumption was common predating to almost 4500 BC during the India's Bronze Age, and evidence have also been found out the usage of millet in China, Japan, West Africa, almost dating from 2000 BC to almost 4000 BC. And I also found a reference that Vedic scriptures make reference to millets in Stapta Brahma in Shakuntala, Kalidas Shakuntala. He has spoken that the sage Kanva, who pours foxtail millets actually while bidding farewell to Shakuntala in Dushyantha's court. So I was quite interested in this because I knew the technical aspects will be all covered by experts here who would have told you all the energy, food values and so on. But this, the heritage aspect, I thought is very exciting, especially for us Indians. And the great sage Ved Vyasa composed the Navgraha Stotra consisting of 9 mantras for 9 planets. And the following verse which I found in the Navgraha Stotra is recited to please the Buddha Graha. Buddha is the Mercury Graha, and Mercury, as you know, is the planet of communication, organization and mental dexterity. And the first word in this is actually the millet called Priyangu. So the Shotra is Priyangu Kalika Shamam Rupena Pratimam Buddham Somyam Somya Guno Petam Tam Buddham Pranamamyam. It translates to, I bow down and pray to Mercury Graha, god of the planet, Mercury whose face is like the fragrant inflorescence of the Priyangu millet, Priyangu herb, and whose beauty matches that of a lotus flower. He is most gentle, possessing and all attractive qualities. So I was quite interested to see mention of these millets in our scriptures and quite well covered in many shotras. Now coming back to our present day, as has been also mentioned, that there is a huge nutrition value to millets, but it also reminded me when we were having dinner in one of the G20 meetings, my biotechnology friend told me, I don't know how much is it correct, but you have to tell because this is not something I know, that millets have some anti-nutrient elements called phytic acid, which we need to take care by appropriate processing. The processing is important, which we have, and where this institute comes in a very major way to evolve really the innovative ways to process, the economical ways to process, because these anti-nutrients interfere with uptake of potassium, calcium, iron, zinc and magnesium. And this is where the proper processing and handling of some millet is absolutely must, which our forefathers, our earlier generations have evolved their own ways and doing it. But if we have to do on a large scale, in a commercial scale, I am sure the technology will be innovated where it can do in an economical way and which is not labor intensive. Of course, labor intensive ways have been known to us for centuries. So can there be less labor intensive ways to process millets so that it becomes easier to adopt in our daily lives and also in various other products. So as was also mentioned, this is also a very important thing for global food security because they also need much less water as compared to other grains, and this is something which will be very critical as we call of climate change, global warming, water shortage, all those issues which are no longer in the future, they are already our doorsteps. And in that journey to tackle all these global challenges, millets will come in a very, very important manner. So I will just like to close this by mentioning that millets are more than just grains. As is often said, they are the seeds of a brighter, healthier and more sustainable future. And we have this world for our future generation left in a very healthy state. So needless to say, all of us, our farmers, scientists, policymakers and public and the food industry, we need to work together to unite in this noble cause. And I am sure that millets will not only feed our nations but also will nourish our planet. So this conference is a very, very important event in this year of our G20. It also tells the global effort in this direction, and I wish the conference a great success, and I am sure you will come out with very meaningful recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think this was an address. This kind of address, I think you can't just listen to once. You have to hear it again and again because it was loaded with so much educational information, whether it was the historical facts, whether it was the Brahma reference, and of course, what you ended it with, that millets are seeds of a brighter, healthier and more sustainable future. So it's a good thing that this session is being recorded, and Ajay sir's address is live on YouTube, that too at our NIFTEM channel. So you can go back, you can see it again, and you can get all the learnings again from what sir shared here with us. Thank you so much, sir. And with that, it's now time for a vote of thanks, for which I would like to invite Dean Postgraduate Studies, NIFTEM Kundli, Dr. Anupama Singh.
Namaskar and very good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of NIFTEM fraternity and on behalf of organizing committee, I, Anupama Singh, Dean Postgraduate Studies, wish to thank each and every one of you for making here today and being part of this prestigious event. First and foremost, I am deeply thankful to Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Shri Pashupati Nath Parasji, and State Minister Shri Prahlad Singh Ji for their vision and guidance that made this event turn into reality. Although due to their commitments, they are not able to present here physically, but their ideas have been great support since beginning. So, माननीय मंत्री जी, निफ्टम तहरीर से आप लोगों का आभार व्यक्त करता है, शुक्रिया देता है. We are truly privileged to have our chief guest, Shri Ajay Kumar Surji. Your gracious presence and your willingness to spare your valuable time despite your demanding schedule have added immense prestige to this gathering. So thank you, sir. Sir, your presence is a great source of inspiration, all of us here. Moving on, we wish to extend deepest gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, sir. Sir, we are deeply honored by your presence, which has significantly contributed to the success of this conference. Thank you, sir. Our sincere, heartfelt thanks to Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Shri Preetpal Singh Ji, for gracing this event. Sir, your insight have made this event very fruitful. Thank you, sir. We also extend our gratitude to the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, for their active involvement in the event and sharing a meaningful video, which is really apt for the occasion and perfectly aligned with the theme of the conference. NIFTEM fraternity would like to thank all the dignitaries, speakers, galaxy of scientists, participants, and one and all present here to grace this occasion. Lastly, but most importantly, we want to extend our deepest gratitude to our beloved Director, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, sir. This conference would not have been possible without his dynamic leadership, guidance, and keen observations. Your meticulous planning and guidance has led this event to the next level, and we mean it, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I wish to express my gratitude to Registrar Dr. J.S. Rana, sir, for giving all kind of support. Thank you, sir. At the end, I wish to thank organizing team members, staff members, technical committee, all the committee members, and most importantly, our student volunteers for catering services and for their active roles. I also wish to thank IT media, press, sponsors for their valuable contribution to this event. Thank you so much. Thank you one and all. Thank you so much.
And I would like to thank Anupama ma'am for thanking everyone. And with that, friends, a few more announcements. After we all leave for the inauguration, all the vice chancellors and directors are requested to assemble at the conference room of Director NIFTEM for academic meet event after the high tea. For now, the moment of the inauguration of the exhibition is here, and for this I would like to invite all our dignitaries to kindly proceed along with every single attendee, every single delegate, to kindly also accompany them for the inauguration of the exhibition. This was the inaugural session of International Conference on Millets for achieving nutritional and economic security. After the inauguration of the exhibition, we also have high tea, and along with high tea, there are also going to be some millet snacks served for all of you, so do enjoy them. The high tea arrangements are as follows. For VVIPs, venue seminar hall. For national and international speakers, multi-purpose hall. And for delegates and staff, the hangar, the stadium. These are the high tea arrangements, so enjoy your high tea, everyone. We will shortly be starting also with the technical sessions, where our speakers will be joining us, and we have international speakers from Argentina, Rome, Kenya, all these international speakers joining us for our technical session. So please be here immediately after the high tea and enjoying your millet snacks for the technical sessions. This is Swati Sharma Singh signing off from the inaugural session. Thank you.
वो वहीं पहुंच रहा, वहीं से लेगा। वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग। कैसे हैं? मंदिर ही रहना है क्या? हमें अंदर ही रहना है। बुलाएगा अपने पानी पी लिया। वही रहना वही आएंगे मिले नहीं है पहले जूनियर्स टाइम में जाओ चाय पियो चलो 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 चलते हैं
हमें 11:50 पे
चलो अपना आईडी कार्ड कैरी कर लो तो कॉलेज अड़ते रहे वहाँ से ले लिए मैम के पास उसको दे देना दे देगी तेरे को कार्ड दे देगी चलना चला हाँ चाहिए
millets, and the session 1 is going to be about millets as nutri-cereals. The session coordinator is Dr. Komal Chauhan, Head Food Science and Technology, NIFTEM Kundli, and the rapporteur is Dr. Tanya Elsewhere, Assistant Professor, FST, NIFTEM Kundli. I request Dr. Komal and Dr. Tanya to please be here. And we would like to invite on stage His Excellency Dr. Hugo Xavier Gobi, Ambassador of Argentina, India. And we have with us our Director Harinder Singh Oberoi, sir, who will be felicitating and welcoming His Excellency Dr. Hugo Xavier Gobi, Ambassador of Argentina, at this moment. Welcome, sir. I request you to please be at the center of the stage and kindly receive our welcome on behalf of NIFTEM, on behalf of Bharat. Thank you so much for traveling all the way. Dr. Hugo is an economist with a master's degree in international relations and a PhD in political science from the University Catholique de Leuven, Belgium. He also has a diploma in trade policy from the GATT in Geneva. In his capacity as the ambassador of Argentina to India, he has been actively involved in fostering diplomatic ties as well as promoting cultural, tourist, commercial and consular relations between Argentina and India. That's Dr. Hugo, everyone. Please welcome him. We would also like to invite our other dignitaries who will be speaking in this session. Can we please have on stage Director National Health Mission. He is a PhD in Preventive and Social Medicine, Shri Kuldeep Singh Ji. Welcome, sir. Please take your seat on the dais. We were also meant to be joined by Ms. Irene Ulu, Deputy High Commissioner, HC of Kenya, New Delhi, but due to some unavoidable circumstances, she could not be here with us. And we would also like to invite on stage Scientist G, ICMR New Delhi, Dr. Bharati Kulkarni. Welcome, ma'am. So friends, we will now be hearing our speakers one by one. And the first one that we'll be hearing is His Excellency Dr. Hugo Xavier Gobi, Ambassador of Argentina. Put your hands together for His Excellency Dr. Hugo Xavier Gobi. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, it's a great honor to be here, to be able to speak to you about millets. I come from a country very, very far away, in the other side of the world, a major agricultural producer We are almost the size of India territorial-wise, but we only have 45 million people, and we produce food for 450 million people. And of course, compared to India that produces food to 1.4 billion people and has been a success in its food production, assuring its food security, we look humbled. And but I come here to talk a little bit about millets and how that can be a contribution. And as you know, millets have many advantages, nutritional advantages, and I look at our population, nutrition, and Argentinians eat too much protein, and they eat too much flour, and they eat too much cheese, and they eat too little millets. And millets can be very good for their health. Let's look at our production, and millets can save water, can expand our agricultural production, can be of great significance from an environmental point of view. And millets is part of the solution to many of the issues, health issues, environmental issues of my country, and I think of the world. Today I stand before you to discuss the significant role of a crop that has its origins deep-rooted in the African continent. It has burgeoned to become one of the top 5 cereals in the world, sorghum. Millet is not merely a grain, it is a testament to the versatility and adaptability of nature. This grain, once domesticated in the heart of Africa, today graces our planet in myriad forms, from a wholesome substitute to rice and quinoa, to its transformation into flour, milk, pasta, and even beer and spirits. In an age where conscious consumption has transcended from a mere trend to a global movement, we find ourselves questioning our choices. We question the origin of our food, its journey, and the impact it has on our environment. Sorghum, in this regard, is an epitome of sustainability, catering the burgeoning demand for crops that are not just healthful, but also environmental beneficial. Millet cultivation in Argentina has seen a significant increase in recent times. This growth is not just due to the favorable pricing of the grain, but also because farmers have recognized its potential and importance for the country's future. 2 crucial milestones need to be highlighted in this context. Firstly, in 2020, Argentina opened up its market to Indian millets. Secondly, in April 2023, my country endorsed the Indian Maharishi initiative, which aims to enhance research and increase awareness on biodiversity, food security, and nutrition. Although there have been some positive developments, there are still some challenges that need to be addressed when it comes to millets. In order to fully exploit the potential of this crop, we must work together to encourage its consumption. Despite the fact that we have the ability to produce large quantities of millet, its success is dependent upon the corresponding demand. However, our emphasis today is not merely on millets as a culinary delight, but on its role as a noble crop for sustainable production. With the looming challenges of climate change and erratic meteorological phenomena, the global community is in dire need of sustainable solutions. Sorghum, ladies and gentlemen, is our powerful ally in this battle. Let us delve into the myriad ways millets can aid in our sustainable endeavors: drought resistance and soil adaptability. Unlike many other grains, millet thrives in drought conditions and adapts remarkably well to poor soils. Its water footprint is notably smaller than that of crops like corn, underlying its efficiency in water usage. Carbon sequestration and GHG reduction. Sorghum's vast root system translocates carbon to deeper soil layers, enhancing its storage and improving soil structure. Additionally, the stubble left behind by millet serves multiple benefits, from enriching the soil to moisture retention and reducing wind erosion. Millet as a cover crop. Studies such as the one by Creamer and Baldwin in the year 2000 demonstrate the prowess of millet as a summer cover crop. It excels in biomass production, competes efficiently against weeds, and is instrumental in building healthier soils. Agricultural rotation and environmental improvement. Sorghum, as part of agricultural rotation, has not only breaks the cycle of pests and diseases, but also plays a pivotal role in enhancing the carbon and nitrogen content of the soil. Salinity tolerance. In soils rife with high salt content, where most crops falter, millet stands tall. Its remarkable salinity tolerance makes it a key player in carbon sequestration in such challenging terrain. In conclusion, millet is not just a crop. It is a beacon of hope in our quest for a sustainable future. As we ponder on our roles in curbing climate change and ensuring a healthy planet for our future generations, for our children, for our grandchildren, let millet be a reminder of nature's bounty and the solution it offers. Thank you so much.
निकाल दे क्या कौन कौन है कौन जा रहा है
Thank you, sir, for sharing all those educational insights with us. We request all the attendees to kindly take your seats so that there is decorum in the hall as we invite our next speaker. The next one is a recorded message. This recorded message is coming from the Secretariat of the International Year of Millets. We will give our students a moment to settle down, so if you could just hurry up. Let's see how fast we can settle down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, almost there. Well done. Thank you. This is the celebration of the millets, everyone, and the International Year of Millets Secretariat message is now going to be played.
Of course. Than millets than I am, so I am not going to go through all the details, but I just wanted to show you the slides, as for many countries and many people, millets are not such a familiar cereal or grains, and so we are through the International Year we are advertising or promoting the benefits of millets. For the purpose of the International Year of Millets, we are celebrating many species. As you may know, for what we call millets, there are foxtail, finger millets, barnyard millets, etc., pearl millets, etc. But for this purpose of this year, we are also including sorghum and teff. Sorghum is known more as large millets, and teff, but what they all have in common is that they are dryland cereals, small grain dryland cereals that have not received as much attention as the major cereals such as maize, wheat, and rice. So the key messages of the International Year are 6 points. First, to support climate resilient agriculture through millets, cultivation of millets, and to fight hunger again, and contribute to food security and nutrition. Millets can be an important part of healthy diets, and greater consumption of millets can offer opportunities for small-scale farmers to improve their livelihoods. Proper handling of millets is key to maintain their high quality and nutritional benefits, and greater trade in millets can improve the diversity of the global food system. So when we look at the FAO statistics on global production of millets, so from FAO stat perspective, millets are split in 3 categories actually. This category contains crops such as finger millets, pearl millets, and teff. The global area harvested, you can see in the blue dotted line, that is slowly decreasing in the last 3 decades. Whereas the world production of millets is on the very slight increase. This indicates that globally speaking, the productivity of millets have improved slightly over time. But we can say, of course, that there is much more room for improvement. When you look at the production share of millets by region, it clearly some millet species originate from Africa and others from Asia. So the 2 regions are the major producers of millets. When we look at sorghum, the area harvested and production, the production has not really changed much in the last 3 decades. When you look at the region, you see clearly that the Americas have a big share alongside Africa and followed by Asia. When we look at the global trade of millets, the top 5 exporters of millets, of course, is led by India, followed by USA, Ukraine, Russian Federation, and Sudan. And the top 5 importers of millets, which I find quite interesting, is the 4 countries of Europe: Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Turkey, and Indonesia. So you can see that there are opportunities for trade globally. Through the International Year, we have had many activities that I would like to share a little bit today. We have launched the Global Chefs Challenge earlier this year. It is still ongoing. So if you are a passionate cook, if you have your favorite recipes for millets, please do join the Global Chefs Challenge and help us celebrate how diverse we can eat millets in many different dishes in different ways. We also provide a platform for knowledge exchange to inspire policymakers, farmers, civil society, etc., to really understand the role of millets in a diversified and healthy diets. We are just about to publish the background paper that gives an overview of the characteristics of different millets and how they could be used and what kind of challenges they face. We also have been organizing a global webinar series. We just had one yesterday on processing, and we also launched a global millets community of practice, which is open for all who are interested to join. We have collected stories from around the world who are champions of growing millets in their own countries, either processing or consuming millets. And here you can see from various countries, we have from India, China, Australia, Brazil, many places where millets are being consumed and produced. And you can read those on the official website of the International Year of Millets. We also contribute, support events and outreach activities around the world, such as this conference today. And you can also see a wide range of events happening around the world where you can find details on the link that is provided in this page. We have also launched a Global Millets photo contest, which is also ongoing until the end of October. We also encourage you to join this if you are a photographer or a hobby photographer. If you have great photos of millets in the field or in processing or products of millets, we would like to encourage you to join this photo contest. The winner of the contest will be awarded at the closing ceremony of the International Year next year. So what we really hope to achieve through this International Year is that we call for action to policymakers, those who are doing research and development in the private sector, consumers to really know more about millets. Millets, compared to other major cereals, have not received enough policy attention or investments in the value chain, so there is much to improve. We all know that genetic conservation and improvement is important. Production and harvesting technologies are also very important. Being very small grain cereals, there's a lot of potential loss and waste along the way through the value chain, so reducing that is important. And of course, for this conference, you're focusing on processing, storage and packing and product development and marketing aspects of millets, and I certainly look forward to hearing from you what would be the outcome of this conference. So with that, I would like to thank you again for this opportunity to contribute and address you on this occasion, and thank you for your helping us celebrate the International Year of Millets worldwide.
And that was our message, which was specially, exclusively curated for this conference. The next message is coming from National Health Mission. Mr. Raj Narayan Kaushik, Mission Director, could not make it and deliver his presentation. We have in his place another distinguished gentleman, a PhD himself in preventive and social medicine, as well as the Director of National Health Mission, Shri Kuldeep Singh. Welcome, sir. Please share your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm thankful to NIFTEM and particularly Director Dr. Oberoi and Madam Komal Chauhan for giving me this platform to express my concerns of the state of various diseases which are related to diets. And first of all, I want to convey my degree, not as PhD. I am MBBS MD from this very state only, that is Haryana, and I am Director National Health Mission Haryana and representing Government of Haryana here. I would like to speak in my mother tongue, as most of the audience can know Hindi very well. मैं आज यहाँ पे जो हमारा, मैं सीधा टॉपिक पे आता हूँ। हमारा जो कंसर्न है इस टाइम पे, जितने भी हमारे यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेंट बैठे हैं, अगर यहीं पे कैंप लगा लिया जाए और बाहर हीमोग्लोबिन एस्टिमेशन कर लिया जाए हमारा, तो मैं कहता हूँ हमारे 30 से 40% जो वेल टू डू फैमिली से हमारे हैं वो अनिमिक निकलेंगे। ICMR से मैम कोमल मैम बैठे हैं, तो उनकी भी वेरियस रिसर्च हैं और आपको लगभग अपनी कुछ एक जो मेरी बात से सहमत नहीं होंगे, कितने परसेंट, मैं तो ये कम बता रहा हूँ। हमने लगभग पिछले एक साल में 28 लाख पर्सन्स का हीमोग्लोबिन एस्टिमेशन किया है, and not by a simple method, by spectrophotometer. That is gold standard for hemoglobin estimation. Or out of 28 lakh, 2/3 are anemic in Haryana, in this very state that is well known for prosperity, and हम साथ के साथ कहते हैं कि पूरे देश, लगभग आधे देश को हरियाणा से गेहूं की से चावल की प्रोडक्शन हरियाणा से जाती है। लेकिन इसके बाद अब लगभग हमारे 70% जो एडोलेसेंट हैं, एडोलेसेंट गर्ल्स हैं, वो अनिमिक पाई गई। हमने 18 लाख सैंपल, तो 18 लाख टेस्ट तो सिर्फ हमने 4 वीक के दौरान किए हैं, और उन 18 लाख टेस्ट में से आपको जान के हैरानी होगी लगभग 12 लाख अनिमिक पाए गए, और उनमें से 1,40,000 सीवियरली अनिमिक थे, जिनका हीमोग्लोबिन लेस देन 7 ग्राम परसेंट था। तो आप मेरी ट्रेजेडी समझ सकते हैं। अभी एक तरफ हम कह रहे हैं कि हेल्थ फॉर ऑल, हमने हेल्थ फॉर ऑल बाय 2080 का नारा दिया था इन आलमाटा डिक्लेरेशन 1978 में, लेकिन हेल्थ फॉर ऑल इन 1990 हमारी हालत ये थी कि हम लगभग 70% हमारी जो मोर्बिडिटी थी वो दैट इज ड्यू टू कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज, कोलरा, हेपेटाइटिस, ये टाइफाइड, मलेरिया, डेंगू, चिकनगुनिया, इनसे हमारी लगभग मोर्टिलिटी 70% थी, और 30% मोर्टिलिटी थी नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज। इन 2016 ये होके बिल्कुल रिवर्स होगी। 30% पे नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज है इस टाइम पे, और 70% पे नहीं, 30% पे कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज है और 70% पे नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज है। और मेजर इसमें जो पैराडाइम शिफ्ट हुआ है उसका जो मेन रीजन है, मैं एक्सपर्ट बड़े बड़े साइंटिस्ट बैठे हैं, माफी चाहूंगा इस बारे में, जो हमारा ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन हो रहा है, ठीक है हम आज सेल्फ सफिशिएंट हैं, किसी देश के ऊपर निर्भर नहीं है अनाज के मामले में, लेकिन जो ही राइस और घी हमारी डाइट में शामिल हुए, तो चाहे कार्डियोवास्कुलर डिजीज हो, चाहे गैस्ट्रोइंटेस्टाइनल डिसऑर्डर्स हो, चाहे हमारी इम्यूनिटिक जो इमेटोजेनिक डिसऑर्डर्स हैं, अब सारे के सारे उस डायरेक्शन में हम जाते गए, और आज हालत यह है, जो कभी हरियाणा, एक कहावत थी देशा में देश हरियाणा दूध दही का खाना, और यहाँ की एक लोगों की ये माना जाता था कि इतनी फिजिकल एक्टिविटी में इन्वॉल्व है, अब एक दिन में 50 किलोमीटर दूर तक चल सकते हैं, 20 मील चलना आम बात थी। लेकिन आज के टाइम पे हालत ये है जो फिजिकल इनएक्टिविटी होती जा रही है, फिजिकल जो टॉलरेंस है चाहे स्टूडेंट्स के अंदर है और चाहे ये है कि जो वर्किंग वीमेन है या वर्किंग मैन है, आज लगभग पूरा इंडिया में 4.5% जीडीपी का हम लॉस कर रहे हैं ड्यू टू अनीमिया एंड 3% ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी एडजस्टेड लाइफ ईयर्स अनीमिया। और जो बाकी प्रॉब्लम जो क्रिएट हुई है जो सीरियल्स के कारण यानी व्हीट और राइस उसके कारण भी हमारी डाइट में लगभग शामिल ही हुआ है। तो मैं ये आप सैंपल साइज लेते हैं, आप साइंटिस्ट बैठे हैं सारे, मैं पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ, साइंटिस्ट चलो पार्ट टाइम साइंटिस्ट होते हैं हम, लेकिन आपको मैं बता दूं कि हमारा सैंपल साइज 28 लाख का था, 28 लाख, और 4 हफ्ते के अंदर जो हमने टेस्ट किया हरियाणा का, यानी 28 लाख का मतलब 10% ऑफ हरियाणवी पॉपुलेशन, 10% के हमने टेस्ट करके पाया कि लगभग 70% पॉपुलेशन हमारी अनीमिक है। और अनीमिया आपको लगभग 12 IQ पॉइंट, इंटेलिजेंस क्वेश्चन के पॉइंट ड्यू टू अनीमिया, अगर अनीमिया 6 मंथ टू 5 ईयर की एज में अगर अनीमिया प्रिवेलेंट करता है, और जो अनीमिया की जो प्रिवेलेंस पाई गई 6 to 5 ईयर की एज में, यानी 6 मंथ टू 5 ईयर की एज में, वो हरियाणा में लगभग 59%। ये अभी मैं कोई बहुत पुरानी स्टडी नहीं कह रहा हूँ, पिछले साल हम मई में 2022 में हमने अभियान स्टार्ट किया था, और अभी जो रिसेंट मेरे को कल ही मेरे कुलीग ने डाटा एनालिसिस करके वो दिया है। सॉरी, मैं पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन मैडम ने कहा था, मैं पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन थी रास्ते में, लेकिन क्योंकि हरियाणा के बीच से निकल के आना था, मैं रास्ते में सोचा कि एक दो हेल्थ फैसिलिटी को चेक करता हुआ। लेकिन मेरी आप साइंटिस्ट थे, अभी मिलेट्स, अभी मेरे बेटे ने बोला दैट मिलेट्स आर पावर ऑफ न्यूट्रिशनल पावर हाउस। तो मैं उसको मैं इंग्लैंड में बैठा तो कि क्या पढ़ रहा है, और उसके साथ साथ जो उसने मेरे को रात को वो बना के भेजा कि अगर मिलेट्स की तरफ चले जाते हैं हम, तो लगभग 15% जो हीमोग्लोबिन राइज विद इन 12 वीक्स, अगर हम शिफ्ट कर जाते हैं मिलेट बेस्ड डाइट के ऊपर, 15% जो हीमोग्लोबिन राइज है विद इन 3 मंथ हम अचीव करेंगे। और जो सीरम फेरेटिन वो जैसे बॉडी का जो रिजर्व आयरन होता है सीरम फेरेटिन, उसी के साथ जुड़ा होता है, तो सीरम फेरेटिन का लेवल 55% विद इन 12 वीक बढ़ जाएगा। ये मिलेट्स का। लेकिन मिलेट्स के साथ जो ट्रेजेडी है वो है अभी मिलेट की प्रिजर्वेशन। अभी आपको सभी डेंसिटी इतनी जल्दी होती है, जो लाइपोक्सिजन है, जो पॉलीफिनोल, जो परऑक्सीडेज, जो ये एंजाइम सारे के सारे इतने जल्दी रेंसिड बना देते हैं। तो मेरी आप सारे फूड टेक्नोलॉजी से एक रिक्वेस्ट है, इसको कम से कम इतना बना दो लगभग 10 से 12 वीक तक उसका जो आटा है वो प्रिजर्व रहे। और मैं पार्टिकुलरली हरियाणा के बारे में कह रहा हूँ। हरियाणा में हमने निफ्टम के साथ एक MOU साइन किया है। आप हमारे को रेसिपी बना के दीजिए, आप हमारे लिए स्टडी कीजिए, हम तैयार बैठे हैं। हमने हरियाणा से जो अनीमिया की प्रिवेलेंस ओवर द ईयर बढ़ती जा रही है उसको कम करना है। मैं तो मेरी नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन हरियाणा की तरफ से सारे के सारे रिसर्चर्स को, अगर कोई भी हमारे को पार्टिकुलरली मिलेट बेस्ड डाइट के अंदर कोई किसी भी रेसिपी को भेजेगा तो हम एक्सेप्ट करके कोई भी किसी भी तरह की रिसर्च करेंगे। तो उसके लिए नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन पूरी तरह तैयार है। और हम निफ्टम के साथ मिलके आने वाले दिनों में लगभग मैडम ने 6 महीने का टाइम दिया है, 6 महीने में हम कोई अच्छा इंटरवेंशन to reduce and to combat the anemia prevalence in Haryana. ये करके दिखाएंगे. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think that was a very thought-provoking presentation, and the details that you shared about the anemic children and how that affects the IQ, and the human resource is indeed the most important resource for a country. So therefore, we have this amazing solution to that problem, which is eating more millets, making millets more popular in our food lifestyle. And now, on this session's topic, the next speaker that I'm about to invite is a scientist and head, Maternal and Child Health, ICMR Headquarters, New Delhi. Her major research interest involves public health, nutrition, including maternal and child nutrition, developmental origins of health and disease in adulthood, body composition as well as nutritional aspects of bone health. She is recipient of innumerous awards for the contributions she made to the scientific community. She has authored and co-authored several national and international publications, and also working as a reviewer for reputed professional journals. She's also having an active association with different societies and academies around the world. Please help me in welcoming on stage Scientist G, ICMR New Delhi, Dr. Bharati Kulkarni.
Thank you very much for a very kind introduction. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for inviting me here and giving me this wonderful opportunity. I think the previous speakers have also spoken about the benefits of millets, and it's indeed a great celebration of International Year of Millets. I would just want to re-emphasize some of the health and nutritional benefits of millets. So we all know that millets have been cultivated in our country since centuries, and earliest evidence was found in Indus civilization in 3000 BC. These crops are cultivated in many states. Top 5 states include Rajasthan, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh and Haryana. And our Prime Minister has given a clarion call to enhance the acceptability and popularity of millets, and he has called it Shri Anna. So these are really nutri-cereals which are coarse grains with high nutrient content, and India produces around 80% of Asia's and 20% of global production. We all know that after Green Revolution, the area under cultivation for millets has reduced. However, because of the increased productivity, the production is more or less the same. We do not have very detailed data on consumption of millets, but there are some few data sets which have shown that roughly 50% of people in different metro cities reported that they are consuming millets for 1 or more times a day, but this needs to enhance, obviously, because of the multiple health and nutritional benefits that millets offer. We all know that millets are naturally gluten-free. They have low glycemic index. They are a very good source of protein. They are also rich in both soluble and insoluble fiber as compared to rice. So they have probiotic properties, and millet consumption is helpful for a control of wide range of lifestyle disorders, which is becoming a burgeoning problem nowadays. These include diabetes, obesity, cardiovascular disease, because millets have healthier fatty acid profile. Millets lead to sustained release of glucose, and there is early satiety, so a person really avoids overconsumption. These are some of the slides which show the nutritive value of millets. Millets have roughly similar energy content as compared to cereals, but then protein content is also similar to cereals, but when we talk of total dietary fiber content, it is much higher than rice. Millets are specifically a rich source of iron, especially bajra, and as compared to rice, the content is quite high, although bioavailability of iron remains a problem. Some of the millets like rabli have very good calcium content, so it's good for bone health, and zinc content in bajra is also quite high as compared to rice. There are some studies which have reported the health benefits of millets because they are a rich source of dietary fiber, minerals and phytochemicals. There is a study, for example, from Chennai, which showed that people who consumed foxtail millet dosa, they had as breakfast item, they had lowered postprandial glucose levels and these are type 2 diabetes patients. So simple intervention of changing a rice dosa to a millet dosa resulted in benefit for diabetics. There are some systematic reviews on millet consumption, and their benefit for health have been reported. For example, almost 19 studies have shown that consumption of millets for a short period also showed reduction in the levels of total cholesterol as well as low density level cholesterol. There are 4 studies which have showed that the millets consumption brought total cholesterol levels to normal levels, and also it increased the good cholesterol, that is SDL cholesterol, as well as lowered the blood pressure. There are few trials done in children which have shown that iron biofortified pearl millet in school children resulted in improving iron deficiency. Another study in young children showed that zinc and iron biofortified pearl millet based complementary foods resulted in improved hemoglobin in anemic children. Millets, there are a number of studies which have shown that millet consumption has impact on improving iron status, hemoglobin level, and also reducing iron deficiency anemia. So the previous speaker mentioned about promoting millets for reducing anemia is indeed a very important move. We all know that millets offer benefits to agriculture and climate because they are highly adaptable to dry lands and can survive in difficult conditions. They require less external input, particularly water, and survive in salinity, drought and high temperatures. They have short growing period, naturally pest resistant, reduced cost of cultivation and resistant to climate change. So there are multiple benefits for the cultivators. There are a number of strategies which government is adopting for promoting millet consumption, and it's indeed heartening that India's proposal to declare this year as International Year of Millet was supported by more than 70 countries. There are multiple recipes which have been promoted by different organizations, and I think NIFTEM has a very important role in making millet products which have high bioavailability of the nutrients. There is Eat Right movement by FSSAI. Millets are being distributed through our supplementary food programs including ICDS, midday meal, as well as public distribution system. Ministries have decided to serve millet snacks in their canteens in this year of International Year of Millets, and there is also a submission on millets under National Food Security Mission since 2016. There are some examples how different state governments are promoting millets, and Odisha Millet Mission was awarded the best state for scaling up millet mission because of use of contextually appropriate strategies, targeted messaging, decentralized product development at self-help group level, facilitating market platforms, and successful convergence of various departments. However, this momentum which has been built for promoting millet should not stop once the International Year of Millet ends, and therefore we require what our Prime Minister calls Jan Bhagidari, or people's participation in popularizing millet-based foods through social behavioral change communications to sustain crop and diet diversity beyond this International Year of Millets. There needs to be people's participation in promoting millet-based local recipes. We need technological advancements to minimize drudgery in processing and preparation. We need to make millets affordable, minimally processed, and facilitate uptake. In early 70s and 80s, millets was a poor man's food, but nowadays millets are more expensive and often only found in supermarkets. So I think that has to change, and the masses need to be able to access millets for their daily consumption. Targeted distribution of millets through the PDS, which is already ongoing. Development of regional recipes suitable for food supplementation program, because millet-based products have shorter shelf life, and this needs to improve. Evaluation and monitoring of existing programs is needed, and we need to address challenges in coverage or uptake. With this, I would like to thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we are really fortunate that so much knowledge is being delivered to us in such a compressed format. Such highly reputed medical professionals have come here, traveled all the way, and we are getting to learn from them and their experience and their own research. So thank you to each one of you, and we would like to thank you not just in words but with a memento, as a token of our appreciation for the time that you have taken out. I would like to request Director Sir to kindly present these mementos to our speakers. Shri Kuldeep Singh Ji, Director, National Health Mission. Dr. Bharti Kulkarni, Scientist, ICMR, New Delhi. I think we would really like to have a permanent memory of this moment. Therefore, I request all the panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph.
राहुल भाई अरे जाओ राउंड टेबल है
All the panelists, our director sir, our session coordinator, session rapporteur.
हैंगर में वहीं पे रहो बस
In the day one, session one, millets as Nutri
अभी जो फिलहाल है वो
cereals.
करते रहो जो फिलहाल हो रहा है वो कर लो इतना वो नहीं आ रहा तुम अच्छा उन्होंने बोला कैमरा वहाँ गया हुआ ना अंदर
Thank you to all our speakers. And now friends, we have a panel discussion. For this panel discussion, I will be inviting on stage a moderator, and she will introduce you to each of our distinguished panelists on the topic of millets as nutri-cereals. She has over 20 years of experience and contributed immensely in the field of reproductive, maternal, child health and nutrition, programming, policy and clinical research, strategy formulation, building alliances, product formulation, regulatory affairs and behavior change communications. At the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, her role entails that the foundation's nutrition strategy and goals aligned with government plans and commitments to SDGs. Before this, she was Vice President Nutrition at Vitamin Angels. Ms. Ruchika is also part of several government advisory committees. Please welcome from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Nutrition Lead, India Country Office, Ruchika Chugh Sachdeva.
Thank you so much. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Oberoi, Director NIFTEM, and the organizing institutes, FSSAI, ICAR, Hyderabad, CIFIT, Ludhiana, CFTRI, Mysore, for giving me an opportunity to be part of this very important conference and moderate the session on millets as nutri-cereals. Before I introduce our river panelists, I would like to congratulate and highlight the major steps taken by the Government of India to mainstream millets, which include the proposal in UNGA to declare 2023 as the year of millets, and establishing India as global hub for millets, actively considering inclusion of millets in the government programs, and we already see that many of the states are already making millets as part of their social protection program, promoting exports through APIDA, and also increasing the minimum support price of pearl millet, finger millet, sorghum over time, and inclusion of some of the minor millets under the minimum support program. In line with the foundation's vision that all women and children have the nutrition they need to live a healthy and productive lives, at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we have been supporting the Government of India's initiative around strengthening nutrition programming, working closely with the multi-sectoral government departments like Women and Child Development, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Ministry of Department of Food and Public Distribution, Ministry of Health, towards strengthening systems and scaling up proven interventions and game-changing innovations. Diversification of food basket and millets inclusion is an important part of our work. And towards this, we've been working with multiple countries. I'm really honored to invite our outstanding panelists on stage. Dr. Seema Nair. She is a world-renowned scientist, nutrition research scientist, and has been working in this space for the past 34 years and also supporting many nutrition programming in the country. She's been part of the many government committees and has collaborated with many international universities. I would also like to invite on stage Dr. Yugendra Kumar Karki. He's the secretary, he's the former secretary, Nepal Agriculture Economic Society, Nepal. At present, he is the president of the Nepal Agriculture Economic Society. So a warm welcome to you, Dr. Karki. Dr. Melika Podrick, the Principal Research Fellow, Institute of Food Technology, University of Novi Sad, Serbia. A warm welcome to you. It will be honored to interact with you at the panel discussions. Please come on the stage. She has numerous research publications to her credit, and her area of expertise include new product development and valorization of food byproducts, and also looking at the sustainable raw materials of plant origin. A warm welcome to you, Dr. Anil Kumar Anil, Professor of and Chair, Department of Food, Agriculture and Bioresources, ATI Thailand, It's really an honor to be having you at this panel. He's one of the top scientists recognized globally in the field of food science. He has wide experience of working as an academician, researcher and consultant in various countries including New Zealand, Thailand, India, Vietnam, Nepal. Our next panelist is Dr. Deepika Anand. She's a leading public health and nutrition specialist in the country. She's working as an operation officer, health, nutrition and population global practice for India and Sri Lanka. Her area of expertise include nutrition, health systems, strengthening early childhood development, multi-sector coordination, and recently she has also started looking at linkages between food systems and nutrition outcomes. A warm welcome to you, Deepika. Our next panelist is Dr. Michael Van Urkel. He is the Agriculture Counselor to India and Sri Lanka, currently posted at Embassy of Netherlands. A warm welcome to you, Michael. He was also earlier a Director of International Agribusiness and Food Security since May 2018, and he has been greatly involved in promoting, supporting and stimulating Dutch innovative agriculture business worldwide. Last but not the least, we have with us Dr. J.R.N. Taylor. He is the professor in the Department of Consumer and Food Sciences at the University of Pretoria, South Africa. And he has specialization in grain science and technology, focusing on the grains and grain-based foods of Africa. And he has several publications to his credit and was recently awarded ETB Osborne Medal as well. So a warm welcome to all our panelists. And we're really looking forward to a very interactive and stimulating discussions. So my first question is to Dr. Sirimao Nair. It would be really nice to hear from you in terms of why do you think we need biofortification of millets, given we know there are a lot of nutrition benefits, inherited benefits in millets. So it would be great to hear about the need for biofortification, but also what are some of the initiatives the Indian government is taking towards that direction.
Thank you, Ruchika. Warm session going on. So good afternoon to one and all present here. I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi and his fellow colleagues for inviting me for this conference. And good afternoon to all August gathering over here. Thank you, Ruchika, for that question. What we foresee here is a discussion on how we can promote millets. First and foremost, at present, you heard the speaker, Dr. Bharti Kulkarni, saying that we are promoting this through the public distribution system. That's one aspect which is going on. Why we have the millets, though we have the nutritional values and we need to enrich them further, is for the only reason that when we consume the millets in its own form, we are getting about 0.2 to somewhere about 2 grams of iron per day in the system. And we have the phytonutrient interaction which goes on in the millets when they are consumed in the raw form and the cooked form, which is being considered in the system. So the phytochemicals do interfere with the iron absorption, it's a known fact, and the reason why we want to enrich further is to have the biofortification done so that the crop itself would retain the iron, and as we all know that it will transport the iron to the shoot and the systems in the plant itself, and that crop is then enriched and we don't have to go for any other further processing and we can further continue consuming them. So the government is promoting by giving 2 kg of millets to all the population through the public distribution system. and that is to encourage everybody to consume millets on one side and also to create demand and to have the farmers having the cultivation to go on. Plus, all the plus and minus when we are doing farming with the climate resilience will be addressed as the process would be further moving. So that's where the government is putting the effort and promoting the millets, and also government has promoted it at a very high level when the G20 aspects have been going on. And we would like to see that in this IYOM mission, that India takes the lead and also promote our farming better with biofortified crops in the system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siri. My next question is to Dr. Yogendra Karki. After the announcement of IOM 2023, what kind of initiatives has the government of Nepal taken in order to boost the production and utilization of millets in the country?
Thank you, Ruchika. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Dr. Oberoi for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to express my views regarding the Ruchika's, the questions after this announcement of introducing year of millets. It was the proposals by Government of India and the FAO declared, FAO approved in 2018, and the United Nations General Assembly approved by participating in more than 17 countries. After that, this has become the platform for created the awareness of the multiple benefit of the millets, multiple benefits of the millets in the context of the Nepal's also after that, it has created the nutritional benefits of its nutritional benefit, basically for excellent source of vitamin A, B, C, and D, and a source of the potassium, calcium, iron, magnesium, zinc, lipids, and proteins, and the raw millets contains more than 73% of carbohydrates and 11% of proteins and 9% of waters and 4% of fats. And then one of the recent studies published by the FDA, Food and Drug Administration of the United States of America, they have shown these millets are much rich than rice and wheat in terms of carbohydrates, in terms of proteins, and in terms of fibers, and in terms of ions. If you see after this international year of millets, Nepal has initiated some of the activities for productions, distributions, and utilizations. For these key three pillars of the marketing, producers, governments, and consumers are important. We have to meet the interest of these three key actors of the marketing. For that, government has announced the incentive packages for producing the millets crops in the country. For that, in the Nepal, we have 7 provinces and 77 districts, each districts. We have agriculture development offices. Throughout the agriculture development offices, we have the program for incentive programs for the seeds, incentive programs for the productions, and also the minimum softwood price to the local governments if they don't get the better markets, and also this school children's programs. It's very important. So for the lunch for the school children programs, it has introduced the millets food. That was that, and also the promotion of millets crop is very important, because if you see the last 20 years data of India also, it's declining. For that, to come back, we need to have the seminars, festivals, workshops, and awareness. And for that also, the government of Nepal has given some priorities, distributions of promotion materials like that also. And also the training providing the training to the farmers, and also the providing the trainings for the technician, also the very important for that also. So we need to have these strong supply chains. That means the linkage of the value chains from the input supply to the ultimately it reaches to the consumers. These kinds of some of the more activities has taken by the government of Nepal of the gas. And earlier it's in, there was the special sections under the Nepal Agricultural Council to look after these millet crops, but then now the special section has created. That was just the good achievements, and the more, the more to do from the government of Nepal to meet the sustainable development goals. One, no hunger, goals. Two, poverty, and to meet the goal three, good health and well-being. But that's and also to meet the expected challenges of 9 billion population of 2050. For that also we have to start to work, and there are the potentialities in Nepal to increase the areas as well as productivities of that. But in the earlier it's given the more focus to the rice, wheat and the maize, but now we have to start to give the focus, and that has taken priority by the governments of Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karti. Just in the interest of time, and also to have this session more interactive, because we also want audience to ask some questions towards the end. Let's try to be brief while we are responding. My next question is to Dr. Malika. It would be great to know in terms of what are the, we are aware there are certain anti-nutrients in the millet. So would like to hear what are the anti-nutrients present and what are the strategies to mitigate them.
Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm really privileged to be here today and these days. Your question is related to technology and how it can be applied in order to retain the nutrients and to mitigate anti-nutrients. First of all, I'm impressed how traditional technologies soaking, fermentation, sprouting has been applied so many years ago without having at that time information about anti-nutrients. But all of those traditional technologies actually helps mitigate anti-nutrient content. At the same time, by mitigation of anti-nutrient content, those traditional technologies helps to increase bioavailability and bioaccessibility of present nutrients, and in that sense to increase the digestibility of the millet. So in terms of applying and also the traditional technologies depend, when we are talking about traditional technologies, it depends on the part of the world we are talking about. In the part of the world where I come from, traditional technologies in terms of millet is only stone milling, dehaling and stone milling, and those types of applied, I wouldn't say technologies, but techniques actually didn't help the mitigation of anti-nutrients, but it to a certain extent retain certain macronutrients, although micronutrients can be jeopardized by the presence of anti-nutrients. So I would say that in order to modernize, I would, and it is actually the trend, to keep the tradition, traditional technologies in the background and to combine it with certain non-thermal technologies. It can be ultrasound or cold plasma. Those technologies can, some of them can also mitigate anti-nutrients, but also can increase the time of which is needed for maybe sprouting. And the combination of those traditionals and modern technologies can be the best way in order to keep to keep nutritional, valuable nutritional and beneficial compounds and to mitigate anti-nutritional ones.
Thank you so much, Monica. This is really useful information. Moving to Professor Anand, given your vast experience in working in multiple countries, what are the challenges faced by food processors in product development from millets? And given there is so much of interest from various countries, and it's really a right time in terms of looking at how your product will be used. It would be really good to hear in terms of not much on the challenges, but I would say the mitigation strategies.
Very good afternoon. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I also would like to thank the organizer, Dr. O'Brien, and all from NIFTEM and all the organizer committee giving opportunity to be here. So thanks a lot. Considering time, I'm not going into details, but what I can share here, there's a problem in our food systems, what we have been consideration taking. You know that we have 1 billion people still going hunger every night. At the same time, our food systems making such a way that we have 2 billion people obesity. I mean, where is the problem? And when I was a child, I try to recall from my home as well, my mom not cooking for us, but giving the laborers, the farm were working, giving all the rotis and those chapatis made from millets. Now considering that, when I become in the science to looking at that one, what was that? Was giving they can eat a morning and all the day working. So what we need from the food? We need energy, right? We need good proteins, we need micronutrients that we have been talking this morning as well. So if you see the combination of those all things, what I look is that the millet does contain all those. That's why it has been giving the people to work. Now what happened is that somehow we forget in our processing our local foods. We have been too much transformative. We have been looking something which is easy to be getting there. I think that makes the problems here, and that's why when we look and we discuss. Now the major problem with the millets is like all the time talking why it was not easy to commercialize. Not. So there are a few things there I just want to highlight. One is that when we make the product, we talk about a lot of anti-nutritional components that also we talked in this morning. Now how to remove? Like one of them is phytate, we talk oxalate, we talk tannins. These are few of them. Now there is a process which could have been done a few years back or earlier days to work on that. Science did not work. Now we are working on that as well. I can tell you at least 4 of my PhDs are working on that intensively to work how we can minimize those anti-nutritional components, not talking of very high cost technologies, talking on the low cost which can reach to our regions. We know that like we just saw the slide, one of them India and the Asia and Africa is rich on production on that. So what? The hungerness can be reduced by feeding them. Those products like, I give this example what we talk on the germinations. We talk germination in combination of some physical methods like the ultrasonication, microwave, now different type of things are coming, and with the fermentation which we have been talking. Now that also helps one of the speakers here saying that increasing palatability, that's the industry is facing challenges, digestibility, increasing the bioaccessibility, increasing the viability. All those things are very important. Consuming what the phytonutrients, these anti-nutrients have been doing, binding those, the valuable things, what we talk about iron. Why you need to fortify if the iron is easily available. Okay, so we need to work on that industry. Now industry is facing the challenges of this, how to mix, to bring that can give the better texture of these food products, can be easy to, the digest, the taste should be good, otherwise the consumer will be difficult to approach and take. So considering all these parameters, what I consider that there are a lot of things need to be worked at the science level as well, and then bringing but what the industry is needing, which can fit easily. And there are a lot of potentials with this, the millets, what we are talking this morning, and we'll be talking, I think, many more to talk about that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Anil. Now my next question is to Dr. Taylor. It will be really good to hear, given your wide experiences, if you could share some of the exemplars you would have come across during your work as part of, leading the work on the grain science.
Yes, good afternoon everyone. So what I would like to sort of share with you is some examples from Africa where perhaps government intervention has actually made a difference. And perhaps the first one where a notable difference has been made is in Nigeria and West Africa. We go back to, believe it or not, 1988. What the government of Nigeria did, people might know Nigeria is a major producer of oil, the oil price crashed, and so what they then put on was an immediate ban on the importation of cereals. It's what I would call the cold turkey approach. How do you wean a person off a drug? And so this immediately impacted on two industries, the bread making industry and the brewing industry, because one's dependent on wheat and the other one is dependent on barley. The first one was a failure, because what happened was that it's actually a challenge. I've got in front of me a wheat cookie that I've just picked up. I've got in front of me a millet cookie. One that was still actually dissolved. The other example, the beer, was a notable success. So many international brands have brewed with beer in Nigeria. A similar thing happened in East Africa, where the government introduced tax breaks. And South Africa being on the tip of Africa, we're the last to do anything. But what has happened in the last 4 years is that our Department of Science and Innovation, what they have done, eventually got round to creating a sorghum cluster, and whereby that they're bringing all the players, the actors, the stakeholders, use the word that you'd like to use, the farmers, the academics like myself, the researchers, and the food processing industry together to try and integrate, we're talking here specifically sorghum, to actually then create a successful food chain, because what is needed is actually a paradigm shift. And believe it or not, the first thing that they're starting with, one that I understand has already been successfully implemented in India, is actually to, for some inane or insane reason, that imported wheat is actually free from value-added tax, and locally grown sorghum carries a 15%. So those kind of policy changes can make all the difference to actually mainstreaming sorghum and millets.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor. I think this was really enlightening for our audience as well. As a public health nutritionist, it would be really nice to hear from you. For a long time, millets have been considered as those grains before their rebranding as nutri-cereals. So what do you suggest needs to be done to make them more acceptable and popular? Though they were traditionally eaten, then there was a phase where rice and wheat became more popular, and again we are moving back to millets. So it would be good to hear from you. What do you feel are the challenges in terms of the uptake of millets and how these will be mitigated?
Thanks, Ruchika. Thank you so much for that question. And at the outset, thank you, NIFTEM family, and thank you, Dr. Oberoi, for inviting us for this panel. Ruchika, I would approach to your question in a little different manner. Just wanted to share that what I've been hearing since morning, from ICMR, and then Dr. Kulkarni also alluded to that, in terms of we all are talking about the nutritional benefits of millets. We all know it's contributing to the nutritional security. What we also learned in the morning is that India is one of the largest producers for millets, while it's being cultivated in across, I think, 21 states across the country. And as per the recent, not so recent, but 2021 figures of the World Bank and FAO combined figures, what we see is India is actually also the third largest exporter for the millets from the country. Now, so we know that a lot is happening on the production side. I was actually curious to know what's happening on the consumption side. You know, do we have data? Do we know how much of the millets is each family consuming, or per se how much millets per capita the individual for different age groups and different settings is consuming? And what I could find and talking to others is that the last survey that we have is around 2011, the NSSO, that says that around 600 grams of the millets are consumed by every household every month. That actually, okay, that's 600 a decade back. Even today, if I double that consumption, that comes to only around 1.2 kg per family, per household, per month. Taking an average Indian household size of about 4 people, it translates to nearly 10 grams of millets per person. Which is, and NIN recommendations are around 300 to 350 grams of the cereal for an adult male or the female to meet their requirements. So that's the gap that we are probably talking about. And that's the gap that needs to be bridged through these, probably the international conferences or the changes or dialogues at the policy level. So how do we bridge that? And that comes and brings me to your question. And I approach this from a food systems perspective. Now for millets, there has to be a complete value chain and a food systems approach and a bird's eye view to be looked at right from the consumption to the plate level. A lot of policies are happening to improve the production, but we also need to look at the production systems. We agree, a lot is happening. Let's look at the distribution channels. Do we need to have separate distribution channels, or we can integrate them into the existing programs and schemes so that it reaches the right people? What about processing and packaging? So I was really impressed with the exhibition that was there with all the startups and the stalls that were there that talked about the various forms in which the millets can be processed. But what about upscaling of them? They are still at that level, and what the gap that we are looking at to fill needs massive transformation and upscaling of these startups to the larger companies. So what's the plan and policies around that? And lastly, about the retail and marketing channels, I know, Ruchika, my time is getting over, but I would just like to make the last point is in terms of the consumer preferences. That's the last set of the food systems that we see at the bank, which is about consumer preferences. Now, millets are either placed as the elite food, at the supermarkets, as the elite food, or they are being distributed through the public distribution channels to the beneficiaries of these public food distribution systems. So these are two different sects that we are looking at. It has to be positioned rightly, and we need policies to position this product rightly that it appeals to the masses. It's not the necessity. It's a necessity, not an option. Probably that's what the change requires, is the right placement of these millets and not approaching the market segregation or differentiation, but it should appeal to the masses as necessity, not an option. That would be my last word. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sapita. And you said it's really important to look at current platforms where it can be layered, and that's how this will be successful. Looking for a new platform makes it very difficult when we talk about scale up. So utilizing current platforms would be very important, and also a point in terms of necessity is also making it more aspirational. It was part of our nutrition guides. We're kind of reintroducing it. So it would be really important to say that it has to be part of the the daily life. Thank you so much for your points.
May I add something? Because Deepika mentioned the consumer preferences. Here in India, I assume that millets is staple food. In most of the countries in Europe, millet is a minor crop, and I would say it is completely abandoned for years. Now, there is a certain group of consumers, I would say aware consumers, that consumers, they follow a certain type of diet. Although they are not celiac patients, they want to eat gluten-free foods because it is fashionable. And only those types of consumers are millet consumers. Generally, millet is still minor crops, and in order to be consumed in higher extent, a certain awareness campaign should be done. And there are certain campaigns, but I'm not sure if those commercial campaigns convey scientifically proven messages. So this is really tricky, and in order to be more consumed, and even what is also a situation in my country, in Serbia, millet is mainly sold as a cover crop, and if it's after wheat harvest, and if it's sown on the same field where wheat was before, it can be gluten-free labeled. So this is also challenge.
Thanks, Malika, for pointing that out, and it's really important to kind of look at multiple approaches in terms of creating awareness when we are talking about countries where it's a staple, where it was traditionally eaten. There's been a gap where, you know, the population has moved to other staples, and then kind of it's like a reintroducing and creating awareness to a country where it's considered as a minor crop. But creating awareness and consistent messages is really important. I'll move to our last panelist from Netherlands, and really looking forward to hearing Michael in terms of what are the global, again I'll move to more solution oriented rather than talking about global challenges in terms of mainstreaming millet, but would really like to hear is in terms of what are some of the innovation your country has been looking at, and since you've been working in this area of innovation and best practices, is how this can be mainstreamed, and what are the learnings which we can take from Netherlands to the various parts.
Thank you, Ruchika. May I first also thank the organizers, Dr. Oberoi, Dr. Tanya, as the rapporteur, of course, was also being in touch with me, but also maybe Priya specifically, who's sitting there at the back. Hi, Priya, for being my liaison, but also for being representative of the young people in this audience here. And I think those are the generation that we have to focus on. I mean, we're a lost generation, right? We'll go to McDonald's, let them go to Macmillan's. I think that would be the idea to work on. And I was surprised actually also about the question that you asked about data on consumption. In the presentation of Dr. Baratio, she already said there is a lack of consumption. But actually, I was surprised also about the numbers that she did have on consumption in India, which were extremely low actually. I would have expected them to be much higher. People saying, well, only a few consuming it every week, but only many of them actually consuming it only a few times a year maybe. Having said that, and I think that my European colleague agrees, millet is the big unknown in Europe. I was extremely surprised to learn that we are actually the second importer of millets in the world, surprisingly, but being the second exporter of agricultural foods in the world, that's maybe not surprisingly. It's probably going through the port of Rotterdam and then to all other countries in Europe, I guess. I think the interesting, and some of the issues were raised here, seeing if we can further adapt the millets to the needs of the consumers, making them more easily processable. I think that's the sort of innovation we have. As you probably know, I think 7 out of 10 seed companies in the world are Dutch. Now they have a huge amount of knowledge in adapting seeds to the changing world, to climate change. I would love to see that those innovations that they have made in the seed sector, for the vegetables, for flowers, for all this, that sort of knowledge, they would also apply to the millet sector. I think that would be a very interesting innovation in millets. There's a lot of work being done here and many other places, but the same thing for the agro-processing industry. We have a few very strong agro-processing equipment producers. Again, I have asked several of them, and several of them were here last week when our Prime Minister, following the G20, visited India, visiting Karnataka, Bangalore, Pune, and Mumbai. And I asked the processing equipment producers, I say, gee, you have all these innovative production methods, very water efficient, no waste of food. Aren't you thinking about millets? And all credits to the Honorable Prime Minister Modi. He has put millets on the map. To be honest, when I first heard about this Maharishi, the Institute, millets and other ancient, I misread it actually. I thought it said millets and other forgotten grains. Because I think that's the fact, they were forgotten. And it's a good thing that the Prime Minister has achieved to getting this on the map again, getting this on the agenda. And I think that's where we have to work on for the near future, with possibly Dutch innovations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. And now we move in terms of the reverse direction while, having questions. I know we are between the lunch and so we'll really keep it crisp. And I'll begin with Michael. And it would be really nice, if maybe in a sentence or so you could talk about what are the 2 actions you feel we should look forward, one from the India perspective, but also as a global world wherein each country could benefit in terms of taking this important agenda forward in terms of promoting merit. So any 2 actions, given we have academia here, we have industry here, we have governments and also academia from various countries. So any 2 actions.
Well, thank you. First action is quite simple actually. I wrote it down for myself. I need to work harder to promote millets and to find creative cooperation. That's my action point, so I'll keep that with myself. I think the second action point was more or less already mentioned. Okay, this is the year of millets, but it can't stop on the 31st of December of this year. We have to continue. Please, Action for India, please continue. And for example, your ambassador in The Hague in the Netherlands has been very good at this, inviting chefs from India, cooking with millets, to the Netherlands, and just speaking to Dutch chefs, saying, hey, this is the way you can use millets. Don't use it 100%, mix it with other grains, because otherwise your customers will run away. But I think that's the sort of activities that India should definitely continue. We're on the right way. You definitely planted millet seeds in my hands after 3 conferences on millets. I think we have to continue this. Millets is part of a solution for the bigger challenge that we are facing on climate change, on food nutrition, on food security. Millets and so many other fantastic innovations that we have can be the solution for these global challenges. So my takeaway is, I have to work harder, and India has to definitely continue its good work in promoting millets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. And the work has to begin from the with partners. Same question for you, Deepika, and also from the World Bank perspective, it will be good to hear. And let's sure.
Thanks, Ruchika, and I'll not take much time because 2 actions are very clear in my mind. One, filling up the data gaps. While I'm sitting at NIFTEM, I think that's something that we need to look at. filling up the data gaps in the research, and second is the scaling up for transformations. Now, second, when I say scaling up for transformations, it is with the right positioning of the product, and secondly, with the multi-sectoral coordination that would be required, because it's millets, as you said, Ruchika, in one of our side conversations, it's not the silver bullet, it's not going to solve everything. But it is one of the solutions of the larger problem that we are looking at, and that larger problem, if is food and nutrition insecurity, then probably the multi-sectoral, multi-departmental actions, thinking, that's what is required. So filling up the data gaps, scaling up for transformation with multi-sectoral thinking. Thanks.
Is this the last word, is this? Or are we invited? Yeah. Okay. So we heard lots of great things about millet. What I've tried to bring home to you is that there is an awful lot of work to do until we have, all through the system, that millets are competing effectively. One of the biggest challenges, which I don't think has been given enough emphasis so far at this conference, is that the yields are much lower. Let me cite an example. In South Africa, our main crop is maize. And maize comes from, originally, people don't know, maize comes from America. Sorghum is also a C4 cereal, and its centre of origin is in Africa. So logically, you would say, sorghum must out-yield maize. In actual fact, our yields of maize are 6 tons a hectare, and our yields of sorghum are 3 tons a hectare. And the problem is that there are probably 10 times more maize breeders than there are sorghum breeders. And so we're actually in a race that we're losing. So there has to be a total new way of thinking of things to actually get those yields to be competitive. Otherwise, we're actually fighting a losing battle.
I would like to add on further. I would like to make a quick assessment for all of you. If you have looked at what is the cost of per meal when it comes to giving the meal in an ICDS setup where Government of India is doing meal in an ICDS setup where so what we will see is it is coming to 0.59 US dollars. It is coming to which will, when you translate that, it is coming to 44.8 rupees, 44.89 paisa. So rupees 44 is something which we can afford for going on further, because this recommendation we can give it to government, one. Number two, millets are dense, they are dense in nutrients, climate resilient, and also we can improve the technology because we have arid lands across India, and that is one way to address the promotion of the production where all the scientists are speaking about it, and that will help us to address the food security per se which we are talking of. It is also for us to understand in this conference and as an outcome that for value for money, when you look at it, they are saying that it is having about, it addresses to $17 US to address the DALYs which we have, that is the disability adjusted life years, which will translate to Indian rupees 1,413.17. And that's also a doable thing for our government. So the funds invested would be really coming fruitful on that. The fourth take I would like to put is that we can bring all the institutions who are working towards the biofortification together. We have ICAR developed about 71 biofortified crop varieties, and that can be looked at. We can involve the CGIAR, the ICRISAT, the IIMR, and they can also follow the GATT procedure, which will adapt us to take those norms and promote the farming and give the dividends to the farmers so that the farming people will be addressed at large. The last and the final take I would like to say is, based on all the national priorities, when we look at the GATT, We can also involve academia and the value chain promotion with the industries and the FBOs together to create more evidence-based and advanced promotions for our population. Thank you so much.
Since I'm a researcher, I would give my final word in terms of potential of millets in research. We here today speak about the actually different parts of value chain, but millet has a great potential in research, not only in new food product development, but also in valorization of byproducts, agricultural waste of millet. It can be used in different biorefinery processes. Also we have, as a byproduct in processing, we have hull, which can also be somehow valorized. In Serbia, certain producers are using hull to fill in the pillows, but it can be done, but we also can use different extraction technologies to extract valuable compounds out of it and make value-added products out of it. So huge potential is still unrevealed, but hopefully in the coming years it will be a very good playground for researchers to research all the possible applications.
Thank you. Again, for me also science-based, so what I would like two things, just to any product development or what we try to teach. Like I mentioned in my earlier statement that there has been thought that these millet products have the problem with the palatability, low digestibility, but low digestibility is coming as a good, what we talk, right? So you have a good dietary fibers that we listened this morning as well. We see that 70% of the population is having non-communicable disease. Now, so one of the solutions could be having such type of meals which gives longer satiety. You have low glycemic index, what we have been talking also as well. You see that there are a lot of problems coming as the gluten, which is coming from one of the major culprit of wheat is coming there. Millions of people have been suffering with the celiac disease, inflammatory bowel disease, and those. What the millet is all out of these things as well. So we have been somehow avoiding. Now what I emphasize here, the product bringing to the market has to be science-based. We need to work and bring in the liaison, the science that with the industry. So there are a lot of startups which we think to come up. They should have knowledge back in mind how we are going to make, which can give the better the palatability, bring in the better texture of the product as well, bring in good digestibility and also the viability of those. What are the micronutrients? Now then comes to the anti-nutritional components, which has to be science-based also to that. With that, actually, there are a lot of science needs to be done. So I see here, like Bill Bendagers Foundation, also I see World Bank, there are supports to become which can correlate with the academic science and the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you, Ruchika. What I see is that the most important is coordinations among research, extension and education, especially for the developing countries and less developed countries, where we do the research, but we don't have link with the farmers or the extension agencies. And then if we have, then we don't teach in the college or the universities. So the strong coordinations among these three pillars, education, extensions and the research is very important. That is, and also linking these three institutions with the collaboration with the national and international institutions who have been working on this field. That is the very important. We have to make the action plans based on that one. First one is. And the second one is the this millet crops. It's competing with the rice, wheat, and the maize. And the government has given the developing countries, with the developers, more focus to these three crops, rice, wheat, and the maize. Now time has come to give the more focus to the millet crops, because having the beneficial values of this nutritional values, like many of the peoples, I'm not the doctor or the scientist, but many of the peoples are suffering from cholesterol, blood pressures, heart disease, and sugars. But this all these millet crops are good for that. So we have to have the change, food habit change, especially South Asia. So if you take the example of northern part of India, and Nepal, we eat minimum 3 times of rice. Some places 4 times, morning, afternoon, evening. It's like that. So now the time has come to change our food habits, giving the awareness activities of the importance of millet crops and the use of the millet crops, utilization of that. That is also my suggestion would be. And also that this production cost is high and the productivity is very less compared to other cereal crops. So we need to have these schemes, production schemes we have to provide to the farmers, because this is the small and marginal farmers are more engaged in this production of the millets crops. So productions schemes, then also to give the minimum support price, like the government of India. If you take the examples, Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Pariyojana or National Food Security Missions, through that also providing. Even I was reading the papers, Haryana governments, after the 10 days, maybe the 1st of October, they are buying the bajura. With that, they have announced the 2,350 the price for that. If the farmers would sell with that price, they get the subsidy from the 350 rupees per quintal from the government. It's like this kind of subsidy, not only the offer production, buyback guarantees or the minimum support price, but also we have to have the more program for productions, maybe goods quality seed, maybe fertilizers, or minimum support price, or after the productions and the marketing, and also the lacking of this processing, more focus to the processing and the value of the food. This kind of the activities we have to have, and these activities, my request would be, we have to have national-wise, regional-wise, and global-wise. If we could have, if we can have this kind of activities, definitely it will have to meet the Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, and 3. So we have to focus on these areas to meet the opportunities of millet crops. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karthi. I just wanted to check with the organizers, do we have 5 minutes for the Q&A before I summarize? Yeah.
Yeah. So please come ahead. You guys can raise your hands and then come forward and ask the question.
Good afternoon to all of you. This is Dr. Chandragiri Cheralu, Dean of Agriculture, Chaitanya University, Telangana State. So I would like to supplement that the Telangana government already initiated to enrich the brain capabilities and also the protein intake by the students by providing the Ragi Java in the afternoon in the midday meal program. And recently, again, another step has been taken, particularly to introduce into the government schools, because many of the people who are attending the schools are coming without breakfast, and there is a lot of that unforeseen problems with the small children, and many of the people are going to already the private schools. To attract the children, the government of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, recently took a decision to provide the breakfast in which the millets are also the part and portion. So because from the beginning itself, the students must have enough strength, and by supplying the millets in different stages, their brain activity will increase, thereby their interest in the study will also increase. So enrich the students to attract more strength in the government schools. This program has been initiated. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I also wanted to share with the panelists here that the Telangana government has been an exemplar in terms of the school meal program. So India is an exemplar in the school meal program. There are around 120 million children who are, as part of the school meal program, provided with a well-balanced food, and they have included millets as part of that of the breakfast meal. I think.
A short response or reaction to what you were saying. I had the pleasure to sit in the ministerial seat at the G20 ministerial in Hyderabad for agriculture. And our field visit was to the Indian Institute of Millet Research in Hyderabad. And I think you're doing a fantastic job. During the visit, what we saw was they had prepared dishes from all the G20 participating millets. They did a fantastic job. So I think there is a lot of potential, different research institutes, yeah, amongst others in Hyderabad.
I guess compliments to Telangana. Anyone else would like to raise their hand and ask a question? So please come forward.
We would encourage more questions from the audience. You are students. Please come forward with your questions.
Just last question. The gentleman has walked all the way.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am Gaurav Chakravarti, currently pursuing master degree at NIFTEM. Thank you, sir, for this interactive session. My question is that all the time we are talking about the processing part, but what is the message for our farmers who are the pillar of our food industry? How government of India and World Food Bank can help farmers to overcome this?
Thank you. Over to the panel. Okay, so thank you. So that's one question. Anyone else would like to ask? So please step forward. So we have one question on what are we doing for the farmers. Next question.
Thank you. My name is Samit Kumar and I am a PhD scholar at NIFTEM, and I also work as an assistant professor at Adnapurishu Development Institute of India. My question is regarding the biofortification. As Madam said that we are looking forward for biofortification in millets and distribution through public distribution systems. Now, we already have rice in the public distribution system, which is fortified by, fortified rice kernels, which contains folic acid and iron. So again, what is the need for going for biofortification of millets per se here? So that's my question. Thank you.
What is the need going for biofortification of millets? Okay, that's the second question. Should we take these two? Okay. This will be a wrap. Yes, during lunch, you guys will have some opportunity to interact with our panelists. So these are the two questions. Over to the panel. Biofortification of millets, as well as what are we doing for the farmers?
Thank you. Looking for the farmer's perspective. You know that we have been in the production sides. Now obviously how we can think of the other cereals, rice, wheat or maize, how it has been grown. Similarly, millet has not been still in the industrial scale up for the products. So what we have been talking now throughout the value chain, that the farmers have to understand and bringing to the plate, that how these millets can bring to the plates. So that's the production can transform in the value-added products. And if you highlight that one, I think obviously the farmers will be getting benefited from there. the millets has also been called for climate resilient, like the products or seeds have been growing. So I think there are a lot of benefits to the farmers, but how to make these farmers to think that these millets have the potential that can be much healthier, much value added, which can feed the world in coming years, not today, but in coming years. I'm not going too far as well. So there is a potential. I think how there is a knowledge, and the extensions has a lot more role on the bringing that farmers should not sideline these millet productions rather going somewhere else. That's all the time. So from my side, I think I put like that, how the industrial scale up has to be done. That product can be, from the seed to go to the products, healthier products. Thank you.
Yeah, just a small point to supplement what the professor said is that another thing that's a lot is being happening at the back end, and probably in coming years we'll see what's the result, is having the right kind of market linkages. Because you're producing, you're growing, but where do you sell it? So developing those right market linkages, both online, offline. Secondly, capacity building of the farmers at the field level who are working in terms of having the right kind of information and incentives to delve into this. We all should understand that this involves behavioral change, and that's not easy to come in at any level, whether it's consumer at the consumption end or it's the farmer at the producer end. So probably there are multiple things, having the right market linkages, work is going on that front, capacity building of the farmers, and then the policy shifts on the MSPs. I don't know. I'm not an agriculture professional by training, but I am aware of the larger discussions that are happening, which will yield results over a period of time. Thank you.
I go to the second part of the question. Let's first address the first part of the question which he asked. We are having rice fortification going on. Rice fortification is with three specific nutrients: iron, folic acid and B12, and has been set in a way that if a person takes or consumes 100 to 150 grams of rice a day, they would get about 6.2 milligrams of iron in their system, and 50% of bioavailability concerned will give you 3 mg of iron per se to absorb in one meal. Now, the second part of the question was, in addition to that, why are we promoting the biofortification is, we are not promoting folic acid and B12 through that. Our population also are facing diarrheal disorders at a large level, and gut system derangements are also there, especially in young children. When you look at the end borders, more of it. So we are introducing zinc and selenium as a protective agent through these crops. There are also other micronutrients which are being added. Now when it is a crop, it is through the seed we are designing those genes and introducing those genes, and through the crop it is coming through the crop to the xylem and then to the shoots and reaching out. And therefore, by the time it is coming as a crop completely, it's developed completely, and then we can use it as in the household itself. So the two different mechanisms, one is fortification to address the public at large on one go, and the second is to also benefit their gut microflora and other gut systems through this. So two things we are adding, or rather promoting, to address to this audience. I would like to say we are facing 59% of iron deficiency anemia, malnutrition per se, and iron deficiency anemia, especially with women and children, more of it, and we are seeing that is spreading more wider. So we would like to get it, at least what we are aiming is at least to reduce 50% of that by 2030, as we are also party to the UN agenda, and that's what the lookout is. So the reason for biofortification along with other fortification processes to come over on that. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. This is the last point and then we'll wrap this up.
So I'm a scientist who worked for about 30 years in rice, pulses and millets also. Coming to the biofortification of the millets. Millets already loaded with many of the components which are good for the health of the human being. And for example, the maize, that is biofortified maize, that is QPM maize. Though several hybrids and varieties have been bred, but the adoption by the farmers is almost negligible, I can say. This has become an interest of the academic interest, or the student enrichment, technical equipment thing. But coming to the adoption by the farmers, it is almost negligible. Lot of maize is also there, but not even hundreds or even 1,000 acres is under the QPM maize. So why can't we prioritize the area? Because millets we want to push into the masses instead of still going precisely into the more and more inclusion. So the similar efforts are, if diverted towards the popularization of the millets and as well as the in reaching the many of the varieties, and also the, as many of the panel already told that the agro techniques that needs to be popularized and taught to the farmers who are actually doing the farming is more important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So as I mentioned, the panelists are available, and so you can ask them more questions. At the outset, I would like to thank all our panelists for such an enriching discussion. And I'll just quickly summarize. I think we learned a lot in the technical session about the benefits of millets, not just for us at an individual level, but also for the environment. In many countries, it has been traditionally followed. Somewhere the practice was lost, and now we are really looking at how we can reinvigorate, while in some countries it's a new phenomenon. We're really looking at how it can become part of a diversified diet. There are certain key components which our panelists highlighted when we are talking about the market linkages, the supply, the demand, and what is there for each stakeholder in the value chain. So thank you for bringing the point about farmers. What is there for the farmer? What's there for the consumer? What's there for the distributor? So that's really important while we are looking at the scaling up program. And would really like to talk about the collaboration, the cross-learning, some of the exemplars being followed in different countries. So it's really important to collaborate and converge as we take this forward as an international agenda to ensure that all of us achieve nutrition security when we talk about one world, one earth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you to all the panelists and our attendees as well who added valuable inputs. We would be giving some mementos as a token of our appreciation for your time and insights. I would request Director. Okay, so first we will have the moderator share these mementos, present them to all of our panelists, and then we will have our director, so Mr. Harinder Oberoi, presenting them to the moderator. This was the first session of Day 1 Millets as Nutri Cereals, which was moderated by Ms. Ruchika Chugh Sachdeva. And we had panelists Dr. Shrimavo Nair, Dr. Yogendra Kumar Karki, Dr. Milika, Professor Anil Kumar, Dr. Deepika Anand, Mr. Michelle Van, Dr. John Taylor, the next session will be continuing after lunch The lunch break will be slightly shorter to keep up with the times. So we will have only a half an hour lunch break, and then we will be back in the hall, in the auditorium at around 2:20 for the session on pre-harvest intervention affecting post-harvest quality. Kindly stay as we felicitate the panelists. And finally, our moderator to be felicitated by Director NIFTEM Kundali, Mr. Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi. Everybody, the lunch for national and international delegates and faculty is in the multipurpose hall. Meanwhile, we would request everyone to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Everyone on stage, the panelists, Director Sir, our moderator, our session coordinator, our session rapporteur. The lunch for all other attendees and delegates would be in the hangar, and that of our speakers and faculty will be in the multipurpose hall. We will be joining back at around 2:20 for the next session. The session will start with a keynote address by Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, Chairman, PPVFRA. One of our PhD scholars had lost his key ring that was attached to a pen drive in the midsection. If anyone finds it, kindly give it to Aman here near the stage. If you find a keyring attached to a pen drive, please give it to Aman. He's here near the stage. And please join us for lunch.
Dr. Maninder Kaur Dwivedi, I don't think she is here.
We have on stage here with us Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, Chairman
आप छोड़
PPVFRA.
दीजिए, आप छोड़, ठीक है? Thank you. And Dr. Chandrasekhar, yeah. Professor Ratan Lal would be joining online, I believe, or recorded message will be there. Dr. Sunil Parikh, Dr. Parikh, Dr. Malhotra, please. Dr. Malhotra, yes, come. Where is he? No, he was here only. Dr. Satyanand Swai, please come up. हो गया, कोई बैठ नहीं बैठेंगे, जिनका यहाँ है वो बैठ जाए। हो गया, आप छोड़ दीजिए हमारे ऊपर, ठीक है? आपका काम हो गया, बैठ जाइए एक सीट में, अभी देखते हैं। अब ये मल्होत्रा सब आएंगे, आप थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़िए।
The Codex Alimentarius Commission is the joint food standards program of FAO and WHO.
Dr. Ansuka Srivastava. Dr. Ansuka Srivastava. Dr. Malhotra ji. So these are the people in the session to address, and session address by Dr. Ashwini Parikh, and if you all agree, we will start the session with the first. In fact, I was to give a keynote address. I have already spoken in the morning. I would not like to speak anything, and I would invite Dr. Ashwini Parikh. Yeah, please. Dr. Parikh is the Executive Director, National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute, Mohali. Dr. Parikh involved molecular biologist, so he has done enormous amount of work in the area of molecular biology of abiotic stress tolerance. A number of publications in the international journals of repute. He has developed transgenics and now providing guidance and leadership to this premier institute, that is National Agri-Food Biotechnology. So, Dr. Parikh, floor is yours.
Thank you.
And the time is 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mahapatra, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, NIFTEM and organizer, Dr. Sunil Parikh and the Director Oberoi, for hosting this wonderful meeting. I think all of us are enjoying not only the good sessions this morning, but what is important is we are also enjoying the good food as well, which is actually proving that yes, millets are important. They are very, very tasty food. We have been seeing the diversity of food which we have been enjoying this morning over here. I will be coming to this topic, sticking to my topic, which has been given to me to talk about pre-harvest intervention for post-harvest quality. I am representing one of the DBT institution at Mohali, which is close by, National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute, and I am also professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University. All of us understand that millets are very, very important, and since morning we had a panel discussion, also discussion where we talk about the reason why we need to talk about production in millet. And this is very important to look at this table, which talks about the post-harvest losses which actually contribute a lot towards the loss in food grains, which we're talking about in terms of cereals, in terms of pulses, and in terms of oilseed we are talking about. Roughly 5 to 10% post-harvest losses are being reported in most of these crops we are talking about. And if you look at the reasons for it, the quantitative losses and both qualitative losses are very, very important. The quantitative losses include spillage during threshing, and transportation, which is very, very common in our country because of the machinery being used for that. And the damage for rodent and birds is also very important because of not good quality storage facilities we have. When it comes to qualitative losses, deterioration in nutrition value, taste and appearance of the grain is very, very important, because I think post-harvest quality in India is very much liked by the color, the flavor we eat, and I think what we talk about in the morning, that we don't have to say that the millets are nutritious, they are delicious as well. And a lot of the the texture, the nutrition quality and other things they contribute to this post-harvest quality which you are talking about. The pre-harvest factors, which are very well studied by people who are engaged in this kind of research, they have been primarily characterized by the moisture content. It is very important to have a certain amount of moisture when you want to improve the shelf life of these millets we're talking about. The temperature fluctuations, which are very, very important during the anthesis and the seed grain filling, is also very, very important, and fertilization process also very, very important, because in the stress condition, the fertilization process is affected, and that also affects the post-harvest quality of the cereals. It has also been studied in many of the international groups, they are doing that. Soil fertility, they contribute a lot towards not only nutrition but also determining the life of the seed we are talking about. There are diversity available, the varietal characters are also available, integrated disease management. So all these actually pre-harvest factors, they actually contribute to determine the post-harvest quality. And if you look at these factors, what we found as a common thing is that they are all having a common factor, which is genetic makeup of the crop. At our institution, National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute, we are focusing on some of these issues to improve the genetic makeup of the crop by using both classical and contemporary tools of modern biology to improve the content of the soil, content of these things in the crop. Crop improvement for post-harvest quality primarily revolves around three important factors, which we talk about nutrition quality, the stress resilience, and the disease management. All these factors actually contribute a lot towards determining the post-harvest quality in millet. Major post-harvest problems in millet, they actually have been characterized by several studies. The most important one is the rancidity and the off flavor. And you know that a lot of research has gone in which has shown the involvement of lipid peroxidation and generation of secondary metabolites, which are very, very important for determining the rancidity and off flavor. And I'm very thankful to the science and technology tools which we have developed. We talk about genome editing, and I'm very happy to say that Government of India, in its historic decision on March 30th, 2022, when Dr. Mahapatra played a very important role, the products which are coming out of SDN1 and SDN2, they have been declared as equivalent to classical breeding. They don't have to go beyond IBSC for their approval. So that kind of technology have a potential to talk about and handle some of the rancidity issue and off flavor. And their literature is full of such examples where these biosynthetic genes have been used up for improving the shelf life and reduce off flavors in recent past. Second aspect is important in this case is the milling losses over the polishing, which is primarily because of the smaller seed size. And again, the tools of genome editing and gene editing and also the breeding can come and help us in improving the seed size in millet. I would like to end my talk by showing one example just as a proof of concept and the principle over here. In our institution, we have actually taken care of rancidity not in millet. We are extending it to Shiva is here, who's working on the millets now with the help of 57 and many of the collaborative programs which we are developing, where we have been able to take care of rancidity of rice bran. We have settled on one lipase, as I'm showing over here, and the transgenic plant, as you see on the right side, they have modified content of triacylglycerol, and we have shown that this technology of gene editing is working very well when it comes to handling rancidity in rice bran. Now we are trying to extend such technologies to other millets with the help of new recruitment we have done in National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute. The idea is that, if we can improve the shelf life, the rancidity in some of these processes which are contributing to off flavors and other things, we will be able to improve the value of these millets. And with this intention, I think we can say that yes, in years to come, we need to have a situation when we can work more and more, consume more and more millet for all these seasons, since we are discussing since morning, and since we'll be able to store them for longer time period, we'll be very happy to use them as a commercial crop as well. With this, I would like to thank again the organizers and stop over here in case any questions are permitted from the chair. I'm done.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much, Dr. Parikh. I think excellent presentation and highlighting the new science which can be used to address some of the problems which are the post-harvest level, but then the manipulations at post-harvest level, those interventions can impact very significantly, whether it is storability, rancidity, and issues like that. Excellent presentation. We will have a discussion at the end, Dr. Parikh, so kindly take your seat.
Thank you.
And next speaker is Dr. P. Chandrasekhar. Please.
Respected Chair, esteemed panelists and delegates, namaskar to everyone and thank NIFTEM for this opportunity. I would like to focus on the extension strategy for promotion of millets. So, morning we were discussing that the land of cultivation for millets is shrinking, whereas demand especially for millets in urban area is increasing, and domestic and international markets are picking up. So we need to increase the production of millets and ensure the profitability and productivity at farmers level. So extension plays very important role. When we talk about extension, public extension plays very important role because largely the extension activities are controlled by agriculture and line department officials, but they have many more responsibilities, not only to focus on millets only. So if inadequate manpower is one of the major problem in public extension. For every extension worker, we have 1,162 farmers. It is practically difficult for every extension worker to tell everything to farmer, including millets. Therefore, we need to identify some of the recent developments where private extension service providers independently or some public-private partnership players, they are existing in the field, and we need to harvest the fruitful benefits from these players. I would like to highlight a few opportunities available at present, and I will deal with the public extension at the end. So this is Agri-Clinic and Agri-Business Center scheme of Government of India. We all know that large number of unemployed agriculture graduates are there in our country. 30,000 agriculture graduates are coming out. Only few people are getting jobs. Rest of the people, we have to ensure self-employment opportunity. And this scheme, they provide free training and also loans and subsidies. Loan up to 20 lakh rupees and subsidy 36 to 44%. 1 year post-training handholding support is also given. So here, MAN is the implementing agency. My organization, National Institute of Agricultural Extension Management, popularly known as MANAGE, located in Hyderabad, is the implementing agency. We have trained more than 85,000 unemployed agricultural graduates. Out of that, 38,000 people have established their own agri-ventures. Why I am bringing this important player into this picture is, they are working with more than 2 crore farmers, and definitely they can focus on 5 to 10 villages around them. And if we can make use of these agri-clinics and agri-business centers, agripreneurs, I think we can promote location-specific millet-related technologies. So you can see this table. In fact, they are spread across the country. You go to a smaller state or bigger state, every district, these agripreneurs are there. But what is the impact of these people? So that gives us the confidence. In fact, 2.16 crore farmers are covered by these agripreneurs. They have created a job for 2.28 lakh sons and daughters of farmers. They cover at an average 30 villages, 570 farmers, and more than 72% of the farmers, they indicated that they are happy with the services what is given by these agripreneurs because they are professionally qualified agriculture graduates. And we made an attempt to quantify what is the impact of these advisories on yield and income. Impact on the yield of farmers is around 17.4%. Impact on the income of the farmers is around 28.8%. Of course, a lot of private investment is also going through these agripreneurs. So these 38,000 people are available if you want to promote millets in a big way at rural areas, definitely we can make use of these agripreneurs. So this is one important player. The second important player is the input dealer, who is popular extension service provider in rural areas. See, one of the national sample survey indicated that more than 60% of the farmers, they contact input dealers if they want any agriculture related information. Not only they sell seeds, fertilizer, pesticides, but also they provide information, but they are not from agriculture background. So in order to reduce this gap, my institute, we initiated a program called DESI, Diploma in Agricultural Extension Services for Input Dealers. These people are Monday to Saturday, they are busy with their business. Sunday is a market holiday, family time, and these people are motivated to learn about basics of agriculture. They go to the nearest district headquarters and they learn about basics of agriculture from managed trained facilitators. And in fact, they are paying 10,000 rupees from their pocket to learn about basics of agriculture. So 74,000 input dealers have been trained under the DESI program, and another 21,000 people are undergoing training. So these 74,000 people, even if they cover 5 to 10 villages, you know, they are covering entire country. For every 2 to 3 villages, you have one input dealer. And now he is qualified in agriculture. It is very easy to sensitize him on millets, so that millet, if you want to promote good varieties of millets, good inputs which are required for millets, and timely information, scientific information, that is possible if you use these input dealers. So here also we conducted a third-party evaluation. It says that because of this education, their income increased between 11 to 15%, and more than 60% of the farmers, they are happy with the services what is provided by these people. So he is second important player if you want to promote millets in rural areas. And third important player who is emerging at present is agri startups. So we have a popular program called RKV by Raftar, and Manage is also implementing agency for this. In collaboration with Indian Institute of Millet Research, we have supported more than 100 agri startups. They are spread across the country. They are trained with different innovations. They are into production, processing and marketing, value addition. All kinds of activities are undertaken by these agri startups, and they are supported with up to 25 lakh rupees grants. So they are very vibrant young people, qualified, competent. I think if we can make use of these people, definitely we can promote millet related technologies. So another unique program which is implemented by our organization is Certified Farm Advisor. See, we may be having large number of extension workers. We can't expect everyone to master all the crops. More than 200, 300 crops are there. If you want, the specialist in millets, we have a program called Certified Farm Advisor, 3-level program, and more than 66 certified millet advisors are trained. Similarly, we are also training them in other a dozen areas. We can make use of these certified millet advisors. We can increase the number. We can make use in specialized services to be provided to farmers, producers companies, agribusiness companies and agri startups. So another big opportunity is emerging, that is in the form of farmers, producers companies. Now government, they have a program called promotion of 10,000 farmers, producers companies, and in fact we trained a large number of farmers, producers organizations, especially in millets, in Manage. For that purpose, we have started Manage FPO Academy, and it is dedicated for promotion of farmers producers organizations. So this is the last point. We have Atma. Atma, they have funds and manpower, and depending on the local needs, they can give training, demonstration, exposure visit, promotion of groups. Definitely we can make use of these people. And just to summarize, we need to focus on the groups, focus on the market, focus on technology, entrepreneurs and partnership. I think if you want to promote millets, these 5 things are important in extension. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chandrasekhar. We will go ahead, Dr. Malhotra, please. Dr. S.K. Malhotra is currently Director of the Knowledge Management in Agriculture. That is the Directorate in ICR headquarters. And also he was the Agricultural Commissioner, Government of India, before that. Have rich experience, basically horticultural expert, but now with this kind of vast experience, he is having knowledge about many aspects of agriculture and including allied sectors. So Dr. Malhotra, please.
Thank you very much, sir.
Your time is 10 minutes only, okay?
Good evening, everybody. Namaskar. So, in fact, I have been asked to speak on to augment quality millets production. So here I would like to just mention about the International Year of Millets. That was the background and how it came into the picture. So as we all are aware that these are the very important crop, and these are indigenous to India as well as to African countries, and these several earliest evidence are available for the Indus civilization dates back to 3000 to 2500 BC, Harappan Valley. So these are the total 11 millet crops are there. So here I got the opportunity to prepare the background note, and then further I prepared the agenda to submit in the FAO Committee on Agriculture, and I got the opportunity to present the proposal at FAO Rome on 4th of October 2018, and that proposal was accepted at the first instance. Then further it was presented in Council, FAO Council and FAO Conference, and then finally it was accepted by the United Nations. And I highlighted the few points that yes, why International Year of Millets. So millets are good for the planet. This was the point which I highlighted at the time. And I also mentioned that these are the crops which are grown by the marginal and farmers, and this is for sustainable production system. It is good one, and it grows with the minimal inputs and others. And Nutri-Cereal name was given by the Government of India. A gazette notification was done, and India was appreciated that India has already done a kind of branding. And nutritional aspect that has been already discussed, that we are aware that these all millet crops are nutritionally rich. But the major point which I highlighted during my presentation, that was that I linked it with the sustainable development goals, where these millets are capable enough to address sustainable development goal number 2, 3, 12 and 13 because of its inherent quality. And further, it's fit for climate resilient agriculture, if we want to say. If I to do the climate smart agriculture, it is fit for them. So I proposed 3 objectives. All those 3 objectives were accepted, and now International Year for Millets is now being celebrated worldwide. And after coming back, then a core committee was constituted, where Honorable Chair, he was also the chairman of the core committee, to decide of the action plan to be followed for celebration of this International Year for Millets. And few recommendations were made that position paper should be prepared, and then different ministries should be involved, and partnership should be there with the many other agencies, awareness programs, civil society, vital diversity of the millets that is required to be used. And then 7 theme areas were identified where we need to work, and 7 task forces were constituted. And I got the chance to chair the first task force, enhancement of the production productivity. So today's section that relates to pre-harvest interventions for increasing the production and productivity. So then we prepared a geographical map, and a kind of agroclimatic zone wise planning made, and under the National Food Security Mission program, these all crops were promoted, and then 2 challenges were also identified, and those challenges are required to be addressed, and increasing the productivity, reducing the cost of production, enhancing quality, and increasing efficiency. These all are the points which were put into, and then to address the challenges, what is to be done. But now pre-harvest interventions I have been asked to speak about. So here the first intervention which we took into the account, and it was in the focus that we need to bridge the yield gaps. So the gaps are too much if we compare with the national average, the demonstration yield and the potential yield, so how we can bridge those yield gaps from that point of view. It was also mentioned that in the past productivity-led growth has taken place, so our area has reduced to 56%, but our productivity and production has increased. So it has built up our confidence, and accordingly the breeding programs were constituted, and it was decided that we need to have a kind of genetic enhancement for making these crops more competitive, because these all crops, they have their inherent value of high nutrition and then high yield, and these points were considered, and breeders, they put all these criteria in their mind before development of those varieties, and 96 varieties were released and were identified, and Central Variety Release Committee also released it for the different crops: sorghum, small millet, pearl millet, foxtail millet, kodo millet, finger millet, barnyard millet, little millet. Proso millets were in the category of small millets, because focus has always been on sorghum and pearl millet, but we need to put equal focus on small millets because they have equal value. So biofortified cultivars were released, and Honorable PM also released on the World Food Day program 9 varieties of pearl millet, 4 varieties of finger millet, and 1 variety of little millet was released, and these all varieties were having high nutritional value, and specialty characters were also available into it. And then it was decided that we need to strengthen the seed system, because seed system was weak, and then 18 breeder seed production centers were made and 24 seed hubs were made, because huge requirement is now arising and people are asking for the good seed. Quality seed is very important, and these were the programs which have been started. But further we need to strengthen the system, and seed hub program that need a kind of support, funding and others. But now after implementation of this International Year for Millets, now there is no shortage of funds. Even we have a special center of excellence for these millets. Then organic millets are required to be promoted, and we have published 3 booklets. These are biocontrol agents, biopesticides, biofertilizers. ICR research institutions have developed several technologies, several biocontrol agents, biopesticides, biofertilizers have been developed. Those are required to be used. So microbial power is required to be used in organic farming system. And then new input that is now considered as biostimulant, because biostimulants are very important to be linked with millet production, because millets crops are grown in the arid ecosystem where we face so many abiotic stresses, and if we have to increase the abiotic stress tolerance, then the biostimulants are required to be used for the millets. These are very important. This is an important input, biostimulants, where efficiency could be increased. And Honorable Chairperson was the chairman of that committee for biostimulants, making the guidelines, and then he further guided us, and now country is having the biostimulant regulatory system, and I got the chance to chair that central biostimulant committee. So this is the first intervention. I think this is also required to be linked with millets, and it is required to be appropriately used for millet crops. Then again, time and again, the issue comes that pesticide residues and others, there are so many points and instances where it has been noticed that pesticide residue comes. So biopesticides, then safer chemistries are required to be used. Polyoxine, spinosad, spinotram, these are the few pesticides which are green chemistries, and these are very effective, and target oriented approach is there for controlling the pests. So then precision agriculture, this is required to be used. Soil fertility mapping has been used, that is required to be used. Fertilizer recommendations should be applied accordingly. And then the most important point, because quality aspect is usually discussed, we were dependent on the global gap. So now country is having INDGAP. INDGAP is available with us, we need to follow INDGAP. So it's a kind of certification system which will give a kind of certification where it will ensure that quality produce is coming, and this certification system will help us in ensuring the quality and a kind of brand that will emerge. And INDGAP has been benchmarked with the global gap. So that has been done, and I got the opportunity to chair this committee, and these INDGAP standards have been released, and in quality control, it is, through Quality Council of India, it is now being implemented. Then reducing water footprints, because these all millet crops are arid, belongs to the arid ecosystem where there is a scarcity of the water and sometimes there is a erratic rainfall. So in between two dry spells, because rain-fed cultivation is happening. So if there is a dry spell in between the two rains, then accordingly we need to use the sprinkler irrigation and other methods. So anticipated outcome which was decided earlier when the plan was made for International Year for Millets. So but now we can have a look on this slide where we can see that branding is now happening. Shri Anna name has been given, that's a brand India for millets. So that's one point. Another, it was also mentioned that we need to have a kind of global hub for millets. So Center of Excellence has been declared and a global hub has been declared in the Institute of Millet Research that will act as a Center of Excellence for this. I will just show in the coming slide. So these are the few points, sir, at the end I would like to mention. Pre-harvest interventions for quality enhancement, implementation of the seed plan for breeder seed production as well as certified seed production. This has been already decided and targets have been fixed. And now there is the demand for certified seed is emerging. 6 lakh quintal seed is required, and for the year 2024-25, again the demand has increased to 6.5 lakh quintals. So just last slide, sir. Then pre-positioning of the critical inputs, and then implementation of the National Food Security Mission program, and then specialty character-based branding for furtherance of millets that is needed, and where we can do the profiling of the millet cultivars for nutritional parameters, bioactive compounds. Clinical trials are also required to be conducted for bioavailability studies and functional properties. These all are the basic points and basic studies, those are required to be conducted, and a study on the efficacy of therapeutic properties of the nutrients. These all are the basic aspects which are required to be addressed. Then promotion of organic production program. There are already 2 programs which Government of India has started. That is the Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana and Mission for Value Chain Development. And then awareness regarding use of approved pesticides. As I have mentioned, the green chemistries are required to be used, and adoption of the yield gap to ensure the quality. And this is the last slide where just I want to mention that these are the 2 points which were decided, and Honorable Prime Minister has already declared Global Center of Excellence on Millets. And Shri Anna brand was also declared at that time. And then Maharishi program has been also started. Maharishi means millet and other ancient grains international research initiative. This is a program where very recently this has been accepted and by the G20 countries also. So these were the few points, sir, which just I wanted to mention. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. In a very short time, 10 minutes exactly, Dr. Malhotra, you have covered many points, very important aspects. So thank you very much. And now Dr. Satyananda Swami, Professor and Head, Agriculture Engineering, Gandhi Institute for Technology, Bhubaneswar. So Dr. Swami, please.
Good afternoon to all distinguished dignitaries on the dais and of the dais and fellow delegates. I am privileged and happy to be here to present before you about some important machines related to millet. The Government of Odisha started millet mission in 2017. It covered 7 districts. In 18 they covered 13 districts, 240 blocks. And all programs to create awareness and increase production. And these are related to our dryland and tribal people. They were living in their life. But later on we have realized the importance. So with the production of creating programs for awareness, the millet production has gone up, especially the ragi, finger millet, ragi known as ragi in Odisha, and it is grown in now 55,000 hectares. Production is 31,000 million tons. Productivity 5.6 2 quintals per hectare. So for the cultivation operations, unit operations, we have tractors, power tillers, CP equipments, then weeders, these are being used. Harvesting are done by local method, by sickle, and sometimes the machines are also limited places. But major challenge is to develop a thresher which will be giving us the most desired results. So the common practice is by beating this millet panicles on a bamboo or any sort of bar and trampling by foot by human beings. But their production is very limited, so 6 to 7 quintals, and it is very arduous and difficult for the workers to do also. That is why in OUT, under the All India Coordinated Project under utilization of animal energy and human engineering and safety in agriculture, efforts were made to develop thresher. And under UAE, the developed thresher is operated by 1 HP motor. That is similar to that one we developed for paddy thresher, because most of the farmers are not able to take actual pro thresher, high pro thresher. So on the success of paddy, we replicated it to also millets. And now about 43 quintals per hour is the product threshing is very high as compared to manual method. So result I have shown here. So we found that it will be cheaper by machines than the manual methods, and the drudgery involved that will also be eliminated. But this 1 HP thresher, there are some problems. Places where is difficulties in electricity. That is why under the TESA scheme, it was started to have a 0.5 HP motor operated or solar panels. So that also has been taken out, and 35 units have been manufactured and given to people, farmers for use. Then the UAE one, already we have tagged with local manufacturers, 800 pieces have gone, but we need about 5,000 machines. If we make it 0.5 HP, it is 10,000. If we make it 1 HP, 5,000. But that is difficult to achieve within very small time, and threshing to be limited in 1 month's time, because we cannot keep it threshing for a long time. With this, these 4 methods were tested and results have been shown. And economically is machine, and we will adapt and we will popularize that. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think machines for millets, very important, and thresher for ragi, very good development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now, Dr. Ansuka Srivastava. Dr. Ansuka is there? No. So we would now have one recorded audio-visual message from Professor Ratan Lal, World Food Laureate, Ohio State University.
I want to thank Dr. Parikh and other colleagues for inviting me. I greatly appreciate the invitation to be able to talk to you. The subject I want to discuss is managing soils for nutritional security, and the year of millet is an appropriate time to discuss this issue. I also want to congratulate each one of you for the moon landing, for the Chandrayaan-3 that brings pride and joy to all of us and raises India's stature in science, engineering, innovation and modernization. I congratulate the scientific team and people of India for leading humanity on the path of peace, harmony, and symbiosis with nature. India's success in agriculture is also something admirable. In 1947, the population was 330 million, the food grain production was 50 million tons. In 2023, the population is 1.4 billion. The food production is 328 million tons. Over this period, the population has gone up by a factor of 4.25 and food production by a factor of 6.55. That's a success story globally, anywhere in the world. Yet, the potential of food grain production in India can be 550 million tons. So we have a long way to go to reach our maximum potential that we should have sometime in the future. However, soil degradation is a serious issue. It affects almost 150 million hectares, all types of erosion, salinization, waterlogging, nutrient imbalance, and of course deprivation of soil organic matter content. And at the same time, undernutrition affects 190 million people, 14% of the population, and we are also talking about zero budget agriculture. Prime Minister Shri Modi ji, when I had an honor to talk to him during his visit to Washington this year, he asked me this question about zero budget agriculture, and the answer is no. The law of return is absolutely essential, and the law of return states that substance we take from nature must be returned to the place from which it was taken. That means agriculture has to replace what we remove. And with a good yield, you remove more. Therefore, you must add back to the soil from which it was taken. Water productivity is another key factor. Increasing water productivity, more crop per drop, is the very important strategy, and it's important to realize the soil is the best reservoir to store green or available water. Therefore, restoring soil health, that means soil organic matter content, more biological activity in soil, is essential to increasing water productivity and mitigating drought, which risk are increasing with the climate change. Another important factor is soil health in relation to human health. Health of soil, plants, animal, human, environment, and planet is interconnected. Therefore, in addition to socioeconomic factors, food security, millet here, its role in nutrition must be addressed in such a way that environment and resource management issues are properly taken care of. One other factor which is very important, it comes back from our own ancient scriptures. When diet is wrong, medicine is of no use, and when diet is correct, medicine is of no need. So says Ayurveda. Urbanization in India is a phenomenon we cannot forget, we cannot ignore. Take for example New Delhi. Its population between 1950 and 2030 will go up by a factor of 30, Calcutta 4, Bombay 9, Pune 10, Hyderabad 12, Bangalore 21, Chennai also 10. Therefore, brick making in India, with the brick kilns 140,000, average area of brick kiln is about 5 hectares, growth rate 2 to 5% per year, total land area by brick making almost 1 million hectares, number of bricks produced increasing to more than 250 billion per year, soil organic carbon loss to brick firing 6 million tons, teragram, million metric ton, total CO2 emitted 12 teragram, million ton of carbon per year, is something we must really pay attention. Pollution, removal of topsoil, and other issues which are especially serious in Haryana. These scenes are very common, and we must be very careful to identify in each district and each village an area where soils are not productive to go deeper and deeper, and one place mining the clay rather than moving topsoil from everywhere. Urbanization in India should be considering factors such as 40,000 hectares provide accommodation infrastructure to 1 million people. Annual increase in India is about 12 million people, which require 500,000 hectares of land for urban expansion. And by 2025, another year, India will have 7 cities with more than 10 million people. And a city of 10 million requires 6,000 tons of food per day. Therefore, that kind of food should be produced within the urban limits and surrounding area, so that the transport issues are less. Disruption has happened by COVID are minimized. Therefore, finding soil-less solution, greenhouse production within the cities of green vegetables and other stuff, and in peri-urban area, even cereals, is an important issue because scarcity of arable land, projected climate change, water scarcity, growing urban total population necessitates soil scientists, agronomists and land managers to look beyond the traditional farming, from soil-based operation to highly efficient greenhouse or vertical farm, including aquaculture, aquaponics, hydroponic, aeroponic, aerofarm, and other soil-less systems of food production. This approach would be useful to also water scarce regions, and it will minimize the problems of land grab and soil refugees. Soil organic matter content is a major factor in soils of India. 25 to 75% of the original organic matter content has been depleted in many soils. Therefore, they are degraded. Yet the organic matter content for efficient production should be about 2.5 to 3%. Many soils in Haryana and northwest India have an organic matter content of less than 0.5% and sometimes as low as 0.1%. And that's not acceptable. Therefore, making agriculture a part of the solution is important. And this is where green revolution needs to be revisited, how to make agriculture a part of the solution to improve the environment. And that brings us to the question of sustainable or eco-intensification, which means producing more food from less land, less water, less fertilizer and pesticide, less energy, less emission of carbon, and so that we can return some land and water back to nature through conservation agriculture. Do not burn the crop residue, do not take away the crop residue. Grains for people, residue for the land. Soil also needs feed, and this is the feed for animals in soil, which are 25% of all biodiversity. A healthy soil should have 5 metric ton or living biomass of soil, animal, microorganism, mesoorganism, macroorganism, earthworm, termites, centipedes, millipedes. They are all needed for healthy soil. Residue is food for them. Don't take it away. Don't burn it. I did an experiment in Nigeria. This experiment was set up in 1972. The picture was taken in 1986, 15 years after. The only difference between the two plots is one in the front, one in the back, is the one in the front crop residue was removed every season. Nothing was returned back. This soil is dead. Even when you put fertilizer and other amendments, they do not respond. Soil is devoid of soil biota, which is essential to soil health. And that's the only difference between these two plots. Soil biota is the bio-engine of the earth, and input of biomass is critical to soil health. That brings me to the last point, farming carbon. growing carbon in soil as a commodity, like we grow wheat and chickpea and rice and cotton and sugarcane, grow carbon in soil as a commodity that can bring income for farmer. And that income can be as much as 5,000 rupees per acre per year if the carbon credits can be compensated financially to the farmers. And if we were to restore wasteland in India, which are about 90 million hectare, 54 in arid and semi-arid region, lower Shivalik hills should be completely afforested so that the drought flood syndrome that we suffer almost every year in one part or the other of the country is eliminated. And water quality. If we were not to pollute Yamuna, it should look like this. The environment, beautiful structures, India Gate, rather than this, should look like this. The Ganges should have the biota that normally come there, that you never see. Dolphins, they should come back if the soil health is monitored. India should have a 5-yearly state of soil health report which gives the status of soil health, beginning, for example, in 2025, and every 5 years you produce state of the soil health for the India. That brings me to the last point of some do's of India's agriculture. Adopt conservation agriculture, recycle crop residue and animal waste on land, provide clean cooking fuel for rural community so they don't take away the residue for cooking, crop as well as animal waste, protecting prime agricultural land against urbanization, demarcate areas that cannot be used for urban expansion, planting trees on hill land greater than 7% every day, especially lower Shivalik, revise curricula at school and college level to include soil and environmental education as essential for all students from kindergarten on, and pay farmers for carbon farming at rupees 5,000 per credit, and encourage religious organization to preach land ethics and protection of soil and nature. We must increase dialogue with policymakers so that they are aware of Soil Health Act. Simply because you own a property doesn't mean you can do with it what you want. It's a living entity. It has rights to thrive, to flourish, to be protected, to be managed properly. And we must involve communities and panchayats in soil restoration. Some don'ts. Infield burning of crop residue should never happen. Flood-based irrigation should be prohibited. Topsoil removal for brick making should be limited only to some areas where soils are not fit for agriculture. And mine deep rather than moving from everywhere. Broadcasting fertilizer and standing water or in soil is not a good idea. You lose most of it in the environment. Plowing and puddling is not needed, even though you may have to sacrifice 5% or 10% yield. Aerobic rice, like we grow wheat. Traditional fuel should be replaced. Uncontrolled grazing should not happen. Storage of grains in open under plastic cover is not permitted. It's a crime against nature. Subsidies for flood irrigation, nitrogen fertilizer should be converted to payment for ecosystem services, and crop residue and other uses should be done to return back to the land. That's a land right to feed animal in soil. Don't take it away. Do not burn it. So if we were to adopt better agriculture, irrigated in India, we have now 72 or 73 million hectare. The area by 2030, 2050 can go up. But the amount of water used in kilometer cube, which now is more than 200 kilometer cube, should decrease over time to about 1/3 by 2100 than what we use at the moment by drip fertigation. Fertilizer use, we may use 30 million ton now. By improving the efficiency The total amount of fertilizer and the rate of application should decrease, but the efficiency must increase. In field burning of crop residue, we burn 100 million tons of residue per year. Stop completely by 2030. No more burning. Pesticide use is 56 million ton, 56,000 ton. By improving soil health and making soil disease suppressive, the pesticide use should decrease over time to 1/5 of what it is now by 2100. Cereal yield can be doubled nationally because of improvement in soil health. Post-harvest losses, which are 34 to 40%, should be no more than 10% by 2030, no more than 5% by 2050 and beyond. Some 5% is acceptable, but not 40%. Organic manure, we use 200 million ton now. The amount should be 300 by 2030, 400 by 2050, 2100 by 500 million tons of organic manure. This kind of planning should happen at the seed level, at district level, at state level, and in fact every farm level. And this is the way of eco-intensification, producing more from less. Reduce use of chemicals and food waste over time, and use the resources judiciously and properly. Planning is essential. The mantra that we should promote is healthy soil equal to healthy diet, equal to healthy people, healthy ecosystem, and healthy planetary processes. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you, and I hope to visit you sometime in the near future.
Now all the presentations are over. We have a panel discussion subsequent to this. But before panel discussion happens, we may have one or two questions, queries, suggestions, if any, pressing questions to the speakers. Anyone would like to say anything, ask anything? Yeah.
So please come forward.
सर जो हमारे अनाज है ये क्या हम साथ के साथ सारे अनाज मिला के एक जगह तब इसका यूज कर सकते हैं क्या हमारे ऑल मिलेट्स
या यूज कर रहे हैं, मार्केट में मिलने लगा।
जी 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 सभी मिलाकर इस्तेमाल कर सकते कुछ कह रहे थे कि अलग अलग करनी चाहिए यार
हाँ, ऐसा नहीं है कि सारे 10-12 इकट्ठी मिलाओगे, बट मल्टीग्रेन मिलने लगे हैं, 2-4 तो मिलाते हैं।
जी जी जी
Any other questions or comments? So please step forward.
This is Sharma. This training on input providers, particularly to pesticide dealers and fertilizer dealers. Actually, in the original Insecticide Act, that was meant to be a job for the agriculture graduates, that each of those input providers, the hard agriculture graduates like they do in the pharmaceutical industry. But I know the circumstances and the way it was changed. Can we go around? Because that will be one way to bring science into input use and to provide jobs for graduates. Thank you.
So that's a good suggestion, but anyway, Dr. Chandrasekhar would like to say something?
Yeah, in ideal condition, this suggestion definitely holds good. We have 3 lakh input dealers in this country. They are covering around 6 lakh villages. Let us assume that tomorrow we are closing down all 3 lakh input dealer shops. What will happen to the input supply to all the farmers? So it will become a standstill. So we have adopted a strategy of sensitizing all the input dealers on basic agriculture knowledge, transforming them into para-extension workers. That is one, so that the existing system will be strengthened. Second one, we are also encouraging many agriculture graduates to take up agri-clinics and agribusiness centers. We have established around 38,000, probably over a period of time. This number will increase and that number will come down. So in the days to come, we can see a balance. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? So yeah, that side.
Yes, sir, please step forward.
Dr. Manjit Singh.
Thank you. So I have just a comment with respect to presentation by Dr. Malhotra. It is a good situation that we from global gap we are shifting to Indie gap. My experience is that the gap standards, they are so generic that in USDA I found that now they are shifting to crop specific gap. For example, there is a mushroom gap. Each crop has its own variation. Now is the time that we should also start thinking of making documents which are crop specific, maybe like millet specific gap. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so I believe yes, yes.
Ma'am, please come forward.
Yes. Youngster coming forward to raise something very good. Yes.
नॉर्मली हम लोग मिलेट बेस्ड बाजरा एंड ऑल टाइप की मिलेट्स नॉर्मली यूज़ करते आ रहे हैं काफ़ी टाइम से। ये चीज़ देखी गई है कि मिलेट्स को काफ़ी सारे ट्रीटमेंट्स दिए जाते हैं उनके एंटी न्यूट्रिएंट कंटेंट्स को कम करने के लिए। तो बट बेसिकली जो हमारे ट्रेडिशनल मेथड्स है उनमें हम कभी भी ऐसी चीज़ें नहीं करते। जैसे हम लोग बाजरा वगैरह प्रिपेयर करते हैं, लाइक अभी हमने बाजरा खिचड़ी भी खाई, तो एंटी न्यूट्रिएंट्स का क्या इफेक्ट होता है जो हमारे मिलेट्स पे पड़ता है बेसिकली, और उसे कैसे मिनिमाइज किया जा सकता है, और क्या वो नॉर्मल खिचड़ी खाना हमारे लिए ठीक है क्योंकि उसमें फाइटिक कंटेंट और टैनिन्स जितना आई नो काफ़ी हद तक होते हैं, तो उसे मिनिमाइज करने के लिए क्या यूज़ करना चाहिए, प्लस क्या एक और क्वेश्चन था एडिटिव्स यूज़ कर सकता है उसकी बाइंडिंग कैपेसिटी।
चलिए आपके
yes, these are all millets. Many of the millets they contain anti-nutritional compound also. So, but how to break that anti-nutritional factor? Already indigenous technologies are there, and even our ancestors, they were smart enough to know that if we do little boiling, then even soaking and grinding, these are all things which also breaks the these anti-nutritional phytates and all other things. These are the only anti-nutritional compounds. So if there are problems, the ways outs are also there. So solutions are there. So by mixing or grinding, there are so many solutions are there.
Anyway, see, you can innovate further. You can have additives that would modify the effect of such compounds, and certainly what was spoken by Dr. Parikh, that you can altogether reduce the content of those anti-nutritional factors or completely eliminate them. So by way of using technology. So gene editing technology he highlighted. So there are ways and means anyway. So you can learn more from your director. You are from this place? Okay. Oh yeah.
I think what you asked is a very pertinent question, and I would like to again mention the traditional way of handling the food, like soaking and all that mentioned by panelist over here, is a wonderful way, because if you look at the history, we have been consuming those food with those steps of soaking and boiling and all that. That's number one. Second thing is Dr. Mahapatra mentioned, like nowadays we are talking about genomics tool and gene editing tool. Specific genes have been identified which contribute to these anti-nutrition factor or I would say, phytase and all that. So we can pinpoint those genes, and specifically we can change those gene composition by using the tools available by gene editing. And Government of India has allowed that the usage of gene editing, especially SDN1 and SDN2, which do not leave any foreign DNA, will be considered equivalent to sort of a breeding we are talking about. So I think these kind of developments are helping us not only to anti-nutrition factor, but the way to comprehend them as well. Very good question. Thank you.
Okay, with this we end here. So I think the panel discussion has to start. So before we leave the podium dais, let me say a few words. One, that for post-harvest quality management, what is that intervention we must have pre-harvest stage? That's the topic of discussion. And panelists would be deliberating on this. Certainly they will throw more light. First and foremost, as said by Professor Ratan Lal, the intervention must start from the soil. So we need to really address soil issues. There are a number of problems with soils, the carbon content for instance, the nutrient content of soils, because they are denuded. So the crop becomes deficient in nutrients, and ultimately that impacts human health. So we must start with soil. So that is the first one which was discussed in this session. The second one, once the crop is there, before that let me say, once you have to have a seed and that doesn't have those kind of anti-nutritional factors, so obviously at the post-harvest stage you don't encounter those problems at all. So the soil management and also the creating right kind of seeds to manage the post-harvest issues, and that is the best way. So if you have seeds which can give you less of anti-nutritional factors or devoid of anti-nutritional factors, that would be the best solution. So that's what Dr. Ashwini Parikh highlighted. And Dr. Malhotra gave a range of points which can be taken care. For instance, the pesticide residues, using organics, biopesticides for instance, and many things he talked about. I will not go into those details. So that way one can manage the crop and reduce the the contaminants. And the process post-harvest quality is better. So he talks about good agriculture practices and how to really use them, and the process post-harvest quality is acceptable not only nationally but also globally. Dr. Swami talked about the machines, and machines can be used to manage the crops in the pre-harvest stage and post-harvest stage, and harvesting particularly we talked about, and obviously with those the quality improves, and that is another important aspect of it which was highlighted. The last but not the least, that if we can have right kind of extension happening at the field level, the right kind of people engaged in providing information to the farmers, so obviously that would be a better post-harvest quality maintained. So all these points were deliberated so well, and I believe we are more informed, all of us sitting here in this hall are more informed about the post-harvest quality being maintained and managed by pre-harvest interventions that have been highlighted so well. Thank you very much. And now our panel discussion starts. Moderator is Dr. Deepak Santra. We would be leaving this dais so that the space is created for panelists. And Dr. Arvind Kumar, Dr. Pratibha Singh, Dr. Hedwig, Dr. Suryani, Dr. Govindraj, Dr. S.C. Sharma. These are the people who would be actually as panelists occupying the dais and speaking about same issues but in a different way, providing different solutions. And I request Dr. Arvind Kumar to chair and Dr. Sharma to co-chair and carry forward the session. So, Dr. Arvind Kumar, please.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Dr.
Mohapatra.
Santra to moderate. Thank you very much.
We have a felicitation ceremony of all the speakers. First, I request Dr. Mohapatra to kindly felicitate the other speakers on the dais. Dr. Ashwini Parekh, Executive Director, National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute, Mohali. And memento, along with the potted plant. We'd like to felicitate Dr. P. Chandrasekhara, DG, MANAGE, Hyderabad. We'd like to felicitate Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Director, DKMA and former Commissioner Agriculture, MOA and FW, Government of India. We would like to felicitate Dr. Sunil Parekh, Professor and Head Department of AES, NIFTEM, Kundali, and Dr. Satyananda Swain, Professor and Head AGE, GIFT, Bhubaneswar. And I request Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, our Director, NIFTEM, to kindly felicitate Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra once again. Thank you, sir, for that impeccable session chair. And we request everyone to kindly come forward for a group photograph. This is session 2, pre-harvest intervention affecting post-harvest quality, being coordinated by Dr. Neeraj, Professor, Agricultural and Environmental Sciences, AES, NIFTEM, Kundali. And the rapporteur for this session is Dr. Rekha Meena, Assistant Professor, AES, NIFTEM, Kundali. As Dr. Mohapatra graciously already shared with us about the panel discussion, I would also like to invite on stage our moderator, a professor specializing in alternative crops breeding at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, holds a PhD in biotechnology from University of Pune. His research program focuses on genetic improvement, variety development and evaluation of alternative crops for the semi-arid high plains of the USA. Please welcome Dr. Deepak Santra. And over to Dr. Deepak Santra to introduce us to the other panelists for this panel discussion.
All right, good afternoon everybody. This panel discussion was supposed to be 55 minutes long, now I have 20 minutes. Okay, so I will call all the panelists. Dr. Dayakar Rao from IIMR Hyderabad, I did not see him, I do not know if he is there, maybe not. Dr. Pratibha Singh, please take your chair. Dr. Hardwick Natabirwa, Dr. Neelu Suryani from Indonesia, and Dr. Malingam Govindaraj from Harvest Plus and IPSAT, and Dr. H.C. Sarmaji. So as you are walking into the dais, I'll tell the process. Originally it was planned 3 questions for each of you in 3 different cycles, 1 question for each of the panelists. So if I calculate total 6 panelists, 3 questions is 36 questions time 2 minutes to answer. That itself is what, 72 minutes. And now I have 20 minutes left. Okay, by the time I kill 2 minutes, 18 minutes. So what can I do? Either I have to finish it here or I can just ask one question. I probably would not be able to go details to introduce all the panelists' expertise. If you are interested, you will be able to find. These days, getting information is your fingertip. You can get it. I do not have to explain how, but briefly I will tell. First one is Dr. Pratibha Singh. She has expertise in research and technology management. Currently, she is with ACAIR, Australian Institute of International Agriculture Research. And before that, she was with Indore Swiss Biotechnology Program for 8 years. She is plant molecular pathologist, I believe, by training. She spent quite a bit of time in US. Dr. Hedwig Nata Birua, it was written other way. First name is Hedwig. She is by training researcher and professional food technologist. She is developing all the nutrition analysis, product development of various foods. She did work on dry beans, rajma, but now she has vested interest in millet, similar kind of things, product nutrition analysis, product development. Dr. Neelu Suryani, she is a professor in biopesticide and lecturer in biology program, mathematics at Natural University and Udayan University in Bali, Indonesia. She is a consultant of organic farm. So presumably I did not have chance to Google, but probably in agronomy, organic agronomy is that kind of expertise she has. Dr. Mohalingam Govindaraj, he is a plant geneticist and plant breeder. He has worked on millet, particularly pearl millet, developed nutritionally improved pearl millet genotypes or varieties. Currently, he is associated with Harvest Plus, located at Ikrisat, Hyderabad. And Dr. H.C. Sharma, I think you are an entomologist by training, I believe. I'm sorry, Sharmaji. Entomologist by training, am I correct? Okay, I was not given, but I quickly searched, and he was principal scientist at Ikrisat. Currently, I think he is an ex-vice chancellor from Horticulture University at Solan. And there is, Dr. Arvind Kumar, I missed it, sir. Dr. Arvind Kumar, he was the first vice chancellor of RLB Central University of Jhansi. Worked as a deputy director general education ICR system, directorate of rapeseed mustard for about 8-9 months. Pardon? Oh, 8 years. Here it is written 5 months. I'm sorry, sir. Okay, all right. He has been awarded Padma Shri in 2022. That's great. He has been fellow of Indian Society of Agronomy, Indian Society of Extension Education, Indian Society of Oilseed Research, and fellow of NAS, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. So we have excellent panel, but unfortunately we do not have enough time to learn get the wisdom from them about the millet, what we are talking about. This is what are the pre-harvest intervention we can do before harvesting. That is the session. So, honorable panelists, as I told, I was given 3 questions for each of you. I do not have the time. So I guess let me start the first cycle and see where we stand. I will ask first question starting from Dr. Kumar, then Dr. Singh, Dr. Nat Birua, then Suryani, Govindaraj, and Dr. So that's the order I'll ask. So first question, Dr. Arvind Kumarji, what is the role of millets in agricultural diversity?
Thank you for this important question, but since the time is limited, I think you know that diversification in agriculture is a prime need now. We talk about rice wheat system, but we know that millets are grown under rain-fed situations, about 90%, and the two key millets are, you know, pearl millet, sorghum, and the third one is finger millet. The rain-fed areas, particularly where rain-fed rice is grown, there is ample possibility of introducing these crops. But what is happening that the productivity in leading states, for example, the pearl millet, Rajasthan is the leading state, but the deviation difference between the farmer's yield, the potential yield, and the yield which is being obtained at the national level, there is a huge difference. We need to certainly, because you know, pearl millet, more than half alone is in Rajasthan, and the productivity is less than 1 ton. At national level it is more than 1 ton. How we can bridge this gap? How we can take those areas where there is a low productivity and more area, these need to be particularly targeted. Then many other points are there. We need to diversify, particularly under those situations, protective irrigations, the use of micro irrigation systems, the use of many points which our learned previous speakers have talked about, the use of biocontrol agents, biopesticides, so that the residue remains less. Because these are the, crops where we have to take directly, into consumption, and also we have to see that in which area we need to diversify. A definite plan has to be made. Rolling seed production plan accordingly has to be developed, because barring pearl millet and sorghum, there is no systematic seed production plan in case of minor millets, particularly we talk Kono or Sama or Pakun, Kutki.
Professor Kumar, 2.5 minutes.
Many other things. So these are the points
We have to get.
Where millets definitely have a great role in diversification of crop, and let us forget rice wheat, and in some areas we should certainly as a matter of policy introduce these millets. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My next panelist, Dr. Pratima Singh, the question is, how do you foresee the biotechnological intervention in millet production in terms of food and nutritional security? Dr. Singh. Okay.
Okay, I think, yeah, so thank you, Chair, for giving this opportunity. So like to thank NIFTEM for having us. And I guess I am participating in this conference with my two hats. One is as a molecular biology and biotechnology student, and also now as a regional manager for Australian Center for International Agriculture Research. So what I will do, I will just start my comment that millets are really smart, and they are smarter than the cereals in many sense, because cereals are there for food security and millets are for both food and nutritional security. So this is the starting comment I can make. And yes, back to your question, yeah, there is a great potential to utilize different biotechnological interventions in understanding and providing evidence and improving especially bioavailability of nutrients. And there is always a scope to improve yield, because we have, like in the previous session, we have noticed that there is a potential, but there is a gaps. So there will be always room to improve the yield. However, as we all know that cereals have got most attention, especially in terms of investment also. ACR is a funding agency, that's why I'm trying to talk about the investment. The most of the investments are gone to cereals improvement. So therefore, we like to, I like to make a point here that we need a serious investment for millet research, especially biotechnology research. There is, I was going through all the publications and there is a lot of interventions has been made, but they are not coming into utilized by the farmers or in the fields. So in Asia, we say that research, development and policies must be integrated in order to have a best outcome of the research. So at the moment, I think there is a lot of scope and potential. As a biotechnologist, people may know that it's a tool, but we need to focus on the utilization or application of those technologies in the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. All right. I think related to this biotechnological interventions, and we had a great lecture in the previous session from Dr. Parikh about using gene-edited technology. So that is one of the classical examples, and many other examples will be there, will be developed. The third panelist, Dr. Hedwig Nadbirwa. The question I have for you, ma'am, what type of products in Uganda are made from millet? Is it working?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank the organizers, NIFTEM, for inviting us for this conference. Coming to the question, in Uganda, finger millet especially is a native crop, and the products that are made from millets, finger millet, sorghum, actually are based on the indigenous dishes that were made since time ancient. And if I am to mention, the major products is the freshly cooked stiff bread. Then we have the drinkable porridge. We have the malted beverages that are consumed almost everywhere in the country and has become a delicacy, especially in the urban centers, helping to quench thirsty for different individuals. Those are the three key products. But then the products are categorized. We have primary products, secondary and tertiary. Now primarily I am talking about grain. We have whole grain, and whole grain actually, when primarily processed, is then used to make other products. From grain we make the flour, and we use flour to make the porridges, to make the stiff bread, to make the baked products, to make the malted beverages. In industry, the grain is used from sorghum to make lager beer. Where the lager beer and the malted beverage are secondary products. Talking about the stiff bread, it is a secondary product. The same occurs with a drinkable porridge. Of recent, as a way of diversifying products that come from the millets, we are also making bakery products in the country, but these are made for specialized markets. We also have composites of flour that are used for porridges, and part of the composites are made using extrusion processing, while others are simply mixtures based on different local raw materials. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The question for the third panelist, Dr. Suryani. The question I have, do you think the revival of millet-based farming system will contribute, either positive or negative, to the overall farming system in Indonesia?
Thank you for the time and question. Thank you for the invitation for me. Thank you for the organizing, very nice organizing and kick of the conference. I would like to explain about the millet potential millet in Indonesia. I work in organic farming in Bali. From Bali, Bali is a center of tourism, and the prospect of the millet in Indonesia, I think, good for the ecotourism concept, especially in Bali, because the Bali is very small island, and then I have the idea to explore, to develop of the Bali as the ecotourism in millet, because it's millet is have the many benefit, like the high the nutrient and high of the fiber, very good for the tourism food maybe, and then for the local food also, and benefit. And the challenge in this millet in Indonesia maybe is especially in Bali is because the very small little information about the millet in Indonesia. Just in the Indonesia in West Sulawesi have the six of the variety of the millet, and still just a farmer, a small farmer work in the millet, and then there's a challenge of the millet in Indonesia need something from the government to support the millet in Indonesia, and need also support from the investor and others, because it's still in the research, also still in the very little information. I have the hope about the millet, potential millet in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next panelist, Dr. Govindaraj. The question I have, Dr. Govindaraj, as a plant breeder, as you are, what kind of traits you would like to focus in reaching the quality and post-harvest self-stability of millets?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak from the crop science perspective in front of the food technologist. Thanks for the organizer and NIFTEM family. Coming back to your question, as a plant breeder or crop geneticist, they largely put efforts, and so far you take the 40-50 years, efforts are pre-harvest traits, not much on the post-harvest traits. It may be the major cereals, but comes to the millets, overall the less efforts is gone, but as in previous presentation you must be seeing that 228% yield increases after 1960s. So which happens through the genetic enhancement. So coming to this question, how quality can be enhanced today and tomorrow for the consumer perspective, we really need the connection between the consumer preferences as well as the farmer preferences. The breeding community largely put efforts and design the product or variety or hybrids largely for the quantity and less for the quality. But today is people talking about the nutrition. I think it is a time to focus, gradually shift for the nutrition component as well as the processing quality, milling percentage, I would say, the grain size and flour yield, etc. This happened in the rice and maize major cereal, but as to slowly migrate, those technologies should be replicated in millets. I would say clearly that we need to connect the farmer preferred traits, which is quantity, and the consumer preferred size quality. The shelf life is mostly and largely in the post-harvest handling cases, and the less in the genetic, except in the new innovation technology, gene editing, those can help. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. The question for the last panelist, Dr. Sharma. Well, whatever direction I have been given, how do you see the role of millets in food and nutritional security, keeping climate change in mind?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and of course, a very good afternoon to all of you. As your snap is being flashed on the screen, I see many of the young people having a nap. So probably wake up yourself. One, millets, sorghum, polo millet, and many of the minor millets are already grown in harsh environments in the desert and the marginal areas in rain-fed agriculture. Given the climate change and the variability in rainfall and the receding glaciers say to the Himalayas, will have less and less water availability in future. The millets, as has been said in the morning by Dr. Mahapatra, they use 1/10 amount of water than what we use in rice to produce 1 kg of grain. So these are the cereals of the future. And as we have already learned, these are called now nutri-cereals or SRI, and as they are rich in iron, zinc, manganese, and they also have many of the proanthocyanins or proanthocyanidins that also helps to build, strengthen our immune system. So these are the kind of foods that we should promote in future to have a healthy society, as the consumption of these millets, as they have less amount of starch than rice or wheat or readily available. Consumption of these cereals is also useful for diabetic people and those having other health complications. So they are the cereals of the future. But can I have 1 more minute related to crop protection? If we want to have a good food, we want to have a good grain, a healthy grain. And for that, we must address the issues that spoil the grain quality before harvest. And those issues are, if we go to pearl millet, or now many of you are not the field scientists, but I have been for 40 years, ergot, smut, and grain molds. These are the principal pathogens that spoil the grain quality in pearl millet, and of course downy mildew is what affects the plant. So we must take efforts. One is to control these pathogens when we are growing the crop. Downy mildew has been controlled through development of the resistant varieties, and also those varieties developed through the marker-assisted selection. But probably for ergot, smut, and molds, I think there is no harm in taking up a fungicide spray, so that you have pearl, bold, good grain available for you to make a flour and then to make the food products. Blister beetles and of course pentatomid bugs are the sucking bugs that suck the sap from the grain. These are also feeding on pearl millet, but they are not so serious. Coming to sorghums, grain molds that produce the aflatoxins are the principal constraint in the food quality, and much of the grain that was produced in the rainy season, whether in Asia or Africa, was infected with molds. And this is one reason why, because the quality of the rainy season sorghum grain is poor, the area under rainy season sorghum in India has come down from 12 million hectares in 1980 to probably less than 2.5 million hectares now in the rainy season in India. So if we address the issue of these grain molds that produce the aflatoxins, of course sorghum also suffers from the ergot and smuts. But what accentuates or increases the severity of these grain molds and the ergot is the damage by headbugs and the grain-sucking bugs that spoil the grain quality. So we must either develop the variety through the genetic engineering means that have resistance to these pests, or we must take appropriate crop protection measures to have a good grain quality, to have a good food product. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
and have a nice day.
Sorma. I have to cut it off. Sorry, I'm already 10 minutes plus. So probably I need to stop here. I need to summarize. We have 6 panelists. I can categorize 2 are in the area of genetic improvement, classical plant breeder, modern plant breeder versus molecular biologists and biotechnologists, using the tools what you can handle all these weaknesses, genetic weaknesses what millet has, to speed up the millets taking as a mainstream crop. There are lots of technologies available there. You guys know that, you heard that. The second group, I would say, kind of agronomist cropping system person, Dr. Kumarji,
and Dr. Suryani with the conventional agronomy or organic system. Dr. Suryani mentioned about introducing millet in the Indonesian farming systems. He mentioned specifically Bali, where tourism is the #1 probably revenue generator. So ecotourism. Dr. Kumarji mentioned some window between the major crops. If we can find that small window to put millet there to diversify the farm. And then Dr. Hedwig Natiwara, she mentioned what are the products, traditional products in Uganda, right? Puris, probably it is a global recipe for millet, primarily finger millet and also sorghum, that is a primary, and then also make the flour and use different products. And as a secondary processed product like alcoholic beverages, craft beers out of sorghum. That's what she mentioned. Dr. Sharmaji mentioned the pest control before harvest, either genetic solution, insect, mold, some anti-nutritional toxin development during environmental issues like high rainfall, under high moisture condition, whatever technology is necessary. If I understood, eventually the conventional technology, if you have to spray some pesticide, go for that. If you have to dry the grain to retain the good quality, go for that. At the same time, the back end develop the genetic solution which doesn't need that kind of nasty chemicals, expensive chemicals. That's kind of summary, and I'm sure the panelists will be available during the tea and the next session. If any of you want to interact, that would be fine. Do I have a permission from that host to ask maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience? Burning questions? Otherwise, you cannot sleep if you do not ask. That kind of question is a burning question. If anybody has. Good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the panelists. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I had to cut off for the sake of the next session, but I'm sure they are all available. You can ask all your questions, whatever. And you can always find here. Okay? Nobody stopped working during COVID time. So there are technology. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, gentlemen, there is a group photograph as well as a felicitation ceremony. We would like to request our moderator, Dr. Deepak Santra, to please felicitate all of our panelists. With mementos and pot plants. I request Dr. Deepak Santra to kindly felicitate each one of our panelists. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
I'm sure all our speakers are really going to remember the hospitality of NIFTEM and the wonderful students who don't have to be told to clap every time they are receiving their felicitation. And felicitate Dr. Deepak. I request Dr. Karki to please come forward. I request Dr. Karki to please step up and felicitate Dr. Deepak. We request Dr. Harinder Oberoi sir to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Deepak Santra. And in this session there was another oral paper presentation by Dr. Anushka Srivastava, professor at Sam Higginbottom University of Agriculture, Technology and Sciences, Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Karki is right now felicitating Dr. Deepak Santra.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you for inviting me. I certainly will remember the hospitality, but unfortunately I cannot carry to USA. But this one I will carry.
Thank you. So we'll keep it in campus as your memory. We'll nurture it for you. Thank you so much. Like you have nurtured the field of education and this panel. So may I request Dr. Anushka Srivastava to kindly step on stage and quickly give her oral presentation. And after this quick oral presentation, we will move on to our next session, which is traditional and ethnic products from millets and their byproducts.
Hello everybody, good afternoon. I'm sorry for the chaos that has been created due to some or the other reason. I am here presented as late, I am not late, but anyway, I would like to tell about the work that I have done. And it is not work done by an engineer, it is not a work done by a crop rotation person, it's a collaborative work which I am going to present. And it's innovative work that has been thought of behind thought that people are talking lots of about millets. So we have decided that what millets we can do. As an engineer, what can I do? As a crop regulators, any agronomist or horticulturist, if it is possible, or nutrition expert person can do. Lots of women farmers are there who do lots of work on the farm. Lately, women farmers are being recognized but previously they were not recognized the way they are, at least today. So our work is focused on the women farmer and the marginal farmer. The lots of hard work that is done by the women farmer, in spite of their work, now we will come, I'll go quickly to my own work. I will just tell about the seventh dimension has been opened now. Am I going too fast? Am I going too fast? Okay. So I have just, because I thought I am just managed in between, so I thought I don't have time, so I was running fast. So the objectives of my work are to support women and marginal farmers. Secondly, reduce the drudgery in sowing of the millets. Third is to find a cost-effective method if possible that we have come across with some solution. Circumvent the shortage of labor caused by migration to cities. And that is the unwillingness of educated young generation to take up agricultural practices. To find an affordable solution which can be financed or helped by women self-help groups. Now, why I am talking about women farmer, why I am talking about millets and being here on the platform of millet, it's only because we have come across with some things that in just I can say at villages we have seen by going in reality to the farm of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. I am not talking about Maharashtra or Punjab or Haryana. As per my knowledge, these states are very in higher state and very high technology are being used here. But I am talking about Nalanda district on behalf of Dr. Jyoti, on Uttar Pradesh, on myself, that I have been visiting many classes, that there are marginal farmers or farmers only as a woman at home, nobody else is there. Children gone to study outside in the city, urban places, and the husband is gone outside even for labor work, but is not present on the village. At the time of sowing, at the time of harvesting of any crop, let it not be the millet, labor shortage is always there. So what about those farmers who have nobody at home, except one woman or two women? Then what to do? Can they not do some useful work on their small farms? If they are not able to do, then we have to see that cut is not only in their economic, but that cut is also there for the state or the country production place. So that should be utilized. I have studied about the millet grains and millet sowing system. Before we talk about some system, we must understand what's going on, what is persisting on the field. So I can see, you can see the different kinds of sowing system which is already available on the field. But we have the last one that is given by Dr. Razir Yadav and Vimal Sinha, I'm sorry. That is remote control vehicle. That may be very good for reducing the awakening of reducing the moving out of the youngster who are studying, doing BSc AG, MSc AG, PhD in agriculture, but not willing to go on the farm. Having so much of knowledge, if the students, if our country people are not going on the farm, then how can we talk about so much about agriculture and their production? We must do something so that these youngsters are allowed to go back. For that we have to give some methods so that this is not very tiring, and as well as some method which the people who are already present can do it. So this kind of systems, lots of work has been done. I have seen ICAR, there are so many people as chapters. They are working, 153 varieties of millets have been already produced, and lots of these are all done in India. These types of machine, manual as well as farm machineries which are run by tractor, rotavator, and those things are available, but they are costly. Medium and very small and marginal farmer, women farmer cannot afford that. We need some solution for them. I have given the sources also, but I think anybody interested, they can get the sources in my paper if it is get published. I will talk about the blueprint of what I am trying to do. What our team has done about the study about the sentence has gone in some way. This is the blueprint of our work. In this work, what we have done, using very small and very economical things, utilizing very economical parts, we have come up with a machine that can make the ribbon having seed and fertilizer in it, and if this ribbon is used on the farm, yes, you must have heard, I don't want to hide anything because I am not doing any chori or something. There are seed tapes which are available. I want to say by myself so that you will understand the difference between seed tape and the ribbon. Seed tape are made of paper, having their own self-resistive starch or whatever glue they are using. In this particular system, we are using very raw gauze cotton, which is very cheap, very cheaply available, and the glue we are using is only the gluten from the biodegradable items. Even the starch of the potato can work. This machine is not only for the production purpose, that a man, human or industry is producing a machine and that machine is being sold. This technology can be used by the farmer who can't even buy. Who can't even buy the raw gauze, can do it at home. But this will take a bit time to teach them and make them understand how they can do. In this particular work, they are not supposed to bend down on the field all the time, as I have shown in the beginning sewing methods, that even if it is broadcasting, I will just give a small demo. This is the way we do broadcasting, right? Holding a weight on the hand, and this particular movement of the motor, if you have a little bit of
Ma'am, would you like a hand mic?
there is a motor on the shoulder. So you are using your motor on the shoulder all the time. This is very painful, and holding the seeds on the hand, it's also very painful. So it's not that broadcasting is very easy. And I have been looking at the presentation. I had seen Ratan Lal sir's presentation. He was online, but I had seen that presentation. In that, he had shown farming on the no-till zone. This kind of ribbon can be used on no-till zone very easily. So these are few things because of which we had thought of doing such kind of work. I move to my presentation now. I have shown you the blueprint of the total machine, and I cannot give the whole description because that has been applied for the patent. So I cannot give the total detail. And just few days before, I have got my patent rice seed making machine, seed ball making machine. On the rice plantation, we do the transplantation and we do lots of delivery. In that, now we have prepared seed balls which can directly be shown without preparation on the field. You just go and feed. So this is what we have come up. We have come up with the millet ribbon that can easily be, in short I can say, can be taken to the field and it can be rolled just like a normal roll. So it has no drudgery and no lots of hard work on the field. So this is, I have got some of the parts in short. I can just show you that how we are folding it. The ribbon is like this and it is folded on the taper roller, and then we are using the what technology is already existing. No scientist does the same thing repeatedly. So the technology which is already existing, we have not made the new technology for this. For seed metering device, this kind of cup system is already available. Only difference we have done is that this size has to meet with the size of our millet size, whatever millet seeds are required, and their seed rate, the distance between seed to seed has to be maintained. So that size changes has been done,
but the technology we have used the same. And the fertilizer is with the help of our, yes, I was just finishing it. All I wanted to tell that we can go for cheap and some way out with which we can reduce the debris. So this millet ribbon system can be used for reducing the debris, for sowing of the seed, millet seed. It can be extended for other things also, but right now since your organization is having the system on millets, I found that it is very much suitable for millets being very light seed. So broadcasting method, lots of at least 1.5 kg seed was lost. So that can be reduced. It can be helpful for women farmer. It is cost effective and it is helpful and circumvent the shortage of labor will be affordable solution for the women scientists. This is all my summary. If you have any question, otherwise I'll give stop to my finishing work. That this is all I had to say. In short, I could present whatever. I don't know how much I could give, but I tried my level best to explain about my work. So any question please? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Very informative presentation there, and now we move on to another informative session. The topic is traditional and ethnic products from millets and their byproducts. And the session coordinator is Dr. Ankur Ojha, Assistant Professor, FST, NIFTEM Kundli, and the rapporteur is Dr. Nitin Kumar, Assistant Professor, Food Engineering, NIFTEM Kundli. I invite you both to be here. And for the keynote address, I would like to invite on stage, along with the other speakers, Dr. C. Ananda Ramakrishnan, Director CSIR, NIIST, Thiruvananthapuram. Sir, can we please have you on the dais? Please take your seat. Dr. Shivakumar Harti, Associate Professor, AIIA. Professor Chandragiri Cheralu, Dean of Agriculture, Chaitanya University, Telangana. Dr. Neelam Upadhyay, Senior Scientist, ICAR, IARI, New Delhi. Dr. Neelam and Dr. Shalini can stay with us in front of stage, and we will be inviting them during their presentation. So now, for the keynote address, a gentleman who was an Indian scientist and academician having expertise in chemical engineering and food processing, working as director of CSIR, National Institute of Interdisciplinary Science and Technology, NIIST, Thiruvananthapuram. He was awarded with prestigious Commonwealth Scholarship Program of Government of United Kingdom. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. C. Ananda Ramakrishnan.
तुम पोडियम पे करो, ठीक है? मैं एडी बुला दूंगा.
Yeah, good evening to all. I have to leave as quick as possible to catch my flight. So maybe this may be the jet fast presentation. Most of the things already you heard about it. Indian food industry is growing at a very rapid pace. Last 10 years, we never come down less than a 10% of the growth rate, almost $535 billion expected in 2025. Food habit is entirely changed. 100 years back, we have taken food for the energy, 50 years back, nutrition. Now we wanted to take a food for soul, and we wanted to enjoy when we take the food. That's what, how millet can play the role. That's what we are looking into that. Superfoods in US market, if you look at 56% of the population wanted to take superfoods. The list, if you look at, most of the product comes from the India, and including the millets, and how we wanted to place the millet as the superfoods. That's the idea, and all these things already as explained. The whole value chain, if you look at, one is from the production, and the primary processing, secondary processing, value addition. These are the three most of the engineers and agriculture scientists we are involved in. Then comes to the packaging. Unlike other grains, millets need more packaging. If you millet, you can't store more than 30 to 40 days any millets. That is the problem of millets. So we need how many layers of the packaging is needed, and different packaging, hermetic packaging, other packaging can be ideal one. Marketing, millet can't be marketed the same market strategy for the both rural and urban market and export market. We need to look into that. This I will skip this slide. And millet growing areas, if you look at, Bajra is 60% of India total production is comes from Bajra, Jawar and Rahi, and total is 17.95 million tons. But if you look at that 1950 to now, it was the 21 lakh tons of the production in 1950 to 55 period. Now it comes to only 4 lakh tons only we are producing. This is the real problem. Whatever we are talking, we need to enhance this one. At least double another 5 years time, then we can talk most of the things what we try to do. Who is the culprit? Culprit is here. If you look at 1950 to 55 to the down now, only one point is cut point is the green revolution. We brought the rice and wheat, that makes down the production of the whole millet into that. And if you look at the scenario, 70% increase in that, 800% increase in the wheat scenario, maize also 500% increase into that. All this is the powerhouse of all the micronutrients, 4.2 times higher than the rice in the sorghum. Folic acid, iron is 9.1 times higher than the rice. Even calcium, if you look at, 48.5 times higher than the rice. That's what, this is the one of the grain has all the nutrient in it. Not only that, 12% of the protein, 12% of the fiber, no other grain will produce it, and that's what the low GA what we are talking. For example, foxtail millet or barnyard millet, both will use more than 10% of the fiber and protein. And all the essential amino acids are present in the millets. Lysine, the important essential amino acids is present in the millets. If you look at the GI, barnyard millet comes around 50. We are talking about other grains like oats and other things. You see, we have our own grain can give low GI of 50, but still we are unable to make it a good impact on it. Yes, we need to talk about, as a scientist, anti-nutritional factors are there in the millet, mainly tannins, polyphenols, phytic acids, all these things has to be removed. How to remove? Still we are not established the 100% removal of all these things. That is the big concern to promote when we are promoting the millet. Yes, millet can be done, all these things including the weaning foods. If you wanted to texturize the protein, best protein is the millet proteins. You can easily make the vegan products including the meat and other things, you can use the millet into that. Value addition, these are the processing things, and one problem millet is the seed. Even seed, same seed we can't use for same millet for different varieties. That's the problem. If you look at the most of the industries, the MSME industries looks like that. They are not followed any of the good manufacturing practice and other things. But we are not made automation in the millet machinery. If you look at rice and wheat from the field to the final, we made it automation. Millet we are not done because of inherent problem of size and color, everything changes. This is a secondary processing. What we are talking about, selection of the processing also important. If you put the soaking, antioxidant carbohydrate will reduce us. If you make the fermentation, carbohydrate and protein will increase. Extrusion, again, carbohydrate and protein will reduce us. This is the what the selection of the unit operation is most important into the supply chain. Yes, the business is expected $12 billion, but we are talking about more on export. Where we are exporting, the last column, if you look at, we are exporting Nepal, UAE and Saudi Arabia. Still we are exporting, and Indians only eating the millets, not others. When we make other people, Europeans and African and other people are convincing, yes, millet is good for health, then only we have the business. These are the, if you look at the international market, millet comes first the fooder, then the food. Then next is the breakfast and bakery product and other products. We have done some studies before going for PLI scheme introduced by the government of India. These are the percentage of millet added into that. Healthy powders 90% millet. Remaining things, if you look at the confectionery 10%, breakfast around 42, less than 40%, extruder product also like that. Nowhere the product in the market comes 100% of the millet. If you look at this also, almost everything 30 to 40%, but sold as a millet product. That's what, it is not that easy millet to be make it a palatable because it does not have the gluten. It does not have the inherent properties of what we have, the rice or wheat, especially the wheat. So we need to do a lot of adjustments scientifically that one should understand before going to. We have developed some of the product, like we made the millet ice cream in the NIFTEM Tanjavur, and it is one of the premier product as done by that. That product has been more than 10,000 product. 10,000 product has been last World Food Year launched it, and millet puffing machine is the unique one, and candy has been made from the millet, and even millet pasta also we have done in the NIFTEM Tanjavur. And this is the 3D printer, and this is printing on the millet snacks. The printer itself done in the NIFTEM Tanjavur indigenous printer has been developed by us. The cost is less than $1 lakh and can be done anything with millet idli dosa makes NutriBar. This millet NutriBar has the almost 400 calories can be produced from the millet based millet powder, edible powders. And these are the entrepreneurs supported by NIFTEM Tanjavur, more than 120 entrepreneurs supported by startups supported by NIFTEM Tanjavur. And where is the problem? Problem is that here we captioned or we promoted the millet as a poor man's crop. There only we lost the market, because Indians, we are ambitious people. We don't want to showcase like a car. We can't, so once a car is brought as a poor man's car, we don't want to buy that car. The same thing here. We don't want to eat the poor man's food. So we need to, superfoods are something we need to have. That promotional and positioning of the millet is important. Low cultivation, that is the problem. If you promote too much, where is the cultivation? And urbanization takes place, millet cannot be such a possible manner to make it like wheat or rice. At least wheat or rice are the culprits. Need to improve the farming technology. We have not made the total automation in the farming level or post-processing and post-harvest technologies and market strategies needed. We need to position better premium product, focus on export, not only Southeast Asia and where Indians are there, and pricing is important, and cluster approach. Midday meal, some of these states, especially and Odisha, has included the midday meal program. And recently, Tamil Nadu government has announced millet should be there. The breakfast has been introduced Tamil Nadu schools. So same manner, if you have to include in most of this type of mass programs, then millet promotional and as well as cultivation will increase. Thank you so much. This is my book. You can refer it. Millet makes India the food factory of food. Millet should be there part of that. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir has a flight to catch, therefore we would like to felicitate him. I request Dr. Komal Chauhan to please felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. C. Ananda Ramakrishnan, Director, CSIR, NIISD, Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you, sir. And next we have Associate Professor in All India Institute of Ayurveda and Autonomous Institute under Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. He is MD in Ayurveda and have 13 years of experience in teaching and research. His area of interest is lifestyle and yoga. Numerous publications are with him, and he promotes Ayurveda and its relation with modern food. Please welcome Dr. Shivakumar Harti.
Thank you very much. I'm here to say a few words on behalf of our Director, Professor Tanujan Nisri, All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, and Autonomous Institute under the Ministry of Ayush. So, amidst the gathering of all engineers and technocrat people, I am here from the health point of view, that too, a traditional Indian system of medicine, Ayurveda. So, I am here to talk about the traditional uses of millets from another point of view. To begin with, this is one short movie clip.
ಜೋಳವನೆ ತಿಂಬುವನು ತೋಳನಂತಾಗುವನು, ಬೇಳೆ ಬೆಲ್ಲಗಳ ನುಂಗುವನು ಬಹುಕಾಲ ಬಾಳನೆಂದರಿಗೂ ಸರ್ವಜ್ಞ.
Yeah, though it is in Kannada, I would like to translate it in English. It says that it is from the quote of Sarvajna. Sarvajna, he was one of the famous poets of 16th century of Vijayanagara Empire of southern part of India. We can find similar poets like Tiruvalur of Tamil Nadu also. So these poets have given quotes in the form of three padis. They are three-line quotes. They say that he who feeds on jawar, the type of millet, especially which is grown which is one of the staple foods of northern part of Karnataka and Maharashtra. Those who eat jawar will grow hefty like a wolf. I mean, they become so strong as that of a wolf. And the people who feed on dal and jaggery will have a very long life. So the millets are the cultural diversity of India. Millets, the cultural diversity, they are more also related to religion, health and nutrition of India. Millets have been grown in India over the past 5,000 years, making them some of the oldest cultivated crops in the continent. Their cultivation likely predates the cultivation of rice and wheat. Now, these millets are also staple food source of many ancient Indian communities and they provide a very reliable source of sustenance also. Millets held cultural significance in ancient India. They were not only used for food but also for various religious rituals and ceremonies. For example, they are light for digestion and especially they are very useful in the metabolic disorders. If you talk from Ayurveda point of view, we all talk in terms of the doshas, Vata, Pitta and Kapha, the three bodily humors. They help in the balancing of Pitta and Kapha. They slightly aggravate the Vata dosha. This is what we say when we talk from the Ayurveda point of view. Now, there are various other millets other than these normal millets, like Vamsheva, that is bamboo seeds, Gaveduka, Jobstias, Uddalaka, wild koda, etc., which have been mentioned in the classics of Ayurveda. Now, as the previous resource person has talked about health benefits from a modern point of view, how much the nutrient composition of the millets and all, I would like to take from the point of Ayurveda point of view. What Ayurveda says is, these pearl millet or what we call a bajra, they are especially the dry in nature and they are hot in potency, and that is why we see that bajra is essentially a crop of winter diet. When as soon as we get on December, January, we start to eat the foods of this bajra. And even you can see in the southern part of India where we celebrate Makara Sankranti, especially at that period we prepare the recipes of this bajra actually. We prepare bajra rotis on Makara Sankranti. That too especially, which comes usually in the month of January, winter seasons. So these are the various traditional recipes of pearl millet like bajra khichdi, bajra rotis and bajra churma laddus, etc. And culturally prepared different recipes in different parts of the India. Sorghum, one of the most was talking about the staple diet of northern Karnataka and Maharashtra. It is cold in potency and that is why it is taken all over the seasons. And it is sweet in taste and light to digest. That's very important. When you compare it to the wheat, it is more light for digestion, dry in nature, and very good, especially in case of obesities, etc., and metabolic disorders. And when you talk from other point of view, it is very good in kapha, pitta, and rakta disorders. Some of the traditional recipes is sorghum, like jawar ambli. We prepare ambli from jawar. Jawar roti, one of the famous recipes. Sorry, one famous part from the right. Jawar bolas. They prepare it with garlic and make it a small bolus of jawar once after preparing a rotis. Then finger millets. Again, if you talk from either point of view, they are bitter and sweet in taste. Bitter, sweet, and astringent taste. They give a very nutrition to the body. They form an excellent weaning food. We call them as ragi. Many might remember the southern part of Karnataka, the former Prime Minister Deve Gowda. He is around 90 years of age now, but still he maintains regular his activity due to two mainly reasons. One is his diet is very rich in this ragi and vegetables. The second is the routine practice of yogas. So this is how finger millets can be a very good part of a nutritious diet. So ragi mudde, one of the recipes of southern Karnataka, ragi laddus, ragi idli, ragi rotis, etc. And here AIIA, we are having a clinical trial on ragi laddus in sports person. Of course, the clinical trial is in process. We are finding very good result till now. Foxtail millet again, we call them it as kangu. It has got some properties like increasing vata and specific kapha doshas, nourishing, dry in nature, helps in healing fractures. recipes of foxtail millet, kangu, kheer, bhat and pulaus, etc. These are the other types of millets. The general properties are same as that of the previous months. One thing I'd like to mention about these millets is that, see, when Ayurveda point talks about the conducive diet or the personalized diet, Satmya, we call it as Satmya. So food should always be taken based on matra, kala and seasons. Matra is a quantity. It is not that every thali, the size of thali fits everyone. Every person needs a different quantity of food. One thali doesn't fit everyone. Kala, the same diet cannot be taken all the 6 seasons. Most important, habitat. We call it as deshas are the regional dietary patterns. For my example, being from a southern part of India, northern part of Karnataka, my staple diet is rice. My staple diet is a jawar millet. What we used to in ancestral days is that even in our homes nowadays, we prepare. Our staple diet is jawar rotis. We prepare wheat rotis once in 15 days on a full moon day or a half moon day. So it's just it. So entirely around the month we have jawar rotis itself. But now when I shifted to North India, now due to non-availability of jawar, I'm having the wheat now, which may not be very conducive to me or which may not be very suitable for me. So this is one of the things what Ayurveda says. One millet cannot be suitable to every person. So we need to go to basics. What type of diet or that's what even a modern medicine says. The dietary patterns stemming for variations in culture, beliefs and availability of food across the seasons are evidently different regionally and an important determinant driving gut microbial diversity and richness. So we need to go to back what were our basic staple diet on the millets and then need to consume. And even millets have to be consumed based on the seasons. As I was discussing previously, like especially winters, per millet or bajra is good, whereas in the summers, ragi or a jawar millets will be good. And in Ayurveda, we get different therapeutic preparations of these millets in different disorders, like in breathing, bleed. Yeah. So to conclude, so this is all about the various disorders and the millets indicated. So to conclude, the inclusion of millets in our diet has a deep-rooted history in India, where it has been cultivated for thousands of years. Millets, most important, can be used as a therapeutic diet. Regional millets have to be given more preference. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, sir. And now we have a talk by Regional Regional Coordinator, ASRO. I guess this was by doctor, so that happens. So, Regional Coordinator is Shri Ravinder Grover. I invite you, sir, to kindly give your talk.
Thank you very much. A quick question for all the researchers here. Is it the millets or a session that's making audience sleepy? And another quick research question. Can you find us your favorite subject who is still sleeping? I can give you a hint. It's a 4th row, blue dress. Okay, all right. I don't have a presentation. I'll answer 3 quick questions. One, are millets traditional ethnic? Probably the answer is yes, but I'll speak about it because I have prepared a couple of lines. The second question that I'll answer, is it a good thing to be traditional and ethnic? That's probably a difficult question to answer. And the third one is, if it is not so good, then what should we do? So let's start with our millets, traditional or ethnic food. You know the answer, right? I mean, say, many speakers spoke about, in India, millets date back to 3300 BC. We have been growing millets, probably they were the first crops. In Asia and Africa, nearly 50% of the people consume millets. And we all know the recipes, nachnis and rajgiri laddus, bajra khichdi. All of us know about millets. Now, it's not only a traditional food in India, but in Asia, Africa, other places also. In Africa, Sahel region, Sub-Saharan Africa has a lot of traditional recipes of millets. in Western Africa, Nigeria, Niger, you will see a lot of recipes of millets which are used in everyday food. So it's there since ages and it's pretty ethnic, pretty traditional. Now the second question, which is a little tricky. Is it a good thing to be traditional? Now let me ask you, what's the opposite of traditional? Modern. Do a quick Google search. Novel, contemporary, new. So what do we want to be called? If we want to be called traditional, we want to be called traditional only 4 days in a year. That's when you wear your ethnic wears on festivities. You know, that's a problem with this positioning of being ethnic, and I might be acting as a devil's advocate, but that's my viewpoint on millets were around 35,000 hectares, and then they are now at 14,000 hectares. In addition to being traditional, there was probably also the not having a good economic use case compared to rice and wheat, and that's why the cultivation has come down. But problem with having ethnic and traditional positioning is that it becomes occasional. It's not everyday thing. It's not something that you want to do every day. You want to do it on special occasions. So that's the problem number one with the traditional and ethnic positioning. The second problem is I don't want to do what my father did. For my father, Bata was a brand. And people in India will relate to it. For them, the Bata was a brand that they related to. And I don't relate to Bata precisely because my father relates to Bata. So, you know, the millennials and Gen Z probably would like to do things which the grandfathers didn't do. So that's another thing with being ethnic and traditional is that it sometimes becomes counterproductive. Now, I'd like to the third part of my presentation, I'll keep it brief, is about then what should we be doing? Should we be positioning this as a traditional food or should we be positioning as a modern food? Now, there are many ways and marketeers can give it a spin the way they want to, but one of the things that come to my mind is, if you look at it, the fusion is the word that everyone is latching on to today. You are seeing a lot of remixes happening for things. You are happening a lot of remakes of old movies happening, which is bringing the goodness of old and mixing it with the tinge of contemporary, what we call as neo-ethnic. And probably that's some food of thought which I like to leave with the young guys who are sitting here doing their MBAs and NIFTEM to come up with something which makes it neo-ethnic, which gives it a twist, which keeps the retroness of it, but then packages it nicely. And if you look around, the companies who have done it really successfully, and in my mind, a couple of companies that I can think of, Slurp Farm. My son has been eating their cake mix without even knowing that it has millets in it. And why he was eating that cake mix? Because he liked the coarseness of the cake that comes along with it. And the way they have positioned it, it's very appealing to the kids. So that's something that you can latch on to, and there are many startups who have come up with ideas which are appealing to women and children, and I think that's the way to go. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was Sri Ravinder Grover, Regional Coordinator, Asia Harvest Plus. There is also one announcement for all our national and international guests. Post the cultural program, as we are in our final session, we would like to inform you that post the cultural program and the dinner, the buses will leave at around 8 p.m. for Leela Grant and Amrik Sukhdev. So we request all of you to kindly take a note of that. Now, for our next speaker, I would like to invite someone who has completed 35 years of services in PJTSAU, Hyderabad. For 5 years, he is professor and head in Department of Genetics and Biotechnology. He has released 28 varieties in rice pulses and millets. He was twice awarded with the Meritorious Research Scientist Award and Eminent Scientist Award for the year 2023. I'm sure many here aspire for something like that. So please welcome on stage our next speaker, Professor Chandragiri Cheralu. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My topic is that traditional and ethnic products from millets and their byproducts. Before going to the topic, just I would like to introduce a few interesting sayings by eminent people with reference to the agriculture. When tillage begins, other arts follow. The farmers, therefore, are the founders of human civilization. This was stated by Daniel Epstein. Everything else can wait, but not agriculture. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, that is dignity to farmers. Our great Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vignan. Information technology is for India today. Biotechnology is for Bharat tomorrow. Atal Bihar Vajpayee Ji. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vignan, Jai Ansandhan. This is our present Prime Minister Modi sir. Now millets are nutriceuticals and known as the superfoods. There is no doubt about it. They have a lot of antioxidants and also gluten-free. The huge benefits of eating millets is that keeps the sugar levels under control because they are very super crops at growing, because they are resilient to climate change, less water consuming, low carbon water footprint and photoinsensitive. Millets are environmentally friendly crops due to their low water and fertilizer requirement. Drought tolerant, adapted to diverse soil conditions and can be utilized using sustainable farming practices. Hence, incorporation of them into the agricultural systems can contribute to water conservation and ecological balance. So these are some of the interesting, very important millet crops. The oldest historical roots of millets were found in Neolithic site Sichuan in North China, where it was considered as sacred crop. The leader of the Shang dynasty in the 2nd millennium BC was known as Hu Qi, the ruler of millets. People of northern India were also cultivating millets during the prehistorical times. Now, because of we are getting a lot of nutritional disorders, that is stunting in the children. Globally, more than 21.3%, that equals to 144 million children are stunted because of the many of the nutritional disorders. Every one of you know that every day, day after day, the obesity is increasing in the people, and the 5th killer of the disease, that is the diabetic, is increasing year after year because of the consumption of the more carbohydrates. And these all alarms all the administrators, researchers, and every citizen of at global level what to think and what is going to be the alternative in spite of the several other good medicines that are available. Now let us think about the traditional foods. Traditional foods are those which have which will be consumed from generation to generation, and the techniques are passed on from generation to the generation. They have the historical significance, geographical indication, and the traditional specialities they have. Protected geographical origin, protected designation of origin, traditional specialties are generated. These standards promote and protect the names of quality agricultural products and foodstuffs originated from skills of housewives. Also, creativity and sensibility combine the techniques and the ingredients they had on hand during the time of preparation. Traditional food products are bhat, kheer, that is sweetened and porridge, mudda, stuffed porridge, roti, chapati, unleavened bread, idli, fermented savory cake, dosa, fermented pancake, coach, cocoa, togwa, dombach. As per the region wise, we have the several other common names also. Conventional processing, the people used to say that is milling, roasting, germination and fermentation for producing primary products at millet industries such as millet rice into various forms like raw rice, dehusked one, dehusked semi-polished rice, paraboiled rice, semia, whole grain flour, dehusked flour and composite flour. Secondary products such as flagged, parched, puffed and popped millet porridge, weaned and supplementary foods. Traditional food crops they are grown traditionally as organic farming, no chemicals were used, no intensive farming, substance farming was there, only barter system was the sharing of the products were there. Nutrition levels of the food, what we take is directly related to the soil health. If the soil is deficient, in particular macro or micronutrients, the yield, economic yield coming out of that produce will also have the deficit. That's why soil health is taken as the foremost important nowadays, how the farmers are being sensitized. Nutrition levels, terrestrial soils are having more organic matter with almost all major and as well as the minor nutrients. We all know that the soils are depleted like anything. That's why we are going again traditional farming like organic farming. Mostly traditional varieties were used earlier which were rich in minor and macronutrients. Now traditional varieties, land races are taken for improvement of the modern varieties because of the presence of the genes. Millet crops were dominated before the Green Revolution because of the improved irrigation facilities and fertilizer and everything. The commercial crops and rice has taken the place. That's why the millets have been cornered and very little area is occupied under the millets when compared to the 1960s. 1960s was only the millets and the pulses. Now these are all some of the products. The proud daughter of the soil, the millet renew, the millennium. Sharmila Oswal, popularly known as the Millet Woman of India. Lari Boy, Millet Queen of India. Professor Khadar Wali is the Millet Man of India because he is popularizing the millets like anything throughout the country. And these two ladies have conserved the local germplasm of the millets like anything, and they too participated like anything. And by leaving their families also in popularization and also conservation of the land races of the millets. Now this is Padma Sri Papamal blessing our Prime Minister Modi at the age of 107 years, organic farmer Padma Sri Papamal blessing PM Modi at the Global Millet Conference. And the ICR Foundation Day and Technical Day celebrations, we have given a lot of trust for the popularization and utilization of the millet and the millet recipes. And the exposure visits, we have taken all the farmers to IAMR and also Krishi Vigyan Kendras, data centers, and the Department of Agriculture for popularizing these millets. And coming to the number of social groups are also volunteers for popularizing the millets. Particularly the women working in the societies have taken the oath that because of the nutritionally enriched millets they are going to popularize. The target groups expressed that millet cultivation can be increased by establishing at least one processing unit per district by creating local market on par with other sale crops and mutation of millets in public distribution system. And these are the millet. IDC released an exclusive postal stamp on millets in collaboration with India Post on 25th July 2023. The exclusive postal stamp celebrates the Sri Anna and the nationwide efforts to raise the awareness on millets. The stamp can stick on all kinds of surfaces including glass and also cement ground. Stamps have globally been a symbol of honor that immortalize people, women and women of great cultural value. The ITC Mission Millet Stamp celebrates Sri Anna and mark a milestone in IT's journey to educate, empower and encourage millet farming and consumption of the millets in India. In conclusion, concerted efforts made by all intellectual groups during the International Year of Millets has resulted in increased area and production of millets in India and other parts of the globe. Particularly evidenced by in Africa, the production in the millets was improved in Africa. Similar efforts are required for another 2 to 3 years to bring the expected results without sacrificing that spirit. Because doing 1 year and leaving is not going to be not going to be effective. We have to be after this for about 2 to 3 years at least. Establishment of local processing units and the creation of market with good price is the need of the day. Building efficient millet supply chain for better millet production, processing, distribution and consumption is the need of the hour.
wishing for the large expansion of millets under cultivation and consumption of millet received by global population in the international era of millets 2023 and future for better, healthier and long lives of human race. I conclude. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, I would like to invite an esteemed figure in the field of food science and nutrition, having an experience of about 27 years in teaching and research, working as a professor and head of Department of Food Science and Technology, also holding other key positions as Head Center for Food Research Analysis and Head Center of Excellence for Food Fortification. Please welcome Professor Dr. Komal Chauhan.
Thank you, Swati. A very good evening to all. I would like to thank the Director, Harinder Oberoi, and the organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk on this platform. I'll be talking on the major R&D issues in millet processing and its way forward. As we see from the figure, that there has been a drastic reduction in the production of millet from 1950 to 2020, and there has been several reasons for it. The major reason is the Green Revolution, which led to the increased production of the wheat and the rice. And the other reasons were basically the lack of processing technologies and low investments and remunerations, which led to poor demand and supply chain. On the other hand, there has been increased prevalence of the chronic diseases. The major reason is like the nutrition transition that we have shifted from the millets to the staple food that is commonly we are consuming wheat and rice. And the major R&D issues that relates to the production of the millets is basically the bitterness of the millets, which is contributed to certain amino acids also, that is phenylalanine and tryptophan. The texture of the products basically that is coarse for the millets in comparison to the wheat and the rice. And the lysate enzymes are especially present in the bajra or the pearl millets, which leads to the breakdown of the free fatty acids that is contributing to the rancidity, and the anti-nutritional factors, which results into reduced bioavailability of the nutrients. All these reasons lead to the low shelf life, and the functional properties are also hampered, which leads to the less consumer acceptance of the product. So the tackling strategies are related to the processing. While primary processing, we can enhance the bioavailability also and the acceptability. The secondary processing involves the value addition. We actually do the secondary processes that leads to the production of the value-added products, and the newer technologies or the green technologies that are coming on, which leads to the enhanced bioavailability and the retention of the nutrients. And packaging also play a very, very important role. While different products need different packaging material also to prevent any kind of contamination and to enhance the shelf life of the products. So we have developed different kinds of products, like development of the protein-rich foods, energy-dense, especially the weaning foods, using these primary and secondary processing techniques, and the therapeutic products. We all know that these millets have low glycemic index and are rich in fiber, micronutrients, especially iron, and like it can lead to the reduction in obesity and the diabetes and other cardiovascular diseases also. We need to optimize the incorporation of these millets. We cannot replace the staple food now. We've been consuming for so many decades. We cannot consume millet as 100%. So we need to optimize all the products at what level of incorporation has to be done, like 20% to 50%. It is more or less acceptable, and there is that adaptability also. I'll be briefly showing you the NIFTEM initiatives towards the promotion of the millet that we've been doing. There are like collaboration with different organizations. We have collaborations with different government and non-government bodies, from Ministries of Food Processing Industries, the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, MP government, WCD, Government of Haryana, WCD, Government of Kerala, and FSSI. On the other hand, there are international collaborations with GAIN and TechnoServe and the Harvest Plus. Here I would like to add that we have like the millet products that are being served at NIFTEM, that is a contribution from the Harvest Plus. I'm really thankful to Ravinder for this. And then we have academic collaborations with different universities and industries also. We have developed certain value-added products like composite starch, extruded products, baked products, traditional and the weaning foods, and the pre-mixes out of these millets. These are some of the glimpses. These are the pre-mixes like khichdi mix, halwa pre-mix, and this panjiri pre-mix. Extruded products, the millet-based baked products. And besides that, developing these products, we also do the capacity building on-site as well as off-site. We had conducted several trainings in the Dindori district in Madhya Pradesh, in Shahpura village, with the help of MP government, tribal affairs MP government. These are some of the glimpses of that. And we had given the practical demonstration for this. And more than 200 FG women were actually trained for this baked products there. These are the practical sessions held there, and the product development was carried on by them itself. Then training was conducted there itself in different districts further. These are the credentials that were given, and we have also developed the booklets in both Hindi and English and the regional languages that is in the pipeline, and also developed a booklet for setting up of the bakery or the RTE plants. And some trainings are being conducted at NIFTEM on both baking as well as an RTE plant. These are some of the glimpses or the pictures. These are the products that were developed. And this is the media coverage. Besides that, we are closely working with WCD, as I told you earlier. With WCD Haryana, we have adopted two districts, Mewat and Faridabad, wherein we have actually adopted 1,000 children. Sam and Mam children are being identified, and the intervention will be done for the 8 weeks. The pre-assessment has been completed, and the intervention has also been completed there. These were the three products that were actually developed, ready to use supplementary foods using millets, biscuits, bars, as well as the powders or the paste. And they were distributed for the children that are after the pre-assessment. Then the lactation cookies were distributed to the lactating mothers, again incorporating millets into this. And the milk output was estimated how much effect is there on the augmentation of the milk or the total milk output. Then we had also worked on the flavor change of the take-home ration, and the value-added products were developed with the help of WCD Kerala. And it was found that we had incorporated more than 15 to 20% of millets in this, and the flavor change was there because there were complaints of the beanie flavor, and most of the DHR was taken by the ICDS beneficiaries, but it was not utilized by the children. It was given to the cattle or the poultry. And the products were developed there. And these are some of the visits of the Honorable Ministers at NIFTEM. So the key takeaways are like we need to enhance the techno-biofunctionality for improving the nutritional profile, reducing the anti-nutritional factors, as well as improving upon the physico-chemical characteristics. The optimal processing to achieve higher benefits and to reduce the nutritional losses, effective for utilization of raw and processed millets, and partial replacement of cereals. Instead of taking 100%, we don't need to try that because our gut are not adapted for that. So I'll conclude, millets can bring a cultural overhaul by stepping into the future, by tapping back into the past, and create a paradigm shift from food security to nutritional security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And now we have two oral presentations. I request to the oral presenters that due to the limitations of time, we will only be able to allot 5 minutes each. So hope you can accommodate. Thank you so much. The first one here that we are about to listen to is a distinguished senior scientist at IARI in New Delhi, known for her expertise in the extraction, characterization and delivery system of bioactives from agricultural and horticultural waste. Please welcome Dr. Neelam Upadhyay.
Thank you. A very good evening to the distinguished delegates on the dais, of the dais.
So 5 minutes are given to me. I'll try to convey the message within the stipulated time. So the oral presentation that I am going to deliver is on sorghum and moringa enriched functional instant idli mix, its optimization and characterization. So like idli, we all know that it is a naturally fermented traditional food. It has got very many benefits, but due to the cumbersome process of making it and the time consuming process, these days idli mixes, they are coming up in a big way, and basically they minimize the handling and they are need of the hour. The idli mixes that are available, majorly 3 ingredients are very important: rice, black gram, and for in the mix, dahi and water are required. So besides that, we have added sorghum and moringa oleifera. Sorghum, we all know that it is millet. We are hearing since morning about it. Moringa oleifera, again, it is considered a miracle tree because all the ingredients, all the parts of this moringa oleifera, they are rich in some or the other way. So the 2 objectives were there of this study. First was formulation of sorghum and moringa oleifera enriched functional instant idli mix, and second was to characterize this. So before moving on to the first objective or optimization process, we first took the evaluation of the market idli sample, and we did the descriptive sensory analysis of the market idli samples. 10 samples were collected from the local market, and then descriptive sensory evaluation and texture profile analysis was done, and the ink print test was done. This was done so as to establish a range, that what range we want in our optimized product. So this is the descriptive sensory evaluation performer that we used. Next activity is the proximate composition of all the ingredients. It was done. I have given how moringa pod powder was prepared. It was again prepared in our lab by cleaning, washing, blanching, grinding, then tray, preparation of tray, drying, and we get the moringa powder. This is the flow diagram of obtaining the idli mix. So rice, black gram, sorghum and fenugreek, these were the ingredients taken, washed with potable water. So generally it is a fermented product. So we did soaking. Again this hours, this we have standardized in the lab. And after this, so the soaking was done individually of all the ingredients. Then they were dried individually and then ground. Rice was ground, like coarse grinding was done. Black gram and sorghum, they were dried fine. And then dry mix was prepared, and besides that we also optimized the other adjunct ingredients, because for obtaining the taste of idli and fluffiness of idli, all the characteristics of idli, we need to have some adjunct ingredients. So salt, yeast extract, flaked rice, gum acacia, then acid and WPC we added so as to enhance the foaming properties and also the protein content. WPC is whey protein concentrate powder. And then once the mix was prepared, then dahi was added and then blending without forming lump. Again over blending is avoided. Then keep aside for 10 minutes. General procedure that we follow for instant mixes. So that was followed. So that was the procedure. Now how we went about for optimization of the level of major ingredients. Minor we have done first, and then we have gone for the major optimization of the major ingredients. So we selected 2 levels for each of the ingredients, that is rice, black gram, sorghum, moringa pod powder and dahi, and it is 2 to the power 5 factorial experiment, and the parameters we kept same that we had done for the market idli samples: descriptive sensory evaluation, texture profile analysis and ink print test. So this is the gist of the average sensory score that we obtained, and based on that T27 combination, it yielded the best idli as with respect to the sensory scorecard. And again here you can see the ANOVA table which says whether significant difference was due to the individual ingredients or it was because of the combination of 2 ingredients, 3 ingredients, 4 ingredients and so on and so forth. So this is the discussion of that. I will not get into the details. This is texture profile analysis, ink print test. So based on that, again we got T27 combination and T29. So finally we went with the T27 combination. So in that we had rice 30 parts, urad dal or black gram 30 parts, sorghum 20 parts,
5 parts moringa pod powder and 100 grams dahi along with water and all. So this is the summary of objective 1. So we got an optimized formulation. Then we did the proximate composition of the optimized product and the control. So we prepared 2 controls. One was containing only rice and green gram, and second one contained rice, green gram and sorghum. So again we can see here that all the values, so this is the physicochemical functional values, we can see that they were highest for the moringa one containing, and next to it was sorghum containing, and obviously the lowest were that of the rice and urad dal. This is the flow behavior which says that it is pseudoplastic, Bingham pseudoplastic. This is summary of the objective 2. I have covered this. So conclusion, sensorial, acceptable, functionally superior and rheologically similar instant idli mix was prepared which contains sorghum and moringa besides the other conventional ingredients. 100 gram of this mix yielded 300 gram of batter, 7 idlis weighing approximately 40 grams each. Future outlook, the physicochemical biofunctional parameters of the idli we have not done. This is for mix, and obviously sensory was
We
for
request to wind up, please.
This is the last slide. In vitro and in vivo study of the cooked idli is to be done. Acknowledgement, directors IRA, NGRI, joint directors, Dr. Thamrui, Dr. Malhotra. Thank you all for being so patient.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. And next, we have a distinguished senior scientist at the ICAR, IARI, New Delhi. Her primary field of specialization lies in food processing, kinetics, and rheology. Dr. Shalini Gaur Rudra.
Very nice good evening to everyone, all the dignitaries on and off the dais. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my latest research findings. So, yeah, you've seen that millets are difficult to process, so I have broken the glass ceiling in one way or the other, that totally we have restricted the use of semolina altogether, and we used minor millets, that is the kodo, brown top, little, foxtail and barnyard. I don't need to talk about their benefits, and my job has been made very easy by Dr. Grover saying that yes, we need a retro food. So yeah, I've tried to prepare pasta for the global consumer. And if you look at the pasting profile or the cooking profile, the blue graph is showing how the semolina cooks, and mainly the pasta is prepared from semolina, and you can see the other graphs for the millets are much lower. So how to overcome this problem? And that problem was overcome partly by using certain pre-treatments before I processed them, and the anti-nutritional factors were also taken care of by one particular treatment that was after sprouting we roasted it, that is the malted grains were used, and it is supposed to increase the bioavailability and reduce the anti-nutritional factors without dehulling, and we are not losing on the minerals also. So I could prepare easily with the help of a few additives. I could go up till 60%, but then the mineral content are given, the glycemic index is given. They are very rich in minerals and also fiber. But to break this glass ceiling ahead, I went on to prepare multi-millet pastas, and thankfully by God's grace I was able to do that. And we could see that when we used all the 5 millets, malted millet flours in combination, we could still prepare an acceptable pasta with low cooking loss and acceptable cooking weight gain. The antioxidant activity and phenolics were pretty high, and this
Now it's time for felicitation, for which I would like to request our session coordinator, Dr. Ankur Ojha, to kindly step forward and felicitate Dr. Shivkumar Harti, Associate Professor AIIA. Such wonderful students of NIFTEM, always welcoming each speaker during felicitation. Thank you so much. Professor Chandragiri Cherilu, Dean of Agriculture, Chaitanya University, Telangana. Dr. Komal Chauhan after this. We also felicitate Shri Ravinder Groverji, Regional Coordinator, Harvest Plus. Can I please have our Director, Sir, Dr. Oberoi, to felicitate Shri Ravinder Grover, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi felicitating Shri Ravinder Grover. And we request everyone to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Let us have a group photograph of this speaker panel for this session on traditional and ethnic products from millets and their byproducts. We will now be having a panel discussion for which the moderator is Dr. Vipin Kumar, scientist. Dr. Vipin Kumar is Director and Chief Innovation Officer at National Innovation Foundation, India NIF, an institution of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He incubated several innovative technologies which made their way to the domestic and international market. He has worked as a resource person in UNESCO's course on innovation management and workshops for policymakers and researchers to develop the roadmap for innovation, incubation and promotion in the Asia-Pacific region. Dr. Vipin Kumar, our moderator for the panel discussion, and due to time limitations, we would like the panel discussion to stay limited to 30 minutes, if possible, and over to our moderator to introduce us to our panelists. And we request our panelists also to be slightly mindful of the time while making their comments, so to keep them slightly brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank NIFTEM for organizing this wonderful workshop on millet. It is very timely. Rather, it was expected from NIFTEM to organize such a wonderful workshop in the year of International Year of Millets. Today I was going through the profiles of all the panelists and I found that large number, all the people are very accomplished, started from the research, academicians, policymakers, entrepreneurs. So I would introduce my panelists. First of all, the Keswan Niranjan. Keswan is a professor in food bioprocessing at the University of Reading. He has received many awards, and he
He is currently the co-chair of Education Committee of the International Union of Food Science and Technology. Another one is Sri Sunil Bakshi. Sunil Bakshi ji is the advisor of Science and Standard Codex at Food Safety and Standard Authority of India. He has experience of 8 years in regulation, codex and standard formulation. Before that, he was the DGM of National Dairy Development Board for almost 40 years. Welcome, Sunil Bakshi ji. Sri Harish Batra. Sri Harish Batra ji is the entrepreneur and the co-founder of a startup. He has interestingly generated the employment for large number of people in the country and innovator of many technologies. Rajni Chopra ji is academician and researcher in the field of food science and technology. She is working with NIFTEM presently. Rajni ji, welcome. Sunita Chandraukar. Sunita Chandraukar is again working as a senior faculty in Department of Food and Nutrition, MS University, Baroda. She is a researcher, published many research papers and did extensive work in food and nutrition areas. Welcome, madam. Miss Anita Jani. Anita ji? Achha, you are here. Anita ji is also a policy expert with experience in diverse field of food safety, food fortification, nutrition, development of national and international food standard at the level of codex. Welcome, madam. Dr. Malika Pojik. So, welcome Malika ji, and she is a research scholar and her interest areas are in the area of food, new food product development and valorization of food byproducts and alternative sustainable raw material of plant origin. So a very accomplished panel here. There are a set of questions, in fact, which the organizers has given. In fact, they did the good preparation. But before that, I want to add, in the year of International Year of Millets, quite often in India we say that the food of poor is rich and the food of rich is poor. Because we who are particularly in the urban areas are depending on only few food products, and if you see our food basket, it is very narrow. You go from one corner to another corner, you will get only tomato, potato, few grains, these kind of things. Not more than 40-50, in fact, which quite often we consume. But if you go to the tribal areas or in the remote areas, so people are not dependent on them. They are dependent on various other food commodities which is rich in nutrition, and minor millets are one of them. Many times we say that why these products made up of millets are not there in our daily diet and why they are not quite oftenly available in the market. The reason what I understand, in fact, we did extensive research with Future Group when the Big Bazaar was there, and we found that taste supersedes everything, in fact, whether it is nutritional or it is not, but if it is tasty, it would work in the market. So we have to enhance the sensory element of the millet based product. Another thing, we see the millets as a researcher, we feel okay, we will grind it, make the flour, and we'll make lots of things. It is not somewhere correct. We should also document the associated traditional knowledge, their way of working, how people are doing the preparation. You will get loads of incentive, and based on that, you do the value addition, probably the better acceptance of the products based on these minor millets will be there. So I'll not take much time. In fact, I would ask the direct questions, in fact, from our panelists. And first question I'll ask, Keswanji. You know, in our traditional system, the slow cooking process was there. You know, all the recipes at slow, flame for a longer period we used to cook. But nowadays, at higher pressure and high temperature, we cook within very small time. Then definitely lots of nutritional loss will be there. So, what is your opinion on these two methods of cooking?
Thank you very much. And this is not a question that exclusively applies to millet, but it's just about general cooking. And that is, it so happens that at home we have enough time, and you can always sort of manage relatively slow processes. But I don't think the two are competing alternatives. So don't look upon the two as competing alternatives. It is horses for courses. If a product demands slow cooking, you have no choice but to do slow cooking, whether you operate it at home or whether you operate it on an industrial scale. But by and large, industrial processes tend to be more intensive, and that's simply because industry is always obsessed with guaranteeing safety rather than quality. So what happens is, if you make the process very intense, there are two advantages. One is you guarantee safety. Secondly, you also have a very rapid throughput from the production point of view. So you are able to meet your production targets. So that's the only reason why industry goes for highly intensive processing, whereas domestically, we can be much more relaxed and do things relatively slowly. But at the end of the day, please remember, it's horses for courses. If the product demands slow cooking, whether it be industry or whether it be in a domestic environment, you have to go for the slow processes. But by and large, if you look at the situation today, at home it's slow, industrially it's rapid because it suits the industry.
Thank you very much. My next question to Sunil Bakshi. Sunilji, we just want to get from you that what are the key principles of Ayurveda Ahar, and how can traditional millet products align with these principles to promote holistic health and wellness?
Thank you, and good evening everyone. Before I respond to that question, I may say that Food Safety Authority has recently come out with one regulation, which is Ayurveda Ahar. And as we know that Ayurveda places a strong emphasis on Ahar, which relates to diet and nutrition. And the key principles of this Ayurveda are about promoting holistic health and wellness by balancing of doshas and also improving digestion. So if there is an imbalance between these doshas, then it leads to health complications. So the Ayurveda Ahar is to provide nourishment that supports the equilibrium of doshas and thereby allowing the body to function harmoniously. But we see that traditional millets, they basically can align with these principles of Ayurveda Ahar, whether we talk about dosha balancing properties or about seasonal and regional variations or availability, then whole grain nature and minimal processing, digestibility aspects of these millets, since they are very easy to digest, and their combination or the composite foods of millets with other spices and herbs to increase their therapeutic properties. Then there are also principles of personalized nutrition, because what my nutrition requirements are in light of the doshas that are prevalent, and then the foods that are suitable for me, we can relate it to millets also. Then about Ayurvedic cooking techniques, because we are talking about minimal processing in this case. So all these aspects are basically they can be applicable to all types of millets, and they can be taken as Ayurveda Ahar, because they have been recognized as very important nutritional and therapeutic foods in the Ayurveda science. And we talk about, say, seasonal cleansing of detoxification of body. So these millets also form a very important part of such detoxification diets. And of course, we may also talk about the sustainability and ethical sourcing of ingredients. So millets fulfill that requirement also. So overall, I would say that millets fulfill all key principles of Ayurveda Ahar, and they are recognized as very important nutritional sources of food in Ayurvedic sciences.
Thank you, Sunilji. Thank you for sharing the importance of millets in our health system. Now the next question to Dr. Rajni Chopra ji. And the millets are, linked with our tradition, and you see any traditional, you will find some track of the millets. Can you, share with our audience some example of traditional millet-based products consumed in different part of the country?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for giving me this platform to share my thoughts. And I would like to inform the gathering, especially the young audience, that millets are not new to especially our indigenous, this is one of our indigenous crop, and our ancestors were using in their diet, and their palates were well developed for accepting the millets. Now, because we had to attain the food security, because you have been hearing since morning about millets, so for attaining the food security, we actually left our traditional crop, because we had to have enough food to feed the people and consumers. And there was increasing population, demand was there. That's how we moved to the Green Revolution. So that's how we forgot our tradition, and we actually lost our palate towards the millet-based products. Now this is the time that we are looking for the nutritional security, and we have come back to the millets-based products. And traditionally there are various products throughout the various part of country. It has been used right from the northern part. There are millet-based kheer, like barnyard millet is used very commonly as a millet-based kheer is used. And in Karnataka also, in this session in the morning, one of the speaker was talking about ragi mudde. People are consuming ragi mudde, and they had this palate to develop. Now slowly we are also trying to develop our palate for millets-based product, and we are trying to incorporate millets at certain levels, 10%, 12%, 20%, 30%. So I think I would look forward to have the millet-based product with 100% of millets, and that's how we have to look for our palates. We need to develop our palates for the millets, not for incorporating millets in the cereals and pulses, and that's how we can generate the demand also for the millet. I think that's how I'm able to answer this.
Thank you Rajni ji for sharing your vast knowledge with us. Traditional knowledge is associated with the cultivation and consumption of these millets. Definitely the companies, if they are making some certain products, as I said earlier also, that they should document the traditional knowledge in a proper way. So my question to Mr. Harish Batra is how the companies can collaborate with the local experts and the traditional knowledge holders to safeguard the traditional knowledge associated with the millet-based products.
Thanks, first of all, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi ji. They make a great event. For the companies and the peoples, they require like cafe, restaurants, bhojanalayas. If we make food there, then now the new generation changing, they don't take the complete meal in their kitchen. Most of the times they go outside, take bakery foods, cafe food, restaurant food. When they take and enjoy the food there, then naturally after a long time, this come in the kitchen. NIFTEM is going very help for this RTI and different type of technology. That technology we are transferred to our companies, our associates. They are listening so many things from NIFTEM. And NIFTEM is giving very help to make millet products. So there are so many ways we make the products and give in the midday meals and Anganwadis, then naturally this same food will go to the home permanently.
Thank you, Harish ji. Now my question to Dr. Sunita ji. Sunita ji, the traditional, significance of these millet-based products has to be preserved. Can you share some of the technologies or techniques, in fact, which can preserve this or enhance the traditional significance of the millet-based products?
Good evening, and thanks to Team NIFTEM for giving me this opportunity to be here and share my thoughts. So now when we talk of millets, the traditional preparations that we have been making using millets, and what technologies can be employed in order to preserve their importance or take them further. So technologies are several, but as a food scientist and a nutritionist, I would always urge that we should follow technologies or adopt technologies that serve two purposes. One, we know that millets are a powerhouse of nutrients, but at the same time, they have certain anti-nutritional factors or certain inhibitors present. So any technology employed should enhance the bioavailability of the nutrients present in them. And secondly, the technology used should make the foods more palatable, acceptable. We all know and understand that today we have very little time for cooking, and therefore people either order from outside or they're looking for something that can be made quickly. So having ready-to-eat mixes, ready-to-cook mixes, extrusion is one technology that is very popular and gives ready-to-eat products. So if some of these technologies can be used wisely, we need not always, have technologies or products that compel addition of lot of additives, because we are then killing all the goodness of these millets. So let us resort to technologies that kind of, preserve the goodness of these millets, enhance them further, and make them more palatable, acceptable to the people. Some of the products that we have worked on is traditional technologies of malting can be used, or germination can be used to produce low bulk, nutrient dense young children foods. Fermentation can be used to make a probiotic rich beverage. So these have the added benefit of tradition as well as promoting good health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sunita ji. Now, my question to Ms. Anita Makizani ji. How have millets played a role in cultural practices of various communities, and what significance do they hold? Please.
First of all, good evening everyone, and thank you NIFTEM team for giving an opportunity to be here. When we talk about millets and its role in our tradition, so India being traditionally an agrarian country, so the millets of course play a pivotal role in in our tradition. So when we talk about it holds a traditional value. Well, it comes from the festivals in itself, and it starts from, like, if I name some of them, Rangoli Bihu from Assam, or the Pongal in Tamil Nadu. And then it of course has its culinary value itself, and we have been hearing a lot since morning. I will not go into details about it, like ragi laddu, bajra rotis, some of the drinks are there, and of course barnyard millet porridge in Uttarakhand is very well known, and it's traditionally being used, and these traditions have been passed on to the generations. Further, it has been used in the rituals and ceremonies. Folklore and traditional medicines, we all know, and my previous speaker also talked about the use and its relation with the Ayurveda. Further, when we talk about the sustainability and community bonding, the millets are drought resistant, as we all know. So some of the parts of our country really have the lower rainfall, and those are fed on those millets since inception. So, in the essence, I would just say that the millets are woven into a cultural fabric of the country and representing a confluence of agriculture, tradition, and community spirit.
Thank you. Now the next question to Belika, who is a research scholar. So in context of Serbia, put some light on millet ecosystem with respect to climate change, consumer perception and economic considerations.
When I heard about the opportunity to come to this conference, I did analysis of millet value chain in Serbia, and I got, for me, stunning information, some illogical as well. I started an analysis of value chain from Breeding Institute, and I realized that we have two domestic varieties, and there are also certain number of agricultural producers, but some of them started cultivating millet by chance because they were unsuccessful in their try to breed something else, and when they fail in breeding, for example, medicinal herbs, they in the same year started with breeding, cultivating millet, and it was by enthusiasm of certain people working in extension services, which provide them with information and all necessary support. And those people, these agricultural farmers, realized that it is very lucrative growing millet because investments in crop protection is very low, and the market price is twice as higher than major crops, wheat and corn in Serbia. So since we have a very warm August, which is, I would say that we have African temperatures in August, it is also very suitable to grow millet as a cover crop after wheat harvest, which actually increase the economical efficiency of farmers in that sense. So, since there is a huge problem with mycotoxins in wheat and corn due to high temperatures, and since there is those high temperatures are favorable for millet, I think that millet will be grown as, and just one illogical, just one short, which is really interesting, that 90% of grown millet in Serbia ends up as pigeon feed and parrot feed, which is lucrative, and millet which we use as food is imported. So this is it.
Thank you. Thanks for enriching our knowledge. Now, since the time is very less, we do have another 10 minutes only. So for next question, you will get only 1 minute. Because I'm seeing that lots of people are there in cultural program mode, and I'm seeing lots of kids also. So let us finish on time. So my next question is to the Keswan Niranjan ji. Can you share some specific examples of traditional millet-based products and their unique blueprints or characteristics?
I must admit, see, one is millets are not, don't use the singular as far as millet is concerned. It's always a plural, because there are far too many varieties, and those varieties are all completely different. So if you, there is no way I can be an expert on all varieties of millet. I can only tell you what I have worked on. that I worked on is the foxtail millet porridge, which I think in this area is completely done here. But not done here. Yeah, that's what. So what we did was to produce this porridge, but more importantly, we wanted to make it ready to eat. So in other words, that was cooked through UHT process and then canned and UHT process. And we looked at stability, profile, everything, and we could keep it quite stable for 200 days. So it is possible to make convenient foods out of foxtail millet as well. So that's just an illustrative example.
Thank you very much. I got the message from organizers that finish in 10 minutes. So now the next question to Sri Sunil Bakshi. Can you share a specific millet-based recipe or product formulation that incorporate Ayurvedic principles for balancing doshas and enhancing well-being?
In fact, information about various formulations that are already millet-based formulations that are already available in the market or at research stage has been already, communicated by other speakers in the previous session as well as in this session. But if we talk about more traditional, sort of millet-based products, we can say millet khichdi, which is basically made with foxtail millet and other ingredients, which is very easy to digest and is nourishing, and it's also tridosha, means it's suitable for all types of doshas. So similarly, other traditional millet-based recipes would be millet porridge, millet upma, millet laddu, and millet flour-based chapatis, and millet-based snacks. So these are quite traditional recipes that we already know about. And Food Safety Authority, in fact, is coming out with various recipes of millet-based products every Monday, which is then posted on the social media. And these are fully aligned with the principles of Ayurveda, as I said previously in response to the previous questions also. So these are very useful foods as far as Ayurveda principles are concerned.
Thank you very much, sir. Now my next question is to Rajni Chopraji. Rajni, after COVID, one good thing is a positive thing that health came in the agenda of the people, the individual, the family, and the government also. And some people are also searching the millet-based products for their health, in fact, find out the immunity in them. So the question is, what strategies should we make to make this more effective in promoting and this particular alignment?
Yeah, strategies. I think in previous question also I said we should the very important one of the foremost strategy would be that promoting and making it popularization of these millets. We need to promote at the grassroots level the millets, and the farmers, we need to create demand for the millets, because as we now know they are very important for nutritional security. So we need to create the demand and we need to promote farmers for growing millets, and millet must reach every household, so that in a form the way we eat rice, staple food, rice and wheat, so that would be our success, that we can have the millet based products at every. Now presently whatever we are seeing, millets are reaching on to a elite class where it is expensive, it is not affordable to buy every common man. I think the success would be when it reaches every common man, everyone, and that's not impossible. I think we all need to work towards it, and we need to develop palettes for the millets, and we need to accept these products as such, and when we start incorporating in our daily diet, then definitely there will be demand and we can address this, and we can address the problem, and nutrition security can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Now, the Harish Badraji, we talked about the traditional knowledge, but there has to be the scientific validation of those sort of traditional knowledge associated with these millets. So, what efforts still today we have made in fact, and what validation we have done, in your opinion?
Dr. Khandarwale ji, Padam Shri, Military of India, he done so much work of this traditional working, and still we are associated with this All India Medical Institute. They are giving some papers. It will take some time, but after they publish the paper, then easy for everyone. They can use, consume, sell this type of products. Which millets are which time, which category, how much quantity, right way, right quantity, right place, right location. Then everything will be calculated. Because we can't take every millet, every time, every way. It is a way. How much millet, how much quantity, what time you will consume it. If you take all the millet mixing, it's not good for everyone.
So you are saying that the more awareness about the millet.
Yeah. The same like Ayurveda, yoga, agriculture. We are working on this food. Then we are coming with some papers.
That's great. Sunita ji, have you observed any shift in consumer preference or practice related to millet-based on culture or faith-based considerations?
Okay, so the consumer preferences are definitely changing. The present generation, the younger generation, prefers different kind of foods altogether. But if we look at religious or faith, it hasn't really had great impact. Religious fasts are marked by consumption of certain products, but I don't think that has really greatly influenced our current food choices or shifts in food choices. But definitely the kind of products that we prefer, the kind of foods that we prefer, which can be, quick fix foods, easy to assemble foods, or something that we can just, finger foods that we can just pick up and have on the go, are more preferred. So that is the observation I have.
Thanks a lot. And now the question for Anita ji. Anita ji, considering the nutritional quality of millet, the ministry's response or initiative to promote Sri Anna to address nutritional security.
To promote these kind of products, the ministry, being the nutrition mandate having since inception, has been promoting a dietary diversification through different platforms. But I'm happy to share that since 2021 it has been put down on an accelerated mode, and you all must be aware about the celebrations. Of course, we have been promoting nutrition throughout, but during the Poshan Ma and Poshan Pakwana, which are the two major events being celebrated during the year in the month of September, as we are in the month of September itself. I would like to share that in the year 2021, we have demonstrated nearly 2.8 lakh recipe demonstrations across the countries with the help of different stakeholders throughout the country, which has taken its shape, and in 2022 the number of activities for promotion of millets has gone up to 18.8 lakh. And then in the year 2023, which is the year of millet promotion itself, with the help of all the stakeholders, and you are also associated with it in one or the other way. Till date, we have organized we have broken down the number of activities into like 20 different activities, and per activity wise, promotion through the recipe demonstrations, making the people aware. As ma'am also just mentioned that we need to bring down the palatability. There are nearly 16 lakh activities have already been undertaken. In addition to that, the ministry has, under the recent guidelines of Poshan 2.0, has made a mandatory use of a recipe per week for the beneficiaries of ICDS, which is known as now as a Anganwadi Services Scheme, through the platform of Anganwadis. Mandatory use of a recipe per week, once a day for cooked meal. And I would request each and everyone to contribute in informing, sharing the new recipes, the latest. I'm just happy to see the pasta being converted and made from those millets, which is bringing the traditions to the modern, as we were talking about what would we like to be. would we like to be called as a modern or a traditional? So it is a mix of both. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita ji. My last question to the last panelist, Dr. Malika. There are, lots of millets, I'm sure, must be included in the tradition or custom of Serbia. Can you share some examples, in fact, on what occasion, what millet-based product is, included?
Unfortunately, millet is not traditional food in Serbia, but I would say that middle-aged women are building tradition related to millet in Serbia nowadays. A lot of new dishes which traditionally include different ingredients are now prepared with millet as an alternative ingredient. So we have stuffed paprika, for example, polenta is prepared out of millet flour, and a certain traditional baked dish which is called proja, which is normally produced out of corn, is now can be prepared by millet flour.
Thank you very much. And now I must thank all the panelists for sharing their knowledge on various aspects. This panel is a very accomplished panel. In fact, you have heard their views on not only millet-based products, how those products can be useful in, for health. One thing, came out very clearly that we should document properly the associated traditional knowledge, and we should learn from the knowledge holders. Another thing came out very well that the scientific validation of those claims has to be there. And Bakshi told very clearly that it is not that all the millets you will offer anytime. There has to be a proper awareness building among the society, among the community, that on what occasion what millet or what millet-based product must be consumed. There are lots of health benefit of millets, but we have to be careful in consuming them. We have to be careful in what quantity we want to consume them, and we have to be careful and be clear about the do's and don'ts when you are consuming these the millet-based products. So thank you very much. Thank you NIFTEM again for giving us this opportunity to sharing our views with this august audience. And I'm once again, thank all the panelists, all the 7 panelists in this panel. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for moderating this session so wonderfully well. And we would now like to have a felicitation ceremony. First and foremost, we would request our moderator, sir, Dr. Vipin Kumar, to felicitate each of our panelists. Dr. Keshavan Niranjan,
इसका डाटा मुझे दे देना ले लेना सर लगा दे देगा मैं भी जा रहा हूँ जरा वो तब तक इवेंट है आगे चलेगा
I can understand it's been a long day, students, but yes, that's the energy we expect from NIFTEM. And another energy booster is coming up after a small break. We'd like to felicitate Shri Sunil Bakshi sir. We would like to felicitate Mr. Harish Batra sir.
और कंपटीशन कहाँ पे हो रहे हैं और कोई कंपटीशन जो आता है वही है तभी नहीं पता सर आपको नहीं पता मुझे कहाँ से पता होगा मैं तो ऐसे लाएंगे वही तो और इन्होंने भी नहीं बताया
We'd like to felicitate Dr. Sunita Chandorkar. We would like to felicitate Miss Anita Makijani. And Dr. Milika Potic. And we request Dr. Ankur Ojha to felicitate our moderator, Dr. Vipin Kumar. We would also request a group photograph of all the panelists, along with our moderator, our session coordinator and session rapporteur. Can we please have a group photograph, ladies and gentlemen? And friends, after a short break of half an hour, we will be back in this hall, and it is going to be completely different from the morning till evening. It was a very great educational, formal session that we witnessed. But after half an hour, this auditorium is going to be all about entertainment and some really amazing cultural acts coming your way by none other than the students of NIFTEM. See, I knew, and that's what I said, an energy booster is coming. उसकी बात से इतनी energy आ रही है आप लोगों में, तो जब actually the acts will come on stage, I can only imagine, right? So I'm sure there are participants who are sitting here, and there are friends of those participants, and even our faculty, everyone, and our guests. You're all going to really, really enjoy this. But before I let you all go for that half an hour break, I need to know that when the students will come on stage, because they'll have to do a lot of preparation, how we are going to cheer for them, okay? Let's do a small rehearsal. It's like when the opening happens, okay? I'll do the mock announcement and you have to cheer like you're cheering for those NIFTEM students, right? So we present to you the NIFTEM Cultural Evening! Wonderful. I think you can do better, okay? Let's do one more take. We present to you NIFTEM Cultural Evening! Yes, wonderful. So I'm sure that it's going to be really, really fun. The cultural evening is going to start after half an hour. Take a quick break and be back with all this energy. This is Swati Sharma Singh signing off from Day 1 sessions. Thank you.
बेटा क्या करा स्कूल में आज गाड़ी में तुम क्यों फटी है सबकी भाई तूने क्यों फाड़ी किसने नाम दे दिया कौन नाम क्यों फाड़ी चाहिए तो कह रहे अक्षर चला वहाँ गाड़ी में बड़े फाड़ रहा कह रहा है कि मेरा पेपर बहुत अच्छा गया है वो तो गाड़ी वाले भैया उनसे बात कर एक बार क्या क्या कह रहे हो वो तेरे में कल नहीं वो तो मैं कह रहा हूँ तेरे में कल नहीं फिर पता नहीं तो अब उसकी माँ बात करने लेकर मैं क्या करूँ बता अभी तेरे शिकायत आ रही हाँ बेटा मैं काम करूँगा तेरी शिकायत
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Namaskar.
Sat Sri Akal.
Vanakkam.
Jai Shri Krishna. Wow, such a diverse greetings we have. In the same way, the diverse audience we have.
Exactly, Sakshi. Now, I would like to take the first honor to welcome all our distinguished international and national guests on behalf of the NIFTEM family and also our esteemed participants and our lovely audience to the Grand Millet Conference, of course.
Hope you are having a wonderful day. Today, myself, Ms. Sakshi,
And myself, Shubham.
we are thrilled to be your host for the evening and exciting journey into the heart of India.
As we are in the middle of this conference, we have witnessed some valuable insights and valuable wisdom from the brightest mind from across the world. But now it's time we must deliver something more to you.
We have an unforgettable evening packed ahead with vibrant performances, diverse talent and essence of our rich culture. There is a fact about NIFTEM that will celebrate unity in diversity in each and every way possible, right from language, culture, tradition, art and everything more. So here we are NIFTEMites today with our exciting performances from different states across India.
As we are discussing about our Indian tradition, let me tell you about the foremost thing about it. And it is that before starting any auspicious event, we never forget to take blessings from Lord Ganesha.
That's absolutely right, Shubham. And look at the coincidence taking place. It is that time of the year when Ganpati Bappa visits us. And we are also celebrating Ganpati Utsav at our NIFTEM campus.
Truly such an amazing coincidence. So boliye Ganpati Bappa.
Moria! Shubham, I have heard that you are a travel freak.
Yes, partner, you really got it right.
So you must have visited a lot of places here.
Well, yes, of course I have.
Okay, so I have a small quiz for you. I will be dropping you few hints and you have to guess which place it is.
Well, that sounds fun. Go ahead.
So Shubham, here is your first question. This is a land of literary heritage. The land that preaches the principle of Akla Chalori and none other than the
land of Tagore?
Well, Sakshi, that was pretty easy to guess. Aren't you talking about Bengal? But you have forgot to mention one thing about Bengal, and it is its beautiful, beautiful Ravindra Nritya. So let me show you some glimpses of its amazing dance form along with the fusion of a little twist of Bharatanatyam.
So let's go up on the stage. None other than our Bengal Tigers.
Now it's your time to clap. You can clap even more.
Acha Shubham, have you visited South India?
Well, yes, I have.
Yeah, I really wanted to visit South. I'm so fascinated about its rich culture, beauty and heritage.
Well, Sakshi, there's no doubt in it. But right now we cannot actually go to South, but there is one thing that we can do.
And what is that?
Hey, relax, yaar. I'm going to tell it to you. Just relax. So when I last visited South, I know I have immense fans following here. Thank you guys. So guys, relax. When I last visited South, I made a vlog. And I tried my hands on vlogging. And I was able to capture one of its beautiful culture, splendid architectural marvels, the beautiful dance forms with amazing cuisines and the graceful expressions.
So, without any further ado, I welcome on the stage our Tamil Thalavis.
Give a big round of applause, guys.
song.
Nakmuka.
क्या फिर पलटन मजा आया ना?
अरे खूपच छान, मला तर खूपच मजा आली.
अरे शुभम मराठी कसं काय?
अरे you said that you wanted to roam around India, so I have made a plan, and the plan is that we'll be having a rapid tour around India.
Oh, that's amazing.
And one more thing, along with our audience.
ओ चलो अब तुमने मराठी में बात कर ही ली है तो चलो महाराष्ट्र घुमाते हैं और वहाँ की नृत्य कला लावनी से आपको परिचय कराते हैं. लावनी एक मिनट. Lavani is a combination of traditional song and dance which is particularly performed to the beats of dholki, a percussion instrument. Lavani has contributed substantially to the development of Marathi theatre.
So with a big round of applause, let's welcome on stage Siddhi to present her beautiful Marathi culture. Jai Jijau!
Jai Shivrai!
Jai Jijau!
Jai Shivrai!
Thank you.
it or not? Yeah, Sakshi, before we travel further, I am feeling a little hungry.
इतने जल्दी?
Yeah, literally I am feeling a little hungry. But I don't really want to eat the regular stuff. I want to try something traditional or something a cuisine that you could say that would fit to your heart.
Well, since we are visiting India today, let me take you to my favorite cuisine, that is dal bati, but along with the amazing art while we eat.
Okay, I got you. Let's go to Rajasthan and enjoy their culture while we satisfy our hunger. So let's welcome the Royal Rajasthanis. They will be performing. Let me complete, guys. They will be performing Kalbelia, their traditional dance art form. Give a big round of applause, guys. But Sakshi, this is just not it. You have just seen one form of the art, and now let me show you another one of it.
You mean singing?
Yes, absolutely singing, but not just singing, but also a form of devotion too.
Okay, now I know whom you're talking about. So here I take a lead to welcome Radhika to praise our Lord Krishna with a melodious voice.
Give it up for Radhika, guys.
यश भाई बाहर रखना मुझे क्या रखना मैं क्लोज हाँ क्लोज वो होता है ना पहले ठीक है
so much Radhika, it was such an amazing performance. और एक छोटी बात मैं भी कह दूं कि नंदलाल की मोहिनी सूरत दिल में बसा रखे हैं। नंदलाल श्री कृष्ण नंदलाल की मोहिनी सूरत दिल में बसा रखे हैं, अपने जीवन को उन्हीं की भक्ति में लगा रखे हैं। एक बार बांसुरी की मधुर तान सुना दे काना, एक बार बांसुरी की मधुर तान सुना दे काना, हम छोटी सी जिंदगी तेरी आस में लगा रखे हैं। Well, Sakshi, there is a question I would like to ask.
Okay.
And it is, how many times India has won Oscars?
According to me, India has won 10 Oscars. But audience, which is the latest Oscar we have won? Exactly. So the next performance we have from the land of Natu Natu in the beats of Telugu.
Well, Sakshi, you have guessed it right. For the first time, we have won Oscars for the best original song, and this has brought India a great pride. So now let's welcome on stage Satish for Natu Natu. the 2-in-1 Ram Charan and Junior NT are in a single personality, guys. Give it up for Satish. भाई सच में सारी दुनिया हिला दी सतीश. अच्छा साक्षी, since Navratri is around the corner, so I was wondering which place will be the best place to visit during Navratri.
See Shubham, we have two options. एक तो बंगाल है और दूसरा है गुजरात. We have already visited Bengal today, but now it's time for Gujarat, I guess. The land of Garba, Dhokla, Fafda, Jalebi, and Jethara.
And one more thing, when it's time for Navratri, how can you forget Falguni Band Patak?
Yes.
So now I would like to call upon stage the Gajab Gujus to perform their Gajab Garba Ras. Over to you guys. अरे भाई इन्होंने तो सारा गुजरात निफ्टम तक ला दिया. Guys, Navratri आ रही है. Start taking your Garba lessons because
it's a hint, huh? Start taking lessons. We have Navratri in our campus too next.
बहुत ही अप्रतिम परफॉर्मेंस. अच्छा साक्षी जी, आपको नहीं लगता हम कुछ भूल रहे हैं?
अच्छा, अरे अचानक आप, हम और इस लहजे में तहजीब?
जी हाँ, जरा हम उत्तर प्रदेश के I know this is we haven't talked anything about the biggest state of India, that is Uttar Pradesh.
So, without any further ado, let's see the glimpses of land of historical significance, the land of kingdoms, and the land of tasty street foods.
So put your hands together for Yashasvi. She will be performing Kathak, which has originated from Uttar Pradesh, along with the fusion of other dance forms. Give a big round of applause, guys. Exactly, yaar. Give a big round of applause, guys. Please. Ajay Sakshi, listen. I am quite not over the delicious food we had from Rajasthan. I think we need something more from Rajasthan.
Hey, why not? It's always fascinating when we talk about the land of vibrant colors, the land of majestic foods and the mirage of desert. So, to enjoy this ethnic beauty, let's welcome on the stage a trio from Rajasthan with a Ghumar-infused dance.
Big round of applause for the brilliant and the amazing performance we have just seen. Acha Sakshi, there have been a lot of terrific cultural dance and the performance till now. But now let's bring a twist in today's evening.
What are you actually planning, Shubham?
What I am planning is कि जब मैं उन्हें बुलाऊं तो समय थम सा जाएगा. जब मैं उन्हें बुलाऊं तो समय थम सा जाएगा, हवाएं बहने लगेंगी और आसमान पे फूल बरसने लगेंगे.
Okay, I got you. So जो आने वाले हैं वही आपकी बाकी भावनाओं को भली भांति समझाएंगे।
Okay, then with that, I would like to call on stage Aman, Anushri and their guitarist Atushoj. Give a big round of applause, guys, for Atushoj, Aman and Anushri.
पलकों पे रह जैसे मेरे सपने बिखर के जले मन तेरा भी किसी के मिलन को अनामिका तू भीतर से मेरी भीगी भीगी सी तेरी नजरों में तेरे सपनों में मुझे लगता है कि बात दिल की होती लफ्ज़ों की धोखेबाज़ी। तुम साथ हो या न हो क्या फर्क है जिंदगी
बार जोरदार तालियां प्लीज। यार क्या समा बांधा है। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दिस परफॉर्मेंस गाइस, लवली।
शुभम, इन्होंने तो सच में बहुत अच्छा गा लिया, बट मेरे दिमाग में एक सवाल टिक टिक कर रहा है। अगर यही गाना मैं गाती तो अनु मलिक साहब क्या कहते?
साक्षी, अगर तुम गाना गाती तो अनु मलिक साहब आपसे क्या कहते? That is a tricky question. Let me answer it guys. अगर साक्षी ये गाना गाती और अनु मलिक साहब को कुछ कहना होता तो वो कहते आप मुंबई आ रहे हो, मुंबई कहीं और जा रहा है।
Shubham, now let's explore the northern India. So, कहाँ चले?
Sakshi, since you are talking about the northern India, so which place will be more better than the capital of India, the heart, Delhi?
Great idea. So let's groove into the city lights of Delhi with a little touch of Bollywood in it.
Sounds so fun, guys. So put your hands together for our Desi Delhi boys.
We are the sounds of the streets.
महसूस हुआ है लाइफ की गाड़ी में हंस के मारा ब्रेक हो रहा है महसूस मेरे दिल मशवरा मेरा तू आजमा के देख यही
These guys have really pulled off a Delhi night, guys. Loved it. What a performance. Killed it. एकदम आग लगा दी यार, एकदम आग लगा दी।
बहुत आग लगा दी। पर तू ये फोन में क्या स्क्रॉल कर रहा है?
अरे यार फोन पे एक और नई नौकरी मिली है मुझे, वो है इंस्टाग्राम की रील्स की।
मतलब
guys, you know what I'm talking about. तो अब एक काम करते हैं, मतलब समझाते हैं अच्छा we'll do one thing.
हिस्ट्री क्रिएट करते हैं।
We'll be doing first time एक स्टेज पे we'll be performing a reel.
Live reel.
Live reel on stage, guys. So now let's welcome on stage the team of
the day, the team of Badal Barsa.
साक्षी, अब ये ट्रेंडिंग रील तो देख ली, अब क्या देखना बताओ?
अरे भैया कुछ नया दिखा दो।
कुछ नया दिखा दें? Okay, if you want to see something new, guys, let me introduce you to one of the finest and the very new trends among the youth, which is also the flag bearer in the modern days of hustling. So now it is the foremost art that is being very popular among the youth these days, and it is rapping.
So let's welcome on the stage Harsh to set it on fire.
Give it up for Harsh, guys. All the Krishna fans in the house, put your hands up. And a big round of applause for Harsh, guys. Lovely performance. वैसे यार हमने सारा जहाँ तो घूम लिया, पर जहाँ खड़े वहाँ की तो बात ही नहीं की। हरी भरी हरियाली वाला, फल फूलों की डाली वाला, हट्टे कट्टे लोग जहाँ के दूध दही का खाना, ऐसा है मेरा भारत में स्थित हरियाणा।
संस्कृति की एक झलक और बुला गए हमारी हरियाणवी छोरी दिव्या को।
Yeah.
गाइस, ठीक है?
After this performance, जरूर, okay? We'll respect you, okay?
The next thing that is coming on your way will be equivalent to this.
Exactly. No. See, ये performance देखने के बाद बस एक ही चीज दिमाग में आती है, हमारी छोरी छोरों से कम है क्या? अच्छा, तो as we are marching towards the end of today's event, तो कुछ चड्डे फट्टे हो जाए। Visiting India without talking about Punjab is no fun.
तो फिर चलो चलते हैं पंजाब की ओर and let's enjoy the Bhangra and the highly energetic and the most terrific performers to create the liveliness in our hearts. So चड्डे फट्टे, give it up for the Punjabi poppers guys.
ਸਾਡਾ ਪੈੜਾ ਕਿੱਥੇ
to end the day, guys. Just we'll take 2 more minutes of yours. As we conclude today's event, let us not forget the purpose that has brought us here. The purpose that we all are here for. Let us carry forward the knowledge, the connection and the inspiration that we gained here today and use them to bring out the positive change.
Remember, an event like this is not just about what we accomplish here, but also about the ripple effect it creates in the days, weeks and also the years to come. It is about the conversation sparked, the ideas ignited and the relationships fostered. Let us continue to build upon the momentum generated here and turn it into a meaningful action.
And as we bid farewell on behalf of the NIFTEM family, I want to express our heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries, national and international, all the loved participants and the beloved audience. Thank you for your presence. And now I'll be making an announcement about where we'll be having our dinner today. We all will have to move to hangar for the dinner and I am making a statement, just give me 2 minutes. All the VVIPs will be moving to the seminar hall and all the registered participants and students will be going to the hangars. Thank you so much. Good night. One more thing, guys. Someone has lost a key and it has a pen drive attached to it. If someone will find it, please let us know.
Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
And NIFTEM family, faculty, they'll have to go to the multi-purpose hall. Tomorrow everyone will have to be here by 9:15. The session will be starting at 9:30 onwards. Thank you so much. Good night. Shubhratri. Shabba Khair. Thank you so much. And a big round of applause for yourself, guys. Lovely audience you have seen.